Halstead Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
All right, welcome here to yourliveevent.com as we're here for the 2026 Southeast Sub-Region Duel Tournament here for the State of North Dakota Class B Wrestling, as we have a great slate of duels on schedule, and we're going to wrestle this thing all the way through, starting at 11:30, all the way through to the championship, and then a possible challenge for that second place. Top two teams out of the Southeast Sub-Region will advance into the State Duel Tournament, and that is on the 21st of February up at the Fargo Dome. So we're going to go ahead and cover this here from Napoleon, North Dakota, on the west side of that Iron Curtain, and we're out here at Napoleon High School as we're right around 30 minutes away from those first duels starting up. So we're going to go step away. We'll come back for more here for this pregame show on yourliveevent.com.
Introducing HTC Streaming TV from Halstead Telephone Company. Watch your favorite TV shows with HTC's app-based service on devices like Amazon Fire Stick. You can enjoy the convenience of cloud DVR, plus access to popular services like Netflix, Amazon Prime, and Hulu, all right through your device. Mix and match the streaming services you want. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today, 800-457-2125. To learn more about HTC Streaming TV. Made easy with Halstead Telephone Company.
What's going on today?
I've got a planter in the shop, and I had the guys from Agassi Precision Ag come over and do an inspection.
You upgrading systems, or are you working on maintenance?
Both, actually. We walked some fields last summer and found areas where we can improve. So we are installing Delta Force and some new opening discs.
Yeah, I bet we're in the same boat. I should give them a call.
Yep, they will come out and look over the planter with you and put a plan together. They are the guys I go to for answers.
Agassi Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Give us a call at 701-636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Treat yourself to a great career at American Crystal Sugar Company. Team up with quality people making quality products. Full-time and year-round in a stable business. With great pay and benefits including time off available from day one. American Crystal Sugar Company invests in you to promote your continued growth and career advancement. Grow your career doing your best work within the world's best beet sugar company. Apply online today at AmericanCrystalCareers.com.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated?
Hey, welcome back here. yourliveevent.com. Back for this Irie Insurance pre-tournament show. Get the insurance protection you want with customer service you deserve at Irie Insurance. They cover it all from home, auto, crop, commercial, and benefits insurance. Go to IrieInsurance.com to get a free quote. As we are heading into this North Dakota Southeast Sub-Region Duel Tournament and looking at the brackets as we start out this morning at 11:30 a.m. You have your duels, first round duels. Starting at 11:30 with Kindred. Number 1 Kindred takes on number 8 Napoleon. And then number 5 Oaks will wrestle number 4 Ellendale Edgerly Combe. And then following that at 12:30, those will be hard time starts. So 11:30 a.m. for that first round duels. The top side of the bracket, bottom side of the bracket, first round duels starting at 12:30 p.m. will be hard time for those duels starting. And then after that, it's a rolling schedule. But that bottom side bracket, you have number 3 Lisbon takes on number 6 Lemoore Litchville Marion. And then Valley City, number 7 seed, will take on the number 2 seed, South Border. And then after those hard start times at 11:30 and 12:30 p.m., then we go into a rolling schedule. And they'll wrestle the matches on the back side of the bracket, I believe, first. So it'll be the consolation matches. You just have these 2 mats inside the main gymnasium that they're using, mats 1 and mats 2. And you'll find that they'll wrestle the consolation topside consolation match between the non-winners between Kindred and Napoleon and Oaks and Ellendale Edgerly Combe, and then they'll wrestle that semifinal match between the winners of Kindred, Napoleon, and Oaks and Ellendale Edgerly Combe. That'll follow that 12:30 duel round, first round duels between Lisbon, Lemoore, Litchville, Marion, Valley City, and South Border. and then they'll follow that up with the rolling schedule, and then they'll wrestle that bottom side of the bracket, the semifinal match, and then the consolation round matches. So just have to keep an eye on that if you're trying to figure out when your team will wrestle. We'll start out with those hard times here at 11:30 with Kieran Napoleon, Oaks, Illinois, Lacombe, and then at 12:30 with Lisbon and Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion, and Valley City and South Border. As Irie Insurance pre-tournament show, get the insurance protection you want, the customer service you deserve at Irie Insurance. They cover it all from home, auto, crop, commercial, and benefits insurance. Go to IrieInsurance.com to get a free quote. In the South Border Mustangs, number 2 seed, they're the defending region champions, and they took the title last year. Oaks placed second last year. Lisbon was third, and South Border winning the state championship last year. Exciting duel last year, probably one of the more exciting of the state tournaments, as they defeated Northern Lights in that duel by 1 point. So South Border defending state champions here in duels, and they're here to defend their region title. Their current duel record in the region, they were 5-1 in duels, and they were 7-3 overall for South Border. South Border's lone defeat coming at the hands of Oaks. And that was a loss by 3 points. That was back on the 22nd of January, so that kind of scrambled things up a little bit, as Oaks defeated South Border by a score of 31-34. And they dropped down to the number 2 seed as Kindred remained undefeated. Kindred's overall duel record was 6-0. Or I should say the region record was 6-0. They had an overall duel record of 9-0. And then Lisbon, the number 3 seed, Lisbon's region record 6-2. And they have an overall record of 8-2. Lisbon's defeats coming at the hands of South Border right after the holiday break on the 8th of January. That was a 1-point loss for Lisbon. South Border defeated Lisbon by a score of 35-34. And then Kindred defeated Lisbon on the 15th of January in a quad with Napoleon, Northern Cass, Kindred, and Lisbon. On the 15th of January, that was wrestled in Gwinner, North Dakota, laid out the mats in that North Sargent Gymnasium. But Kindred ended up defeating Lisbon by 3 points. That was 28-31 win for Kindred in that duel. So Lisbon drawing the number 3 seed. Number 4 seed is Ellen Lacombe. They have a region record of 5-3 in the region. They were 8-4 overall. In Ellen Lacombe, there are 3 losses in the region coming by way of Kindred, Lisbon, and South Border. Their last duel was against South Border and Valley City in a triangular, and South Border defeated EEK by a score of 49-21. Lisbon defeated EEK on the 22nd of January, 56-20. And then Kindred, back on the 11th of December, wrestled it out with EEK. And Kindred came up with the win, the 3-point win, 33-30. So Kindred showing that they can squeak out some of these close victories, as a number of their victories were just by 3 or 4 points, at least in the region duel arena. And they come with a win, and they come with the number 1 seed. And then for the Oaks Tornadoes, the number 5 seed, Oaks, with a region record of 4-3 in the region. They're 6-3 overall. And their losses coming at the hands of Lisbon on the 4th of December. That was a 34-28 victory for Lisbon. Lost to Kindred on the 6th of January, 28-33. And then they were defeated by EEK. And that score was a 39-29 win for EEK back on the 29th of January. And those are your top 5 teams in the region standings. Coming in at number 6 seed was Lemoore with a 1-5 record in the region. They were 4-6 overall. Valley City with a 2-4 region record. They were 10-6 overall in duels. As both Lemoore and Valley City, they competed in a duel tournament, and I believe that was up at Hillsboro. So they have maybe a couple extra duels there, at least for Valley City. And then Napoleon also with a number of duels, as they were 0-8 in the region, and they're 3-10 overall with their duel record. So you just have to do a little bit of picking and hunting, parsing information there on the interweb, trying to find all these duel records, as they're not displayed there on the North Dakota High School Activities Association website. So you have to kind of go out to Track Wrestling and do some searches and some media searches, and then able to put together those duel records. I'm sure the schools know exactly, or the teams know exactly what they are, but a little bit difficult if you're just a casual fan or the media trying to find out what these region duel records are and overall records for these team wrestling these duels. So we got that information, and we're going to go ahead and step away. We're going to try to get some coaches up here for this Irie Insurance pregame show, and we'll try to get head coach of the Kindred Vikings up here, Justin Lehman, and then I'll head coach for the Lisbon Broncos, Coach Rich Lacina, up here for some comments before we start this North Dakota Southeast Sub-Region Dual Tournament here from Napoleon, North Dakota.
Everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Welcome to Ashley.
All right, welcome back here, yourliveevent.com, as we continue on with this Irie Insurance pre-tournament show here for the Southeast Sub-Region Duels located here in Napoleon, North Dakota. As the just take a look at those American Crystal Sugar starting lineups, as a lot of these duels, the coaches are going to probably sub in, sub out a number of wrestlers, so we're just going to take a look. I'm going to take a look at these ranked wrestlers by weight class, some of the notables by weight class, and then try to get you those starting lineups here as those duels, or as the coaches enter those wrestlers into the duels. So we're going to take a quick break as we have head coach of the Kindred Vikings, Coach Justin Lehman, up here. So we're going to step away, come back, and for that interview in just a moment.
Good grocery store where fresh, local, and delicious meat every day. From farm fresh produce to your favorite pantry essentials, they've got everything you need to keep your family happy and healthy. Craving something special? Their homemade sausage is perfect for any meal, and don't forget their irresistible homemade Coogan. Visit them today at Ashley Super Value or shop online at ashleysupervalue.com for your favorite local treats. Ashley Super Value. You're always first at Super Value.
All right, welcome back here at liveevent.com as we continue on with this Irie Insurance pre-tournament show here for the Southeast Sub-Region Duels from Napoleon, North Dakota. And we have the head coach of the Kindred Vikings here, head coach Justin Lehman. So, Coach, Kindred comes in. You guys, the number one seed in the region, so you got to be fairly happy and I guess satisfied this far with the season as your team grabbing that number one seed coming into the region dual tournament. A good position to be in for Kindred. So maybe just kind of cap the season for us. And talk about your road here to the Southeast Sub-Region Duels.
Yeah, we had a good regular season. We kind of squeaked a few duels out,
Yeah.
Oaks, Edgeley, Lisbon, they were all close within, I think all were within 5 points. And, we know all the duels are going to come out like that, and especially in this region with top 5 teams especially. So, I mean, it is what it is. Like, yeah, we're really happy with that one seed, but we know this dual tournament every year, you never know what's really going to happen and how kids are going to respond. So you just have to be ready for the dogfight that today is.
Yeah, definitely. And then just kind of go back to last weekend. I mean, Kindred, you guys had a pretty good, successful weekend then out at New Salem. I believe you had 9 place winners out there. You had 1 champion at New Salem. I mean, that's a big tournament, getting those head-to-head matchups. And, just talk about, that tournament as you guys come out of there from New Salem, heading here to the duels and then into the postseason.
Yeah, we had a pretty good tournament. We were down a couple guys, battling low injuries, sickness, all that, and everyone was. But we were really happy. We felt we gained some seeds. We didn't really lose seeds, which is good. Some tournament like that, you want to gain some of those seeds. And we've just kind of been preaching all year, just get better each and every weekend, and February is when it really matters, and we felt we did a good job of that leading up to this. So
yeah, and just looking back at the success that you guys had last week and then throughout the season, what do you think are going to be a couple of the keys for you guys to walk out of here with that state qualifying performance to get into the dual tournament?
Yeah, I think biggest thing is being ourselves. And I mean, it sounds cliche and whatever, but we feel when we're wrestling our style of wrestling, we're being aggressive, we're just kind of being ourselves, not letting the moment get too big. We feel we're better than most teams, and like I said, we know it's going to be a dogfight, but if we can just relax and be confident in our abilities, we feel good about what's coming. So.
All right, Coach. And then just any final thoughts, parting thoughts before you head out here on the mat today?
No, I hope everyone enjoys it. It's going to be fun.
You bet. I'm looking forward to it. So it's going to be a great duel out here, a great duel tournament. So we're going to go ahead and step away. We're going to come back for more. That was the head coach of the Kindred Vikings, Coach Justin Lehman. We're going to step away, come back for more on yourliveevent.com.
Here in the Northland, it's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
Red River Valley winters are demanding. The expert heating and plumbing technicians at Bears Home Solutions will keep your home warm, dry, and comfortable all winter long. When winter's chill is in the air,
you need a Bear in there.
Check out bearshomesolutions.com.
Seniors, Benedict and Mission Court in Ada invites you to join them for the winter. Short stays are available from just 2 weeks up to 4 months in a fully furnished apartment with no long-term commitment. Enjoy a daily continental breakfast, a full kitchen and bath, washer, dryer, and utilities included. Plus, you can enjoy social activities, worship services, and there's convenient transportation along with indoor access to therapy services and the Essentia Health Clinic. Learn more or schedule a tour today. Call 218-521-0161 for Benedict and Mission Court in Ada.
All right, welcome back here, YourLiveEvent.com, as we continue on with this Irie Insurance pre-tournament show, as we have the head coach for the Lisbon Broncos out here, Coach Rich Lucina. And Coach, Lisbon coming off a successful weekend out at New Salem. You guys got some of those key head-to-head matchups I think that you're probably looking for. You guys finished with 3 champions out there, individual champions, and also with the team championship. So just how are the Broncos doing after last weekend coming into the dual tournament?
You know, we had a couple that were still hurt last week there, kind of coming off injury. We're all healthy today. We're ready to give her heck. This is going to be a tough tournament. This is stacked with some of the top teams in the state. So every duel is going to matter, every match, and every coin toss. It's going to be important. So
yeah, and I mean, I think maybe I'm a little bit biased, but I'd say probably have at least the top 5 out of the top 6 teams in the state right here in this dual tournament, and looking for a really competitive dual tournament. Just as you look at that first round matchup with Lemoore Litchfield Marion, and then maybe looking ahead after that, how do you see the Broncos, or how do you kind of see the Broncos matching up here throughout this tournament?
We match up real well with Lemoore. We can get out there and get some wins there, get the kids some good matches. There'll be some tough matches, but I think we match up with them good as a duel. South Border earlier this year was a 1-point duel. It's always tough with South Border. It's always close. Our boys are ready to fight. They're still a little angry about how it ended there and when we got back after Christmas. So we're hoping to get a little redemption, revenge, and find our way into the finals on that one. That one we lost the coin toss earlier, so if we can find a way to win that one, it makes a big difference. There's just a lot of points on the table. We got to find a way to score against South Border. So.
Yeah, and just as we head out of here, you guys head out here to this tournament. Do you got any final party thoughts or anything back for the fans there in Lisbon?
Oh, hopefully you cheer loud for us. Hopefully we give you something to smile about and to be proud of here today. We're gonna give her hell anyway. So.
All right, everybody. That's head coach for Lisbon Broncos, Coach Rich Lucina. We're gonna go ahead and step away. We'll come back for this Irie Insurance pre-tournament show in a moment.
Moves forward. There's one important decision to make. Every year brings unknowns. Weather, markets, yields. Multi-peril crop insurance helps protect the work you put in long before harvest. The MPCI crop insurance closing deadline is March 16th. At Irie Insurance, we've helped generations of farmers plan ahead with confidence. Let's make sure you're ready. Contact Irie Insurance for guidance you can trust.
The friendly staff at Lemoore Drugstore reminds you, from prescription requests and OTC medication, you can find it all at Lemoore Drugstore. Download the app to make refilling your prescriptions more convenient. Stop in and stock up on hand and foot warmers. Lemoore Drugstore has rechargeable heated gear for everyone in the family. And get your special someone something sweet in February from different candy and gifts. Located in the center of Lemoore in the Bank North Mall. For more info, go to LemooreDrugstore.com or stop in and check out Lemoore Drugstore. There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at BloomfieldTrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
Hey, welcome back here, YourLiveEvent.com, as we continue on with our Irie Insurance pre-tournament show. We're here for those American Crystal Sugar starting lineups. As the starting lineups here, as I said before, you have a number of wrestlers here. The believe each team is allowed to take 20 wrestlers here to these Southeast Subregion duels. So you have a number of wrestlers that'll be subbed in and out. Just depends on the strategies that the coaches have, and won't really have a starting lineup until they get into their wrestlers actually check into the table. As Coach Rich Lucino alluded to, it's going to come down a lot of times on the wrestler that shows just on the flip of the coin who has to show on the odd or even matches. So we're going to go ahead and talk about some of the notable wrestlers here, starting off at 107 pounds. These are ranked wrestlers here according to the Dakota Grappler rankings that were released back on the 26th of January. But 107 pounds, you got 4 wrestlers there, ranked wrestlers in this tournament with Simon Trapp, Jaden Rude, Eli Schlepp, and Carter Wall of Oaks. 114 pounds, you have 3 ranked wrestlers. Number 4, Blake Goebel of Southport. Number 5, John Logering of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. And number 7, Nash Nitschke of Ellendale Edgerly Combe. 121 pounds, you have 4 ranked wrestlers with number 4, Ben Wagner of Oaks. Number 5, Walker Miller of EEK. Number 7, Jared Schilling of Southport. And honorable mention ranking Bristol Swanson of Kindred at 121 pounds. 127 with 5 ranked wrestlers at 127 pounds. So a grinder of a matchups or some key matchups there at 127 with number 1 ranked Noah Anderson of Lisbon, number 2 Gavin Swenson of Kindred, number 5 Trig Dahlstrom of Oaks, number 7 Thomas Bender of Southporter, and honorable mention ranking Joey Hyde, Lemoore Litchfield Marion, and Hyde coming in with a great tournament out at the East-West Wrestling Tournament, coming off a great showing out there for Lemoore Litchfield Marion. 133 pounds. Ranked wrestlers, looks like they have 5 ranked wrestlers there with Logan Potts, number 5, Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Number 6 is Gavin Root of Kindred. Number 7 was Grayson Lyons of Lisbon. Honorable mention ranking Bo Grunfelder of Napoleon and Jaron Nelson of Oaks. Honorable mention ranking at 133. 139, a couple of ranked wrestlers in this tournament. You have number 2, Ryland Vetter of Southport, and honorable mention was Ian Anderson of Lisbon. 145 pounds with 3 ranked wrestlers. Number 4, Griffin Greenlee of Lisbon. Number 6, Regan Sand of Edgerly Combe. And honorable mention ranking there for Weston Baumgartner of Napoleon. 152 pounds, ranked wrestlers with 5 ranked wrestlers at 152 with Matthias Dahlstrom, number 3 from Oaks. Number 4, Ryan Eng of Lisbon. Number 6, Bryce Schneider of Napoleon. Number 8 was Riker Vetter of Southporter, and honorable mention ranking Noak Swenson of Kindred. And I believe Riker Vetter had dropped down to 145, so you might see him here at 145. I'm sure there's still wrestlers moving up and down weight classes. As 160 pounds, looks like they have 7 ranked wrestlers there at 160 on these teams in this tournament. And with some key head-to-head matchups there with number 2, Cruz Ranke of Lisbon, number 3, Zaid Heyer of Oaks, number 4, Brooks Grunfelder of Napoleon, number 5, Joseph Keller of Southporter, number 6, Miles Theologis of Kindred, and number 8, Ethan Tezerick of Ellendale Edgerly Combe. Those are all at 160. 172-pound ranked wrestlers. You got 5 of them in this dual tournament. Number 2, Eli Lyons of Lisbon, number 3, Brody Michelson of Southporter, number 6, Fisher Johnson of Kindred. Number 7, Tyson Clable of Valley City, and honorable mention Bennett Geisler of Ellendale Edgerly Combe. 189, you have 6 ranked wrestlers. Number 1, Cole Nitschke. Number 2, Ryer Muskie of Valley City. Number 3, Tanner Mengi of Kindred, and Joseph Patasic Oaks. And we're going to have to step away on your live event. We'll come back for more after this national anthem.
Golden Harvest seed sales in the Hillsboro area. When it comes to your operations needs, they want to hear from you, which is why they're committed to listening first. From farmer-focused R&D teams to their Gold Series soybeans and game-changing corn products to the insights shared through the Illuminate digital platform, everything offered is an answer to what they learned from you. For Golden Harvest corn and soybean seed, visit with Tim Cassette Seed Sales Hillsboro, 701-430-0877.
New Solid Tech R floors deliver sustainable high performance from bottle to floor. They're PVC-free and made with natural stone and recycled single-use plastic for scratch-proof, flood-proof protection that stands up to all that your life demands. Because sustainability, beauty, and performance are at the heart of Solid Tech R floors.
Available at Carpet World, 17th Avenue South, online at carpetworldfargo.com.
At Carrington Dental Care, they treat you like family. Meet Dr. Chaz Bauer and Dr. Jay Bauer, your friendly neighborhood dentists who care about your smiles. Join their family of happy patients. Whether it's routine checkups or cosmetic dentistry, they're dedicated to making your smile shine. Join the countless families who love coming to Carrington Dental Care, trusted by our community for years. Visit them online at thecarringtondentist.com or call 701-652-2801. Schedule your appointment today.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yield and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
What's going on today?
All right, welcome back here. Your 11vet.com. We're going through the American Crystal Sugar starting lineups there at 189 with those ranked wrestlers. Yeah, number 1, Colton Itchy of South Border. Number 2, Ryder Muskie of Valley City. 3, Tanner Mengi of Kindred. Number 4, ranked wrestler Joseph Potasic of honorable mention rankings there were Riley Lucina Lisbon and Drew Throper of EEK. 215 pounds ranked wrestlers here in this American Crystal Sugar starting lineups. You had number 2, Ivan Kruth, EEK. Number 4, Andre Dahl, Napoleon. Number 6, Max Klein of Oaks. Number 7 was Madden Schwab of Lisbon. Honorable mention ranking was Cole Richard of Kindred. And at 285 with 2 ranked wrestlers was number 2, Owen Hunt of Valley City. 3 ranked wrestler. Number 4, Seth Irie of EEK. And number 5 was Brock Lyons of Lisbon. That's your American Crystal Sugar starting lineups as these wrestlers starting to check in. First round duel starting at 11:30 here is Kindred and Napoleon on mat 1. And then mat 2 is going to be Oaks and Ellendale Edgley Calm. So mat 1 starting out right away with Jaden Rude. Rude will pick up the forfeit there. This is on mat. That was on mat 1. So mat 1 with Kindred and Napoleon, and Rude will pick up the win there. So 6-0 lead over on mat 1 for Kindred. And then mat number 2, Carter Wald of Oaks here at 107 pounds. Ivan Mock, Ellendale Edgley Calm. Carter Wald for Oaks with a double leg takedown. He's going to turn the corner, so he cuts the corner for Oaks, and he'll have the 3-0 lead over on mat 2. And Kindred leads this duel on mat 1, currently up 6-0 with the forfeit. And now out here, 114 pounds, is Nolan Mengi, a freshman from Kindred, and he's taking on Brandon Grunak of Napoleon, an 8th grader. As checking out the scoreboards, a minute 30 remaining here in the first period over on mat 1. Wrestlers currently locked up there at 114 pounds with Tanner Mengi. Nolan Mengi on the far side drops down on Grunak to single leg shot. And Mengi goes ahead, back up to his feet. Grunak doing a little hand fighting. He has his back to the mat. Kindred wearing the dark blue singlets with the white trim on them. Should say the solid dark blue with the white trim on him. The Grunak in on a single leg shot. Mengi's going to turn the corner and picks up the 3-point takedown. Nolan Mengi will go up 3-0. And then mat 2 over here between Carter Wald and Ivan Mock. Carter Wald currently has the 3-0 lead. So he's up 3-0. Final 20 seconds over on mat 2. Wald needs that by a score of 3-0. That's at 107 pounds. As Carter Wald, honorable mention ranking in those Dakota Grappler rankings. And they're breaking the action over on mat 2. Mat 1, Mengi's picks up some near fall. He's got the leg Turk the crossface on, the final 13 seconds. And working for a pin, has a pinning combination. He's going to try to stretch out the pin over there for Nolan Mengi. And Mengi, you add 6 more points for the Kindred Vikings. Now 12-0 score over on mat 1. So Kindred goes up 12-0, going into 121 pounds. We're going second period over on mat 2. Currently, Carter Wald of Oaks leads that by a score of 3-0 over Ivan Mock. They're back up their feet in the neutral position on mat 2. Yeah, now Mock in on a double leg shot, or I should say switching up to a single. So he switches down to a single there. Ivan Mock on a single leg. Wald with the whizzer trying to counter out on it. Mock's going to try to stand up. Not able to get it. Not able to capture that back ankle. Big splits put on by Carter Wald to work on that far edge of the mat. And up here, Bristol Swanson of Kindred, 121 pounds, has Tyson Grunak of Napoleon on his back, goes to the inside cradle, working for a pin. He's got it locked up tight, bridging off his shoulder. There's Grunak, the official down there, taking a look at it, that's Brandon Nielsen. And that's 4 near fall. No pin there for Swanson. He had it locked up pretty tight. Grunek's going to get back up around, loss of control. So our score 7-2, now 9-2, the 2 reversal. And it looks like we're going to have a blood timeout on both mats. So simultaneous Bank North blood timeouts on both mats. Couldn't sync it up any better. Not new, not national. Bank North is a hometown bank focused on relationships, local decisions, and community support. Find out more at banknorth.bank. Bank North, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. That is your banknorth.bank blood timeout on mats 1 and 2. And current scores over on mat 1, Bristol Swanson with the 9-2 lead over Tyson Grunek. And that is in the first period with 1:19 remaining. And then over here, over on mat 1, mat 1 has Bristol Swanson up 9-2 over Tyson Grunek. And mat 2, Carter Waltz does a 3-0 lead. And that's in the second period with 1:18 remaining. Looks like mat 2 back to action. That current dual score over on mat 2 still scoreless. They're at 107 pounds. We're already at 121 over here on mat 1. Like I said, these will have some hard time starts for these first round duels. Next round will start at 12:30. Then after that, it's a rolling schedule. So you just have to stay tuned after that 12:30 duel to find out when your team will wrestle, because it's just going to stay rolling schedule. And there's a takedown by Wald. Wald opens up after the blood time, and he has a 6-0 lead there for Carter Wald for the Oaks Tornadoes. So Wald in the top position, working that far edge of the mat. Another cradle hooked up over here by Bristol Swanson. Swanson up 9-0. He's going to put the squeeze on, trying to kick that kickstand out there by Tyson Grunek. And the pin over here, Bristol Swanson. 2 pins in a row for Kindred, and a forfeit puts him up 18-0 at 121 pounds, or after 121 pounds. So Kindred up 18-0 in this duel. And these are first round duels, should say quarterfinal duels. Kindred up 18-0 over on mat 1 in dual action. Mat 2, Wald still up 6-0. And looks like at 127 we have another forfeit. So the home team here in Napoleon with another forfeit at 127 pounds to Swenson. Now 24-0. 24-0 score. And it looks like Gavin Rude goes out there. And he may have another forfeit. So Rude with another forfeit. Looking at 30-0. If I'm keeping up with the scoring. So 30-0 here going into 139. So I think that'll be Grunfelder going out there. Grunfelder decides not to get the head-to-head with Rude. As Coach Justin Lehman are kind of talked about those head-to-head matchups in out at the East-West. And it is Bo Grunfelder, and he's going to wrestle Benjamin Fitzpatrick, a Kindred. So this will be my first time seeing Fitzpatrick here at the varsity level for Kindred. Currently up, Kindred is in this duel 30-0. Bo Grunfelder with the quick go behind takedown. He has the 3-0 lead over on mat 1. That's in the first period. Mat 2, Carter Wald for Oaks up 7-0, but Ivan Mock in on a single leg. And he takes down Carter Wald. So now 7-3 is our scores. That's in the third period. Minute 13, 4-point lead for Wald at 107 pounds over on mat 2. That's in the third period with 1:05 remaining. Current score, Carter Wald up and at 7-3, and there's a pin over here for Bo Grunfelder on mat 1 over Benjamin Fitzpatrick of Kindred, and Napoleon finally on the board. That dual score now 30-6 in favor of Kindred. Kindred the number 1 seed. Napoleon drawn the number 8 seed. Kindred in duels, 6-0 in the region. They were 9-0 overall. Napoleon was 0-8 in the region for region duels. They were 3-10 overall in dual action. And that'll take us to 145. Right now, Kindred leads 30-6. Grunfelder for Napoleon. With the win by fall. And now 3-point takedown here at this 145-pound match. I believe that's Weston Baumgartner out there for Napoleon. Yes, Baumgartner. Honorable mention ranking for Napoleon. He has a screwdriver locked up on Benjamin Carlson. And he's going to go working for a foul over on mat 1. Mat 2, it was a win by decision for Carter Wald of Oaks. He wins by decision over Ivan Mock of Ellen Delisle-Combe. And Oaks with the early 3-0 lead going into 112 pounds. And Baumgartner still working on that screwdriver. Baumgartner last year at 127 pounds. He was a state qualifier wrestling 145, working for a pin. And another pin, 2 in a row now for Napoleon. As our dual score now 30-12 in favor of the Vikings. Grunfelder and Baumgartner back-to-back pins for Kindred going into 152 pounds. And looks like over here, Mat 2, 114 pounds. Jude Leaks of Oaks taking on Nash Nitschke, Ellen Delisle-Combe. Nitschke for EEK, state qualifier last year. And having a great season at 107 pounds for EEK. As at 114 pounds for EEK. He's ranked number 7 for EEK last Dakota Grappler rankings. He currently has the 3-0 lead on Leaks. He's going to roll him over, has the armbar locked up over on Mat 2 for Nash Nitschke. Leaks able to kind of get that arm free. Nitschke's going to have to readjust and jump over. And then we have the takedown. Here at 152 pounds, Bryce Schneider for Napoleon on mat 1. Noak Swenson. Schneider takes the early 3-0 lead. And that's one of those tough matchups, that deep 152-pound weight class. There with Bryce Schneider ranked number 6 for Napoleon. And I think Schneider placed 3rd at the East-West Wrestling Tournament last week. And he currently has the takedown on Swenson. Swenson not in the East-West last week. Sat out, trying to heal up here to make that run at the postseason. And Schneider currently up 3-0. Swenson able to get an arm through underneath the leg. Has Schneider just a little bit high over here on mat 1. Going to roll around, see if Schneider can dig both legs in and flatten those hips out on Swenson. Swenson in the bottom position. Schneider able to get him broke down. And looks like we're going to have forward near fall coming over to Nitschke. So Nitschke now up by a score of 9-0 over on mat 2. Jude Leaks of Oaks, Nash Nitschke. That's first period, 27 seconds remaining. They're the restart in the middle of the mat. Oaks wearing the orange singlet with the white and black trim on it. Leaks for Oaks in the bottom position. And we got a 2-point reversal over on mat 1 between Swenson and Schneider. That score now 3-2. So that score 3-2. Or now 4-2, excuse me. Schneider up 4-2. And that's at the end of the period. So they go into the period, end of the first, into the second. Schneider with choice, he chooses bottom. He currently has a 2-point lead over Swenson. Schneider, state qualifier last year for Napoleon. He was a state place winner the year before. And then Swenson, don't have him on the state tournament roster last year for Kindred. But currently honorable mention ranking for Kindred at 152 pounds, Dakota Grappler rankings. Schneider's going to work a reversal. He has Swenson caught on his hip. Schneider's going to go up now 6-2 over here on mat 1. Now Swenson on his hip, giving up near fall. Napoleon with 2 pins in a row, starting at 139. With Bo Grunfelder, Weston Baumgartner with a pin. Schneider's going to pick up for a near fall. We have a pin over here. Nash Nitschke with the double arm bars on Jude Leaks, and he's going to collect 6 points. Our dual score now 6-3. In favor of Ellen Delisle-Combe with the pin coming out on mat 2. For EEK, that dual score 6-3 over on mat 2. Dual score currently 30-12 over on mat 1. Kindred has the lead. Bryce Schneider of Napoleon up 10-2. He's in the top position over on mat 1. Swenson's going to try to hip into him. See if he can get a little separation in the hips. He's going to roll through, and Schneider's going to follow him through. Swenson's still scrambling. He's able to grab a leg, give up no near fall. Hit the Granby. Schneider covered him, and somehow off of that, Swenson was able to grab a leg, and he's going to go ahead and get their 2-point reversal. Took the risk, and it paid off. Now 10-4 is our score. So 10-4. Bryce Schneider has the 6-point lead over on Mat 1 in their end of the period. Going into the third period, Schneider up by 6 points on Mat 1. Kindred up in the duel 30-12. And then over here on mat number 2, 121 pounds, Sutton Stearns of Oaks taking on Walker Miller of EEK. Should be another really good matchup over here on mat 2. And they're currently scrambling. Miller trying to come out the back door. Stearns has a hold of the left ankle. He's going to try to pass that and roll underneath it. Stearns is going to put in a Miller's going to put in a crossface and try to step around back. Stearns still has a hold of the leg. Miller's going to cradle it up. They give him the 3-point takedown. That score now in that match over on mat 2 is Walker Miller for EK up 3-0. So give Miller the 3-0 lead. Walker Miller, 2-time state place winner for EK. Last year placed third at 114 pounds. He was 7th the year before at the state tournament. And he's currently ranked number 5 at 121 pounds for EEK. And then slap match. Going back to the center for a restart. Currently Walker Miller up 3-0. That's over on mat 2. And we're still 10-4 on mat 1, 152 pounds. Swenson trying to work underneath. They're just kind of scrambled up and getting a stalemate called. No change of position. And that's going to go with 44 seconds remaining. So 44 seconds remaining, third period. Schneider still has the 6-point lead. He's up 10-4 on mat 1. Schneider, state qualifier last year, state place winner the year before for Napoleon. Swenson here going to grab the inside of the leg, catch a Schneider. He's going to roll through, and he collects another reversal. Now 10-6 over on mat 1. Schneider with the 4-point lead. Swenson's going to go to work on top with the half Nelson. Countered by Schneider, goes to the half Nelson drill, head up, look away, peels the half. Going out front, looking for a gator roll or a cement mix or whatever you call it. Schneider keeps belly down, stretched out on the mat. And Swenson gives that up. Final 8 seconds. With the 10-6 lead, Bryce Schneider picks up the win by decision. As 15-30, Napoleon cuts that dual lead for Kindred in half. And currently, that dual score over on mat 1, 30-15 in favor of the Kindred Vikings. That's going into 160 pounds. As the Kindred have some of their horses coming up in that lineup. Here is Miles Steele just coming out for Kindred. Just 2-time state place winner last year at 152 pounds, placed 4th. He was 4th the year before at the state tournament. Last Dakota grappler ranking, Steele just ranked number 6 for Kindred. And he's currently on the mat with the nice little arm drag for a takedown. He's going to go up 3-0 on his opponent from Napoleon. And then over here, mat 2, Sutton Stearns, Walker Miller. That is 3-0. Miller with the lead, up 3-0 with 1:05 remaining. They're at 121 pounds here for Walker Miller. Stearns will return him back down. Good mat return there by Stearns. Stearns working the far ankle. Little sit out by Miller trying to turn the corner. Still on the back ankle with Stearns. Miller belly down, has the elbows underneath. Miller putting a lot of pressure on him. Or I should say Stearns putting a lot of pressure on Miller, keeping Miller broke belly down in the mat. And Walker Miller stands up. Stearns goes down to an ankle. Let's see if they can counter out of this. And the 1-point escape, Walker Miller. Now 4-0 is our score over here at mat 2. Right now 4-0. Walker Miller with the lead. And now the takedown, he's going to go up with 3 more at 7-0 over on Matt 2. So 7-0 is the score. Final 10 seconds, second period. Walker Miller collecting near fall on that far center edge of the mat. He has Sutton Stearns laid out, that left shoulder up a little bit. Time runs out of the mat during that second period. And he'll have the 11-0 lead over here on Mat 2. So it's currently 11-0. Walker Miller has the lead, Mat 2. And Theelgis will pick up the win by fall. Kindred up 36-15 over on Mat 1. That's going into 172 pounds. As you look at that Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard, currently your dual scores. Kindred leads over on Mat 1 by a score of 36-15 over Napoleon. Kindred, the number 1 seeded team. Mat 2, current dual score is 6-3 in favor of EEK. And the pin over there for Walker Miller. He's going to add to that lead now, 12-3 with the dual score. So 12-3 EEK with the lead after 121 pounds. Miller with the pin there for your Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard update. Sharing your heritage, sharing your future with locations in North Dakota and Minnesota. That's dhb.bank. That's your Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard update. And Fisher Johnson and Aiden Mann, that match with a win by fall for Fisher Johnson. And Kindred back-to-back pins. And that should be a 42-15 lead now for Kindred. So Kindred up on the DHB Bank or DHB.bank scoreboard. They currently lead 42-15. And then Mat 2, Ben Wagner out there wrestling Easton Cook of Illinois Combe, 127 pounds. Wagner goes Merkel position, grabs the 3-point takedown. So he's up 3-0. That's with a minute 35 remaining first period. Wagner at 127 pounds. Working over the top on Easton Cook. Cook just a 7th grader. Wagner a senior. So a big mismatch if you're looking at grade-wise and experience. Ben Wagner at 121 pounds, ranked number 4 for the Oaks Tornadoes. He was a state place winner last year at 114 pounds. He placed 6th at the state tournament for Oaks. And then a state qualifier the year before for Ben Wagner. Currently up in this match. He's going to put an armbar on Easton Cook. He walks it around, working for a fall on the near center edge of the mat. Near edge of the mat right here in front of us. The pin over here for Ben Wagner. Wagner closes the distance, gets Oaks within 3 in this duel now, 12-9 over on Mat 2, with EEK in the lead, 12-9. And working over here, Jason Grossman and Andre Dahl. Dahl here at 215 pounds, working for a pin. Dahl has Grossman laid out on his back in the center of the mat. And the pin coming over there, Andre Dahl for Napoleon. And Napoleon with 6 more points, 21-48. The Kindred lead 48-21 currently over on Mat 1. They're going to go to 285 pounds. And that match or that duel finishing up going to be right around 25 minutes as a number of forfeits as the heavyweights out here on Mat 1. At 285 pounds. Currently, Kindred leads by a score of 48-21. Cole Richard for Kindred and Hendrik Van Zyl of Napoleon. Van Zyl, the 7th grader for Napoleon. Cole Richard, a junior. Richard coming off a place-winning performance out at New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. I think he placed 8th at the East-West. I should say for Cole Richard. He's going to currently work an underhook on Van Zyl. Van Zyl keeps him arm length away. Now drops down to a single leg there for Cole Richard. Drops Van Zyl down, hip down on the mat, has the leg split, and he can collect a 3-point takedown. Currently 3-0. And Gage Miller out here wrestling Jared Nelson. Miller catches Nelson on his hip and back. He's going to work for some fall. And he has 2 near fall. So 5-0 lead. Or excuse me, with the reversal. 4-3 is the score. 2 reversal for Miller. And then 2 near fall. 4-3 is the score over on Mat 2. Gage Miller for EEK, the sophomore, wrestling Jaron Nelson of Oaks. also a sophomore. And we got a win by fall. Cole Richard over on mat 1. So Cole Richard adds to the score for Kindred, and that final dual score is 54-21. Kindred Vikings with the win. Now the 2-point reversal for Jaron Nelson, for Jaron Nelson. That's going to be 5-4 is your score. That's first period with 20 seconds remaining. Now tied up at 5 with the escape for Miller over on mat 2. So action now over on mat 2 as we do have a final result with Kindred winning that duel by a score of 54-21. So 54-21. Kindred Vikings with the win over on mat 1. The next duel on mat 1 will start at 12:30. So we'll stick to the hard times for these first round duels. As mat 2, where the action is now, we're tied up at 5 apiece between Gage Miller and Jaron Nelson. And that's going into the second period. As we'll try to give you that Dakota Heritage recap scoreboard update in that duel for Kindred. As they're back to a restart. Minute 45 remaining. That's in the second period. Still tied up at 5. Between Jaron Nelson and Gage Miller. And Jaron Nelson has a half. Nelson locked in on Miller. He has that pretty tight. Miller's going to get rolled over. The pin there for Jaron Nelson. Coming back in a big way after he was thrown on his back for a 2 count in the first period by Miller. Jaron Nelson with the win by fall. Oaks takes the lead back now 15-12 in this first round duel. Number 4, number 5 going at it. Always exciting matchups when you hit that 4-5 seed in any tournament, as there's really not much separation between the two teams. And we got a good one going here between Oaks and EEK, currently 15-12. And that's going to go, not sure what just happened there. Okay, see if they can work through that on track wrestling. So Loden Shefke coming out here for Oaks, wrestling Beckett Glenn of Ellendale-Edgeley-Combe. Shefke, a sophomore, 8-9 record for Oaks, taking on Beckett Glenn of EEK, a 7th grader. A lot of young talent here in the Southeast sub-region. See it on all of these teams. Napoleon, Kindred, Oaks, EEK, and the takedown for Shefke. Shefke goes right away into a front headlock. He rolls Glenn over for a 2 near fall. Got scored 5-0 with the 2 near fall and the takedown. As we'll try to get you this DHB scoreboard update and recap that duel between Kindred and Napoleon. And they started at 107 pounds, where Jaden Rood received a forfeit at 107 for Kindred. Kindred went up 6-0. 114 pounds, it was Nola Mengi over Brandon Grunek of Napoleon by foul on 153. Napoleon up 12-0. 121 pounds, Bristol Swanson of Kindred over Tyson Grunek of Napoleon by foul in a minute 10. Kindred was up 18-0 going into 127. They'd pick up another forfeit at 24-0. And then 133-pound back-to-back forfeits at 133 with Gavin Rood picking up another forfeit. And it was a 30-0 lead for Kindred. 139 pounds, Napoleon on the board with a win by fall. Bo Grunfeld over Benjamin Fitzpatrick of Kindred in 42 seconds. And 30-6 was the score. 145 pound, another win by fall for Napoleon. And it was Weston Baumgartner over Benjamin Carlson by fall in 53 seconds. 30-12 our dual score. Bryce Schneider won by decision over Noak Swenson by a decision 10-6. And we were 30-15 at that point. Napoleon had cut the score in half. And then it was Kindred with another win by fall. Miles Seal just over Daniel Van Zyl. Napoleon in 43 seconds. 36-15. 172 pounds. Fisher Johnson over Aiden Mann and Napoleon in 42 seconds. 42-15 in the duel. Kellen Ottenson at 189 for Kindred picks up a forfeit, 48-15. And then Andre Dahl with the win by fall over Jackson Grossman of Kindred. So Dahl Napoleon over Grossman of Kindred by fall. And it was 48-21. And then Cole Richard over Hendricks Van Zyl at heavyweight. And your final duel score, 54-21 between Kindred and Napoleon. Kindred into the semifinals. And they will face the winner here between EEK and Oaks. And currently Oaks with the lead, 15-21. So we're 15-21 with the lead with a minute 55 remaining. That's in the second period at 139 pounds between Loden Shefke and Beckett Glenn. And Glenn with the escape in the second period. Wrestlers up on their feet. So neither of these wrestlers ranked in this matchup. And it's a sprawl by Glenn. Shefke back on his feet doing some hand fighting head to head. Shefke the sophomore, Glenn the 7th grader. And that's with a minute remaining in the second period. And our dual score 15-12. Wrestlers back to the center of the mat. Up on their feet, match score 5-1. Shefke for Oaks leads it, 5-1 score. Shefke and the Oaks Tornadoes wearing the orange singlet with the black and white trim. Doing a little hand fighting. Shefke with his back to the edge of the mat, just center edge back to the edge of the mat. He's going to headlock and throws Beckett Glenn. He throw a big headlock, catches Glenn, kept that toe in bounds. He's barely keeping the toe in. And now he steps out, and we're going to have the takedown and near fall. 7-point move for Loden Shefke. And it'll be 12-1 our score. They got 11-1. So 11-1 they have up on the scoreboard on mat 2 right now between Shefke and Glenn. Shefke in the top position. Glenn with the stand-up, trying to work the hands. Shefke gets him back, belly down. As our next duel starting at 12:30 over on mat 1. That'll be Lisbon and Lemoore Litchfield right here. And the number 3 seed versus the number 6 seed. In your next duel over on mat 2 is Valley City against South Border. Number 2 is South Border against the number 7 seed South Border. Currently on mat 2, the number 5 seed Oaks leads the number 4 seed Ellen Dudley Calm in the duel 15-12. And Loden Shefke of Oaks in the top position has the lead, up 11-1. He kind of cartwheels around behind Beckett Glenn. Glenn stands up off that edge of the mat, brings it back to the center. He's trying to work a reversal on Shefke. Shefke just holding on, gets the stalemate. So Shefke with the stalemate, no change of position over on mat 2. And looks like Shefke wanted to go maybe alternate start on that. So the coaches want him to go alternate start. Shefke lets Glenn up. I think the coaches are looking for another head and arm throw by Loden Shefke, trying to get something big. So currently 11-2. Green, Beckett Glenn warned for stalling after the stand-up. Right around 5 seconds, and he's already warned for stalling. He's just trying to circle back around, warned for stalling. Still 11-2. Loden Shefke has the 9-point lead. And big double leg shot by Shefke. They're going to shoot it out back to the center of the mat. Mat 2, 56-second remaining. That's the third period. Caution now on green. As Beckett Glenn, their 7th grader, picking up a stall warning. Now a caution on the start. Getting broke into high school varsity wrestling. On score 11-2 in the match. Loden Shefke up by 9 points. Wrestlers locked up center of the mat. Now goes to a collar tie. There for Shefke. Final 30 seconds. Snap down. Taken down to the mat. Shefke's going to try to go front headlock. Hits the cross leg and breaks him down. The 3-point takedown is 14-2. Major decision right now coming up on mat 2. We'll see if Beckett Glenn can get a turn, or excuse me, if Loden Shefke can get a turn in the final 13 seconds. 3 more points would get him a tech fall. It'd be 17-2 would be a tech fall, and they're going to run out of time. Final 3 seconds. And a major decision win there. Logan Shefke is going to add 4 points onto the total. 19-12. Is that dual score up on the Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard check. Right now, 19-12. In favor of the Tornadoes. The Tornadoes come in as the number 5 seed. So they lead 19-12. Wrestlers checking in. If you're just tuning in, Mat 1 result in that first round duel between Kindred and Napoleon. It was Kindred with the win, 54-21 over Napoleon. Took right around 25 minutes for that duel, pretty quick. A number of forfeits in there. And Kindred into the semifinals. And they'll take on the winner between Oaks and Ellendale-Lacombe over here on Mat 2. So wrestlers out on the mat now. Tucker Morodo, Oaks, and Riggin Sand. As if you're looking at track wrestling, my track wrestling, for whatever reason, didn't count that first match at 107. So they're missing 3 points on there, but that dual score is 19-12 on Mat 2 here between Oaks and EEK. Riggin Sand for Ellendale-Lacombe, the freshman, taking on Tucker Morodo, a freshman from Oaks. And Sand for EEK, 2-time state qualifier last year at 127 pounds. Currently in that Dakota Grappler ranking for Riggin Sand. At 145, he was ranked number 6. And he's working a takedown. He's going to turn the corner with the 3-point takedown. He'll go up 3-0. That's with 53 seconds remaining. 19-12 dual score on the DHB.bank scoreboard. Down to 30 seconds remaining, first period. Sand up 3-0 over Morodo, Tucker Morodo. And they're going to end the first period, 3-0 lead for Riggin Sand. So Riggin Sand up 3-0. So started the second period, minute 45 remaining. Riggin Sand up 3-0. Wrestlers locked up, center of the mat. They're in the neutral position. Oaks wearing the orange singlet with the black and white trim. Sand's going to go in, underhook on the far and the near side. Now collar tie, snaps down over the top, front headlock, puts the head in the hole, see if he can turn the corner, grabs the ankle, takes a swipe at it, not able to get it. Morodo back up, kind of that 3-point stance position. A lot of pressure by Riggin Sand in the front headlock, keeps that head down low. Going to try to turn the corner. Morodo tried to stop it, grabbing the leg, but Sand with the explosiveness as he turns the corner, picks up the takedown, now up 6-0. So Riggin Sand up 6-0 in the match. In the duel, Oaks leads at 19-12. So Oaks up in this duel 19-12. As this is our second duel going on over here on Mat 2. And just looking at this duel, it was Carter Wald, winner by decision over Ivan Mock at 107. 114 pounds. Nash Nitschke of Ellendale-Lacombe won by fall over Jude Leaks. That dual score is 6-3. 121 pounds, Walker Miller of EEK over Sutton Stearns of Oaks by fall on 428. 12-3 lead for EEK. Then it's been all Oaks after that as Ben Wagner won by fall over Easton Cook. 133, Jaron Nelson over Gage Miller by a fall in 2 minutes and 34 seconds. And then Loden Shefke over Beckett Glenn at 139 by major decision, 14-2. That's our current dual score, 19-12. And Sand with another takedown. So now we're 9-1. Marotta with the escape, Sand with the takedown, into the second period. Final 5 seconds. Regan Sand in the top position just here near edge of the mat. And the towel tapper out there. They go back to the center. And whose choice is Tucker Marotta of Oaks. He's going to choose the top position. So Marotta chooses top. Off the whistle, Sand stands up, working the hand. Going to reach underneath, grabs the leg. He's going to sit back with it, trying to hunt for the head on Marotta. He catches Marotta on his hip. See if Marotta is able to get back up. Sand has a pinning combination hooked up, picks up the reversal. Now Marotta comes around, so 2 near fall and 2 reversal. 14-3 is our score after that series. 14-3 score. Tucker Marotta back to the top position. Sand had the reversal and near fall. And Marotta with a reversal. 14-3, minute 25 remaining. That's in the third period. Stand up. Marotta's going to reach down on Sand, grabs the leg. And Regan Sand working for a loss of control, has the arm in that kind of screwdriver position with the crossface doubled up on the bottom side. Goes back over the top, see if he keeps Marotta back on the mat. And he's going to snap down, ankle pick. Good sprawl, good reaction by Tucker Marotta off the ankle pick attempt by Regan Sand. And they're going to go back to the center of the mat for the restart. Currently 14-3. Wrestlers up on their feet with that. Now they got 15-3. So I thought they were 1 point behind. So I think they finally made up for that point. I think it was from the first period. And Sand's looking double underhooks, final 45 seconds. He has underhook on the near side. Looks like he had double unders. He's going to reach down, high crotch shot on Marotta. Marotta working edge of the mat. He's going to try to defend, working underneath. And Sand's just going to power through it, doubles up on it. Has Tucker Marotta going to his back. He's going to pick up the takedown. And that final score, 18-3. And the win by Tech Fall on mat 2. So winner by Tech Fall is Regan Sand over Tucker Marotta. And that's 5 points. That closes the distance now 19-17 in favor of Oaks. As EEK answers back at 145. So it'll take us to 152 pounds. So Regan Sand, your winner by Tech Fall, 18-3. 5 more points up on the board. As that stopped a run of 3 victories from 127 to 139 by Oaks. And now 19-17 is the lead. 2-point lead for Oaks going into here 152 pounds. See who they have down here at 152. As I think it's Ben Iverson. No, Carson German here. So Carson German coming out at 152. German for Oaks. Oaks with the 2-point dual lead over wrestling Owen Bratley, an 8th grader for Ellendale Edgeley Combe. And the takedown for German. German up 3-0. And he's going to roll over Bratley right away, working for a pin over there for the Oaks Tornadoes. German pushes the shoulder down and the quick fall, win by pin in 26 seconds for Carson German. In Oaks, add 6 points, 25-17 is the dual score. 25-17 in favor of Oaks. With that win by fall, Carson German over Owen Bratley of Ellendale Edgeley Combe on mat 2. Coming up on, looks like a quarter after the hour. Still rolling through this duel, now at 160 pounds. Zade Heyer out there for the Oaks Tornadoes. And Heyer coming off a state-winning performance last year for Oaks, as he placed 5th at the state tournament last year at 152, wrestling 160 here in this duel. And then at 160 Heyer is ranked number 3 at 160 pounds Dakota Grappler rankings for North Dakota Class B. And he's wrestling Ethan Tazarek. Tazarek, a sophomore for Ellendale Edgerly-Combe. Last year at 133, he was a state qualifier. He's higher in on a double leg shot. Still no takedown awarded. Trying to turn the corner. Collects the 3 points. Up 3-0 here for Zaid Heyer. And Tazarek, I believe, is an honorable mention ranking. Well, ranked number 8. Dakota Grappler rankings at 160. So higher for Oaks in the top position. Oaks with the dual lead, 25-17. Higher work and spiral the leg on the near side. Going to go down, trying to work the wrist. Drags Tesseric down to the mat. He's working on the near arm. Now he's just going to go underneath. Far arm, try to hit a head lever. Not able to get it. And still doing some hand fighting right now. Higher up 3-0. 13 seconds remaining in the first period. They're going to go out off the edge of the mat, center edge of the mat, and back to the middle. So off the restart, final 5 seconds of the first period, 25-17. And they're going to go restart here for the second period with Zaid Heyer in the lead at 160 pounds for Oaks. Heyer in the bottom position to start the second. And Heyer now with the escape, trying to work a takedown. He has the 4-0 lead, got the escape, scored the escape off the bottom. Now trying to work around for another takedown. And he scores the takedown, up 7-0, kind of in that Peterson position. Able to hip heist back around, back towards the feet, and scores the takedown, now up 7-0. That's with a minute 15 remaining in the second period. Zaid Heyer up by 7 points, 7-0 over Ethan Tazarek of Ellendale Edgerly-Combe. Just working here near side of the mat. Goes in, has the, kind of has it winged up. Working on those back legs, just trying to split and turk the back legs. Now he's going to go to work on the wrist, has the leg in. Kind of the knee just stuck into the side. Working over the top. Tazarek's going to grab hold of the ankle. They're going to go out off the edge of the mat, back to the center for a restart. 25-17, our dual score. Oaks with the lead. Oaks the number 5 seed, and EK the number 4 seed. Oaks in the region duels there. 4-3 in region duels. EK was 5-3. In that regular season head-to-head matchup between Oaks and EEK. That was on the 29th of January, and EEK defeated Oaks by a score of 39-29. Currently, Oaks has the lead, 25-17 in this one at 160 pounds. Zaid Heyer in control of this match for Oaks, up 7-0, final 5 seconds of the second period. And Heyer's going to go in with the half Nelson, has the leg right in on the near side, and that does it for time in the second period. So we're 7-0. 7-0 lead for Zaid Heyer. Start of the third period up on their feet. So Tazarek with choice, he wants to go on the feet. Currently down by 7 points. You'd need a big 7-point move to tie it up. 3 takedown, 4 near fall. Heyer could break this one way open for a major decision with a takedown. Tazarik's going to take his shot. And a big sprawl by Zayd Heyer, the senior for Oaks, currently 24-11. And Tazarik doing a good job trying to hang with Heyer. Heyer has a hold of the near ankle. But Tazarik got the lock on the leg. They're going to get called for a stalemate. Stood back up in the center of the mat for a restart. So a 7-0 score on the restart in the third period with a minute 10 remaining. Collar tie by Zayd Heyer. Just working center of the mat. Hand fighting by Tazarik. Tazarik takes a swipe at the leg. Ankle pick attempt by Heyer. Now big snap down front headlock position. Edge of the mat. Nice high crotch into a fireman's, but they run out of room for Ethan Tazarik off the high crotch attack. So they're going to go back to the center of the mat for a restart. Final 45 seconds. A big double leg blast there for Zayd Heyer, and still hasn't turned the corner. Has Tazarik in some trouble on his hip. Final 40 seconds, third period, and the big 3-point takedown, and that's a 10-0 lead. And scoring for duels, win by 7 or less, and it's a decision. 8 to 14 point win is a major decision. Win by 15 points, that's a tech fall, and that's worth 5 points. And then a pin is worth 6. As right now, Heyer looks to add 4 points onto the team, 4 points onto the team total. Currently up 10-0. And that would break this one open a little bit. 29-17, major decision win for Zayd Heyer of Oaks. 10-0 Ethan Tazarik. So dual score climbs 29-17 in favor of the number 5 seed in this tournament, the Oaks Tornadoes. And wrestlers checking in at the head table. Here at 172 pounds, Reese Klein of Oaks. Freshman 2-9, Bennett Geisler, Erwin Doge-Decombe, the junior 23-10. Geisler with the single leg shot is going to take Klein down on the mat. So Bennett Geisler for EK, two-time state qualifier last year at 189. And he has the early 3-0 lead with a minute 30 remaining in the period. That's just the first period. Bennett Geisler for EK, honorable mention ranking at 172. And he's currently up 3-0 in the top position, trying to spiral the wrist on the far, or I should say on the near side, on the right side. Has the wrist spiraled on that far side, now goes back over to it. Working back and forth, spiraling up the wrist, going to put up some forward pressure on Klein, breaks him belly down with 50 seconds remaining in the first period. Now Geisler has the 3-0 lead. So Geisler's up 3-0, 35 seconds remaining. This is at 172 pounds. Geisler working into a stalemate, 31 seconds remaining. So a stalemate called. As they do have a pretty good crowd on hand up here inside the Napoleon High School Gymnasium. Just kind of fun to see how the fans kind of rotate to where the duels are at throughout the day. Which side of the gym or which end of the gym they're going to sit on, depending on where their team's wrestling at or what mat their team's wrestling at. Here's Geisler with a turn attempt, not resulting in any points, so still 3-0. At the end of the second period, Geisler with an armbar, tried to walk it around, ran out of time. And choice, so red wants top position. There for Reese Klein, the freshman from Oaks, going top position. Off the whistle, Geisler tries to clear the elbow on the left side. Now he's going to stand up, seals off, spins away for the escape. 1 point escape, 4-0 is our score. So 4-0 score. Bennett Geisler has the lead. And they're stood up center of the mat. Down with a minute 35 remaining. Geisler's going to little arm drag down to the mat. Turns the corner up 7-0 on Klein from Oaks. Working underneath. Near side's going to spiral the wrist. Applying some forward pressure, seeing if he can walk it up. Klein does a good job on his belly hand fight and see if he can bring those hips up underneath him. Geisler goes back, spirals the wrist on the far side. Minute 10 remaining. So this is your first round matchup. This duel started at 11:30. And number 4, number 5 still wrestling it out. Up on the Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard, currently Oaks leads the duel 29-17. And then our result from mat 1 in our first duel on mat 1. Kindred Vikings, number 1 seed in the tournament, they defeated Napoleon by a score of 54-21. And they'll take on the winner here between Oaks and Ellendale Edgeley-Combe. Yeah, as they're going to stick to the hard times, these first round duels, and then after that it's a rolling schedule. Currently 7-0 lead over here, Bennett Geisler of Oaks on Reese Klein. Final 5 seconds of the second period. Geisler's going to go work out, front headlock position, head in the hole. See if he can snatch the leg, not able to get it. They're going to go back to the center for the third period. And Geisler's going to go neutral. Klein had choice in the second period. He picked top position. Geisler had the escape and the takedown, has the 7-0 lead. No near fall scored in this match yet. Down to minute 45 remaining third period. Right now, so Klein kind of half-hearted head and arm attempt, and that's going to result there in a takedown for Geisler. Geisler just kind of dropped down to a leg, turned the corner. So if you're going to go to that head and arm, you got to throw it. And Klein just kind of half-heartedly grabbed the head and the arm. Not sure he really meant to do that, just found himself in that position. And now up 10-0, Bennett Geisler, and a stall warning. I think that was a stall warning on Geisler. They're going to go back to the center of the mat. So 10-0 is the match score. Right now, Geisler has the lead. He's going to hit a big body lock throw on Klein. Klein able to roll through, gets back belly down. And EK looking to close the gap. Right now, it would be a 4-point added onto the score with a major decision victory. Now 10-1, still 9-point lead. Remember, wins in a match from 8 to 14 points are a major decision win worth 14 points. Win by 15 points is a tech fall. That's worth 5 team points. And then a pin is worth 6. And another takedown for Bennett Geisler, now 13-1. Sure, the coaches are going to ask him to see if he can get one more. Right now, 13-1 if he gets a couple near fall. You need 2 takedowns, it looks like, to get that tech fall. And they're going to get stalemate. 1 point, and Geisler's warned for stalling. So Geisler gets warned for stalling. Klein is going to pick up a point, 13-2. Final 20 seconds, third period. Geisler in the top position. He's been warned for stalling twice now. Gives up the point. He's just working near side with an arm bar. Center of the mat. And Klein's going to counter out. He's going to kind of bump Geisler forward. 11-point lead for Bennett Geisler. They got the wrong score up on track wrestling. That's a 13-2 win, major decision win for Bennett Geisler. 4 points on the board. 29-21 is the dual score. Still in favor of the Oaks Tornadoes. Their lead 29-21. After 172 pounds, 4 points on the board for EEK. And that'll bring us to 189 pounds. So 189 wrestlers out there. Jacob Potasic of Oaks taking on Drew Thorpe of Ellendale Edgeley Combe. Yeah, and Thorpe working underneath on Potasic. Potasic was over the top, had kind of a cow catcher, had the arm around, caught the chin, and an underhook on the far side. As Drew Thorpe, honorable mention ranking for EEK. Potasic for Oaks ranked number 4 at 189 Dakota Grappler rankings. And neither wrestler in the state tournament last year. And Thorpe working into the Russian tie, has the wrist caught. Gonna pull it into the chest, really stepping. He steps on the foot of Potasic. Working inside, they're gonna break apart, back to the center of the mat. Still scoreless first period with 1:05 remaining. As we still have 2 more matches after this, 189 match, 2:15 and 2:85 to go. And Oaks with the lead 29-21, so still some fireworks. As EK has a couple horses up here with Ivan Kruth and Seth Irie. So big matchup here for Potasic. 8-point lead for Oaks, up 29-21. So Oaks can make it difficult for EEK to win this. If they're able to pick up a win by decision here for Potasic, give them an 11-point lead, and then EEK would need to pin out the last 2 matches to take the victory. That'd result in 12 points, but this matchup still scoreless. So still scoreless going into the second period between Potasic and Thorpe at 189 pounds. And Thorpe's going to stand up, reverses it, kind of goes into the Merkle position. He's going to get a 2-point reversal. Potasic, big mat return by Thorpe, takes Potasic down on the mat. So he'll have the 2-0 lead there for Jacob Potasic out of that bottom position. He's going to go try to stuff in a leg over on the right side as he goes leg ride. And 2-0 lead for Drew Thorpe of Ellendale Edgeley Combe, up 2-0. He has a leg stuck in. He's going to work across the chin with the crossface over the top, see if he can stretch out Potasic. And he was cranking on it. On the top side, he goes back to it again. And this time he's going to roll Potasic. Potasic stays belly down. And we got a stalemate called on mat 2. So stalemate called. On mat 2, Drew Thorpe's up 2-0. Potasic off the whistle, tries to stand up. Thorpe takes him back down, chops the arm on the left side. And looks like he has an arm bar. He's caught the near wrist, so he has the near wrist and then throws in an arm bar. And Potasic's going to walk this around, or excuse me, Thorpe's going to rock this around on Potasic. Potasic, just sheer grit and determination, hasn't gone over yet. They're in the second period. Thorpe with the armbar. Potasic muscles back up, builds his base. Somehow didn't go over in that pinning combination attempt by Drew Thorpe. So we're still 2-0. As we have Lisbon and Lemoore, they're just going to start this one. So they started at 12:30. Not waiting for this one to get over. And we're wrestling. And now the reversal. So Lisbon and Lemoore going at it. Here at 107 pounds. Right now, Theo Hans of Lisbon, Maddox DeVries of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. 8th grader versus a 7th grader. DeVries for LLM has a cradle locked up on Hans. He currently has the 3-0 lead. Hans going over to his back. The cradle locked up. And Matt 1. And Lisbon, the number 3 seed, Lemoore Litchfield Marion, the number 6 seed. DeVries all over Hans right now with the cradle. And these two teams met up back on the 22nd of January over on Mat 1, and that was 55-13 win for Lisbon. Forward near fall over there for Maddox DeVries. And we're going to go with a Bank North.Bank blood timeout. So the Bank North.Bank blood timeout over on Mat 2. Banking should feel personal. At Bank North, it does. They're proud to be local, supporting local teams and the communities they serve. Visit banknorth.bank to learn more. Bank North, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. So that is your Bank North.Bank blood timeout. Currently tied up on that match on Mat 2, 2-2 between Jacob Potasic and Drew Thorpe. So I kind of thought they were going to wait for this duel to get over on Mat 2, but they're going to go right in over here on Mat 1. Sticking to that hard start time. And Hans trying to work on a reversal on DeVries right now at the end of the period. Final second, and no reversal. DeVries is up 6-0. He had the takedown and the near fall. And they're in the third period over here on Mat 2 between Potasic and Drew Thorpe. That's 189. Keep an eye on that one. As Potasic in the bottom position. And Thorpe in that second period had an armbar locked up. Thorpe is going to get called for stalling. So stall warning on Drew Thorpe. Potasic in the bottom position. This 8-point lead in the duel for Oaks. And Potasic with the escape. We're going to settle this one on our feet. Right now, 3-2 score there. Jacob Potasic of Oaks up by 1 over Drew Thorpe. That's in the third period on Mat 2 with a minute 21 remaining. And Hans with the chin whip on DeVries. So Hans trying to hit the chin whip on DeVries, see if he can get him over his hip. DeVries is going to muscle him down, puts him on his back. So the 3-point takedown, 9-1 score. No near fall given up by Theo Hans of Lisbon. That's 9-1 the score. That's with now 12-1. That's with a minute 12 remaining. So minute 12 remaining second period. Now minute 5 remaining. That's 12-1 lead. Maddox DeVries over Theo Hans of Lisbon at 107 pounds. That's just the first match in that duel. Number 3 Lisbon taking on number 6 Lemoore Litchfield Marion. And that's a 1-point escape for Hans. Now 12-2 that score over on Mat 1. We're still 3-2, final 30 seconds. We'll keep it on Mat 2. And Thorpe takes the back on Potasic, but Potasic on the edge of the mat, the big scramble. They're going to re-switch, back to their feet. No change of position in that flurry. So we're 3-2. Potasic and Thorpe, they're going to go back to the center of the mat. 15 seconds remaining. Big matchup, big pivotal match here at 189. As EEK would need to pin out at 215 and 285. And the headlock, Thorpe tried to go for it. Potasic with the takedown. And 6-2, and Jacob Potasic pulls out the win. 3 more points on the board for Oaks. Oaks will go up 32-21. They have the 11-point lead. Now coming down to 215 and 285, and they got a couple good ones coming up for EEK with Ivan Caruth coming out there. So Caruth comes out. Caruth, a fifth-place finisher last year at 189, 2-time state champion the previous years. And he's coming out here to try to close the gap and get a pin for EEK. He knows what his job is. As it looks like Oaks is going to save Klein. And the Hans is going to lock up a cradle. He catches DeVries over here. And a 3-point near fall for Theo Hans. And the 1-point escape for Maddox DeVries. So we're 15-3. No, 16-6 is the score. So 16-6. That's in the third period. And Hans coming back in this one. Caruth going to work for a fall there on Levi Thorpe. And Hans with the head and arm on DeVries. And Hans working for a fall for Lisbon. Agassi precision move. And Theo Hans, your winner by fall. Picks up a big victory against Maddox DeVries of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Hans, your Agassi precision move of the match or of the duel here for Theo Hans over on Mat 1. Starting things off for Lisbon at 107 pounds. And he's going to pick up your Agassi precision move for the match, move for the duel Your local precision planting dealer, Agassiz Precision Egg in Hillsboro. Call 701-636-2119 or visit planterdoc.com. There for Theo Hans and the Lisbon Broncos, taking the early 7-0 lead, and that was a win by fall. As that dual score now 32-27, so win by fall for Ivan Caruth. He was wrestling Levi Thorpe of Oaks. And we're out here now at 114 pounds of Mat 1, Micah Fromke and Jeremiah Logering. And Fromke has the toe-in bounce, has the cow catcher hooked up on Logering, working for a fall for Lisbon. Over here at Mat 1 is Micah Fromke. And we're here in the final decisive match in this 285-pound bout between Max Klein and Seth Irie over on Mat 2. And that dual score, 32-27, a pin will win it for the Thunder. Max Klein and the big double leg by Irie, and he's going to take down the double leg blast, takes down Max Klein. 3-0 is the score, minute 21 remaining, and here for Lisbon, Micah Fromke puts 6 more points on the board. He wins by a fall over Jeremiah Logering. Fromke trying to make it to his first state tournament this year. Missed it last year. He picks up the win by fall. Lisbon up 12-0. It's going to send out Nias Lyons for Lisbon. And Lyons is going to take on Logering at 121 pounds. So Nias 114. Fromke drops down. Nias bumps up to 121 for Lisbon. That's your matchup, Mat 1. Nias Lyons of Lisbon. And John Logering, Lemoore Litchfield Marion. John Logering, two-time state qualifier for Lemoore Litchfield Marion. And Klein trying to work on an escape. Irie up over the top. He takes a look at the clock, sees there's 30 seconds left. He's going to let Klein up, see if he can gain an advantage. He had the double leg blast on Klein. Put Irie up 3-0. Now 3-1's your score. Logering in on a single leg on Lyons. Lyons kind of elevator. He's going to try to throw Logering over. Logering's going to pick up the takedown. And some near fall on the edge of the mat. He'll have the forward near fall. And John Logering up 7-0 on Nias Lyons. That's first period with a minute 8 remaining. They go back to the center. And we're into the first, into the second between Max Klein and Seth Irie. That score 3-1. Coming down to the heavies. As Irie has the 2-point advantage. Now 3-2. Irie lets Klein up. They're going to go on their feet. Irie in that first period had a nice double leg blast takedown on Klein. Picked him up off his feet. And an arm drag attempt by Klein. Trying to work underneath on Irie. No pressure on either wrestler out there at 285. And this is what you work for. You're wrestling in your high school career. It's coming down to this match. Let's see who goes on into the semifinals of the dual. Double underhooks by Irie. Irie's going to take Klein down. He gets Klein on his back. This could do it here for the EK. The pin for Seth Irie and the Thunder. And they're going to win this one 33-32. And the Thunder advance to the semifinals. They're going to take on the Kindred Vikings. That was a result on Mat 2. So the Thunder over the Tornadoes by 1 point, 33-32 in the first round. And we'll see if we can recap that. As Nias Lyons, John Logering, that's 10-1. Start of the second period. Dual score right now is 12-0 in favor of Lisbon. Lisbon picked up a win by fall from Theo Hans. Hans over Maddox DeVries of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. That was a third period pin by Hans. He comes back in that one. He picked up Agassiz precision move of the match with that head and arm. Big throw and big pin for Theo Hans of Lisbon. Starting at 107, 114 pounds. Micah Fromke won by fall. Lisbon up in this duel 12-0. Lyons in on a single leg shot on John Logering. He gets potentially dangerous. Logering was on his hip for Lemoore Litchfield Marion. He gets the potentially dangerous call. Logering, a two-time state qualifier last year at 107 pounds. And off the whistle and the 2 reversal, so off the restart with the minute 30 remaining, 2 reversal for Logering. Logering has an armbar locked up. Coach Matt Hebel's hollering, use it. And Logering has an armbar on the far side. Nias Lyons trying to keep that leg posted out. Logering is going to try to walk it around the head. Lyons still countering on his hip. He's going to go over. Logring picks up the near fall. So 12-0 with a minute 5 remaining. Lyons gives up a couple near fall. 4 near fall. And it's going to be 16-1. That's Tech Fall victory. 5 points on the board for Lemoore. 12-5 is that score at 121 pounds. We'll see if we can wrap up this duel. The DHB.bank scoreboard update after this duel between Oaks and Ellendale-Lacombe, and it was Ellendale-Lacombe, your winner in that duel. 33-32 over Oaks, came down to the heavyweight, and it was Seth Lyrie over Max Klein by fall. And in Kindred and Napoleon, it was Kindred over Napoleon by a score of 54-21. So that semifinal matchup on the top side of the bracket is Kindred versus EEK. And then in the consolation bracket, top side, Napoleon versus Oaks. And currently on mat 1, Lisbon and Lemoore Litchfield Marion. And we're awaiting the start between Valley City and South Border on mat 2. So I'd imagine that one will start up here shortly as we're going to continue rolling along in these duels. Right now, 127 pounds, Noah Anderson, Joey Hyde. Hyde having a great tournament out at the East-West for Lemoore Litchfield Marion. And Anderson for Lisbon sat out the East-West. So we'll see if Hyde can bring some of that momentum into here. That's your matchup on mat 1, Anderson for Lisbon. A two-time state place winner at 127 pounds last year, placed third the year before. And Joey Hyde for Lemoore Litchfield Marion, a state qualifier last year. He placed 8th the year before. Last year, a state qualifier at 114 pounds. And an 8th place finish the year before for Lemoore. And currently underneath Anderson. Anderson working around front headlock position, trying to chase the leg. Hyde's going to grab the arm. Double underhooks by Anderson. Anderson still hunting for the leg. Pushes Hyde out. Hyde goes back to the center of the mat. Yes. Noah Anderson ranked number 1 at 127 pounds. Joey Hyde, honorable mention ranking for Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Anderson in on a double leg shot. He's going to try to step over the leg here. Turns the corner, the three-point takedown for Noah Anderson, up 3-0 over Joey Hyde. That's first period with 8 seconds remaining. So Anderson up 3-0 in this match. Has the armbar locked up deep over the back on Hyde. Far wrist spiraled up, not able to turn him at the end of the period. Anderson up 3-0 going to the second. And Lisbon up currently 12-5 in that duel. We'll see if I can get the results up here in this duel between Oaks and Ellendale-Lacombe. As they started the duel at 107 pounds, and it was Carter Wald of Oaks over Ivan Mock by decision. 8-3, Oaks led the duel, 3-0. Nash Nitschke won by fall at 114 pounds over Jude Leaks of Oaks by fall in 2 minutes. And EEK, the Thunder had the lead 6-3. 121 pounds, Walker Miller won by fall over Sutton Stearns in the third period. 4-minute, 28-second pin. EEK was up 12-3. Then Oaks strung together 3 wins. They pinned at 127 pounds by Ben Wagner. Another pin for Jaron Nelson at 133. And then Lode Shefke with the win by major decision, 14-2 over Beckett Glenn. As that dual score, after 139 pounds, Oaks had the big lead, as it was 19-6, and then Riggin Sand answered back finally at 145 for EEK with a Tech Fall victory over Tuckamoroto, 18-3. Oaks strikes back with 2 wins in a row at 152 and 160. Carson German won by fall over Owen Bratley in 27 seconds, and Zaid Heyer picked up the major decision win, 10-0. Over Ethan Tazarek. Then EEK picks up a victory at 172. Bennett Geisler over Reese Klein by major decision, 13-2. Jacob Potasic for Oaks won over Drew Thorpe with a last 15-second takedown, taking control of that match. He won by decision, 6-2. 215 pounds, Ivan Caruth came out and did his job. And the comeback was on there for EK as Ivan Kruth won by fall over Levi Thorpe in 46 seconds. Then Seth Irie with the big double unders in the second period as he won by fall over Max Klein, and it was a 33-32 win by the Thunder over the Oaks Tornadoes, and Kindred and the Thunder, the Vikings and the Thunder in the semifinals and the top side of the bracket. And that was Noah Anderson for Lisbon. Anderson wins by fall, and Lisbon up 18-5 in this duel featuring the number 3 Lisbon Broncos taking on number 6 Lemoore Litchville Marion. And here's Grayson Lyons for Lisbon. And Grayson Lyons with the win by forfeit at 133. Takes us here to 139. Ian Honey Badger Anderson for the Lisbon Broncos. He's going to take on Logan Potts. Or excuse me, it looks like Joey Potts. We'll see. So Lyons picks up the win by forfeit at 133. So 139 has Ian Anderson going out there. Anderson back in the lineup. Took a year off last year as a freshman. And he had a third-place finish out at the East-West Wrestling Tournament for Lisbon. Came away with a couple good head-to-head wins over some of those wrestlers out in the west side of the state. And he's going front headlock on Joseph Potts here at 139 pounds. So we won't see Logan Potts in this duel. Not facing off with Grayson Lyons. And we're going to go scoreless after the takedown attempt. Anderson over the top in the front headlock. So Anderson just working on the wrists right now on Joseph Potts. Anderson honorable mention ranking for Lisbon at 139 pounds, last Dakota grappler rankings. And then over on mat 2, that was Simon Trapp of Valley City's. Trapp with the win by fall over Carter Litzy of South Border. And Simon Trapp in those Dakota grappler rankings, he is ranked number 3 at 107 pounds in Class B. So he wins by fall. Start that duel off against South Border. I don't think South Border and Valley City met up in the regular season. But Lisbon and Lemoore did. And Lisbon defeated Lemoore back on the 22nd of January by a score of 55-13. So that duel on mat 2 heading to 114 pounds between Valley City and South Border, currently 6-0. Anderson working on a knee pick on mat 1 against Joseph Potts. Currently Lisbon leading this duel 24-5. Lisbon picking up pins at 107 and 114. Anderson with the double leg. He's going to take Potts down, works on an inside cradle immediately. He didn't even hesitate about that. Got the 3 points and like, oh, I'm going to go inside cradle. Sticks the head in the side on Potts. Potts long and lean. Anderson's going to try to cradle him up. He gets him over momentarily. And the end of the period, just as Anderson got him over and head to the knee, they're going to go end of the period. Anderson will take the 3-0 lead. Potts has choice, neutral position. And over here, Steele Thornton, Blake Goebel. Goebel with the half Nelson on Steele Thornton. And he has 4 near fall. Looks like, no, maybe 3 near fall. So he gets the 3 near fall for Blake Goebel, up 6-0 with Steele Thornton of Valley City. That's your matchup here at 114 pounds. Goebel up 10-0 in that matchup. Now he's got an arm bar locked in, has the far wrist caught over on mat 2. Working for a pin. Thornton's going to sit up, gets around back on Goebel in the top position. So Goebel in a little bit of trouble. He's going to roll through. Thornton's going to try to get around behind him. They're going to stand up. 10-1's our score, I believe, over on mat 2. Anderson and Potts currently wrestling around. Potts had choice. He chose both up. Anderson was able to score that takedown in the first period. He has the 3-0 lead. So Anderson has the head in the hole on the far side. See if he can put in that front headlock. Currently working to a stalemate. Back standing up. And that's in the second period. With a minute 3 remaining, second period. Anderson up 3-0. So Anderson's going to look in, goes to the head on Joseph Potts. Potts going to reach in with those long arms to high crotch. Anderson has an underhook in on the far side, over near side. Tried to hit the ankle pick. Potts is going to go body lock. Anderson felt it coming in. He's going to drop down, keeps those hips back. You're on mat 1 right now. Anderson up 3-0. Going underhook on the near side. Trying to turn the corner, working on Potts. Potts knee pick. Anderson, the headlock by Potts. Potts is going to catch Anderson. It's tight. Anderson not able to roll through. Potts catches him, edge of the mat here for Anderson. Anderson in some trouble on the edge. Potts is going to squeeze it. Anderson rolls to his belly. And Anderson finally gets up. He's going to give up. And the takedown is out. And no near fall. And we have near fall for Potts. So Potts and Anderson after the scramble. It's 5-3. So they give him 3 near fall. So Potts, they got 5-3 up on the scoreboard. So now 5-5. So 5-5 up on the scoreboard. Mat 1 after that roll through and the headlock, big headlock by Joey Potts. Using those long arms, and that's the end of the period. 5-5 our score. At 1:39, Anderson chooses bottom. And a caution on Potts, and working for a fall at 121 pounds as Salzborder with the lead, we're tied up at 6 with those Simon Track winning by fall for Valley City at 107. Goebel with the win by fall for Salzborder at 114. Now win by fall for Jared Schilling over Bowen Bulow. And that dual score now 12-6 in favor of the Salzborder Mustangs, the number 2 seed in the tournament. And they will face the winner between Lisbon and Lemoore. Anderson chose the bottom position here with Potts to start this third period. Potts all legs on the near side. Tripod up by Anderson. Anderson going to stand up, likely potentially dangerous. Potts goes, works the wrist on Anderson. And now he's working around, grabs the wrist, going to try to stretch it out. Anderson catches Potts a little bit high. We'll see if he can shake him over the top. And we got a scramble going over on 127 or at 127 pounds between Carter Coughlin and Thomas Bender. As Coughlin in on a single leg shot. As Bender going down to the mat, arm over, and the 3-point takedown for Carter Coughlin. Anderson with the 2-point reversal. He has the 2-point lead, 7-5 at 139 pounds. So Anderson up 7-5 on Joseph Potts of Lemoore. And that's with third period with 30 seconds remaining for Anderson, tied up at 5 apiece. Anderson up by 2, 7-5. And Carter Coughlin is up 3-0 on Thomas Bender. So Coughlin, see for Valley City. Valley City last year, Coughlin, state qualifier at 114 pounds in Class A. For Salzborder, Thomas Bender, an 8th grader. Or I should say Carter Coughlin, a state qualifier last year for Valley City in Class A. Thomas Bender not making it to the state tournament last year. He's just an 8th grader for Salzborder. And Bender currently ranked number 7 Dakota Grappler rankings. And that's a win by decision. Ian Anderson, your winner by decision, 7-5. 3 more points on the board for Lisbon, 27-5 that dual score. So Lisbon up in the duel, 27-5. Matchup coming out here, Griffin Greenlee at 145. Greenlee coming off a championship out at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. He defeated Jack Bombach in the finals from Killdeer. He's wrestling Andre Van Eden of Lemoore Litchfield Marion, a sophomore. Greenlee in on an arm drag. Turns the corner, takes the back of Van Eden. See if he can get the mat return. Van Eden doing a little hand fighting. Greenlee takes him down, goes right into a cradle, but Van Eden did a good job feeling that out. Greenlee's going to go back to the takedown now. 6-1 with the takedown. Little duck under by Greenlee. 6-2 with the escape by Van Eden. Greenlee works the head. Mat 2, 4-3. Bender on the board. Now 4-3 is that score. They're back up on their feet. Bender with the double leg. He's going to take Coughlin straight to his back feet. The back takedown. Bender and the pin there for Thomas Bender in the second period over Carter Coughlin of Valley City. And that duel score now 18-6 in favor of the Mustangs. Greenlee has the tilt on over here against Van Eden. So 4 more, and I think it's 13-2 now. So 13-2 in favor of Griffin Greenlee. Greenlee's going to go front headlock. Still first period. Turns the corner, 17-2. That should be a tech fall victory. Okay, 16-3. Left out a point. 16-3 is that score. Greenlee's going to go ahead low. Tilt rolls through. He's going to pick up more near fall, and he's looking for the first period tech fall here for Griffin Greenlee. And that'll do it. Greenlee wins by tech fall over Andre Van Eden, the Lemoore Litchfield Marion. That's the first period tech fall for Griffin Greenlee. 5 more points on the board for Lisbon, and it's 32-5. And 133 pounds, Mat 2. Tony Wadeson, Valley City, the 8th grader, taking on Carter Glazeman of South Border. And Glazeman for the Mustangs. See if he's in the rankings. All right, don't see him there for South Border. Currently up 3-0. He has the takedown in the top position on Tony Wadeson for Valley City. Working, has a hammerlock around, working out front, but has a hammerlock across the back, reaches under, going to grab the chin, turns him over there as Glazeman working for a fall for South Border, and the pin for Carter Glazeman at 133 pounds. Glazeman wins by fall. And that score on the Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard, 6 more points, 24-6 in that one. And over here on mat 1, Ryan Eng from Lisbon, taking on Grayson Matson, Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Ryan placing 4th. Last week at the East-West Wrestling Tournament, New Salem goes little slide by on Matson, takes him into the Merkel position. No takedown, now drops down, nice double leg. And the 3-point takedown there for Ryan Eng, up 3-0 over Grayson Matson from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Matson, a sophomore. Eng for Lisbon, 2-time state place winner. Yeah, and in the rankings for Dakota Grappler rankings, at 152 pounds, Ryan Eng was ranked number 4 at 152. And looks like we have a Bank North Bank blood timeout over at mat 1. So looking at that Bank North Bank blood timeout. Yeah, it's not new, not national. Bank North, the hometown bank, focused on relationships, local decisions, and community support. Find out more at banknorth.bank. Bank North, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. It's your banknorth.bank blood timeout over on mat 1. And then we have mat 2, win by fall for Ryland Vetter at 139 pounds over Bryce Komorski of Valley City. So Ryland Vetter picks up the victory at 139. For South Border up in that duel now 30-6. Up on the DHB.bank scoreboard. And we're going to go after the blood time. Matson in the bottom position. Eng leads with 58 seconds left in the first period, up 3-0. And Vetter, that's Riker Vetter out here at 145 pounds, working for a pin as he has Trent Geisler rolled over on his back, and the half Nelson put in the squeeze by Vetter. Geisler able to get back belly down, so 7-0 to take down and 4 near fall over here for Riker Vetter on mat 2. Eng in the top position on the restart, up 3-0 over Grayson Matson of Lemoore. Eng has the hammerlock. Across the back, going to see if he can stretch this out. Baseball grip. Matson's going to sit out, catches Eng a little bit high. Eng has to rodeo back around, goes into the head lever. And he's going to stack up Matson. The pin there for Ryan Eng as he stacks up Grayson Matson. And just like that, the official slaps the mat. And Ryan Eng with the win by fall. 38-5, Lisbon with the lead in that duel on mat 1. And then that's going to bring out Cruz Reinke for Lisbon. Reinke, runner-up at the East-West Wrestling Tournament last week. And he's a two-time state place winner for Lisbon. Back-to-back fourth place finishes for Lisbon at the state tournament. Placed fourth at 139 pounds last year. Out here working on a takedown. And he scores the first 3 points of this match. And Ranky at 160 pounds, currently ranked number 2 Dakota Grappler rankings at 160. And the 1 point escape for Lallam. Ranky working back in underneath. And he has a cradle locked up on Leo Lallam of Lemoore. Here for Ranky. Ranky going to apply the pressure. The squeeze is on. Lallam doing a good job keeping that boot in the way of the forward near fall. But Ranky keeps the cradle locked up. He's going to try to get a pin out of this on Lallam. See if Lallam can bridge out of it. Lallam trying to use those long arms and keep the legs of Ranky from gaining any leverage, keeping his feet off the mat from gaining any leverage. Almost the pin. The official looked like he was going to slap the mat. Right shoulder up on for Lallam. He has those long arms. Ranky's going to tilt him again. Still keeping it down to 50 seconds remaining in the first period. Here's Ranky working for the pin, trying to put the squeeze on. Lallam doing a good job fighting, and he's going to get Ranky finally. Ranky just kept on trying to get the pin, the 4 point near fall. So we should be 7-1, now 8-1. So I'm not sure the scoreboard should be 8-1 in favor of Ranky, or 8-2. So I think they gave him the reversal. Ranky in on another takedown attempt back to the cradle. So more points coming for Cruz Ranky. So it's 14-3 up on that scoreboard in the match. 14-3 lead for Ranky. And we have 6 seconds remaining and a 1 point tech violation. So 14-4, 6 seconds remaining there at 160 pounds. Ranky with the lead, and looks like we have a Bank North Bank blood timeout once again over here on mat 1 for another Bank North Bank blood timeout. Banking should feel personal, and at Bank North it does. They're proud to be local, supporting local teams in the communities they serve. Visit banknorth.bank to learn more. Bank North, member FDIC and equal housing lenders. That's your Bank North.bank blood timeout over on mat 1. Currently, Cruz Ranky up 14-4 in that match at 160 pounds. Lisbon with the dual lead 38-5. On mat 1, mat 2, 152 pounds. Hunter Undum, Valley City, taking on Colton Vetter, a freshman from South Border. And Undum's going to roll Vetter over to his back and working for a fall. Vetter will have the 9-0 lead. It's 9-3, but Undum's going to catch Vetter here at 152. And the pin for Hunter Undum as Undum rolls Vetter over. Vetter had the lead. Hunter Undum with the win by fall for Valley City. And Valley City now with 12 points on the board, 36-12 on that Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard, 36-12 in favor of South Border, the number 2 seed. In mat 1, Cruz Ranky, Leo Lallam, 17-5 is that score. Lallam after Ranky shot a nice high crotch. Lallam with the sprawl. Ranky not able to finish it. Wrestlers back up to their feet. A underhook on the far side. Ranky shoots in, low single leg shot. See Lallam going to try to turn the corner. Couple of sophomores going at it out on mat 1. Mat 2 matchup, Callan Hansen, an 8th grader from Valley City, wrestling Joseph Keller, the senior from South Border, at 160 pounds. Keller for South Border at 145. He's a state qualifier last year, placed 7th the year before. And in the rankings for South Border, that's a win by tech foul for Cruz Ranky. Ranky wins by tech foul, 5 points on the board for Lisbon. Ranky over Leo Lallam by tech foul. 43-5 is that dual score. Yeah, and Joseph Keller ranked number 5, North Dakota Class B, at 160 pounds. And 189, you're out here for Lacina as Lisbon's building their lead. So Lacina's going to go up and check in at 172. So Lacina makes makes weight for 172. Now 189 is going to be Lions. So Lions is going out here at 189. Lions wrestling Shockman. Lions in on the takedown here, 189 pounds with the nice back trip. And Eli Lyons wrestling Crosby Shockman. Lions champion last week at 172 pounds at the East-West Wrestling Tournament for Lisbon. Two-time state place winner for Eli. Last year placed third at 160 pounds. He was third the year before. Has the bar half locked up on Shockman. And he's up 3-0. He's going to walk this one around. And that was Keller over on mat 2. Keller won by fall. And that's a win by fall over here for Eli Lyons with the bar half over Crosby Shockman on mat 1. And Lisbon adds to their lead. 55-5 right now, that lead for Lisbon on mat 1. Going into 215 pounds, Matt Schwab going out. And Schwab, I believe, will have a forfeit. And then 285, Brock Lyons for Lisbon will take the mat. So Schwab with the forfeit. 61-5 dual score, heading into 285 pounds. And then it is Schwab, or it is Lyons. 67-5, I believe, is that final dual score here on mat 1 at 215 pounds. So I think that is final. I believe that was 67-5. So as we head out of this duel for Lisbon, we're going to come back. We'll recap that duel. We're going to have to take a break here, but our first round action so far and into the semifinals. Kindred into the semifinals as they defeated Napoleon 54-21, and then it was EEK defeating Oaks 33-32. So Kindred and Ellen Dudley Colm into the semifinals on the top side of the bracket. Lisbon into the semifinals as they will await the winner over here on mat 2 between South Border and Valley City. Right now, South Border up in that match, or in that duel, 42-12 over on mat 2. But we're going to step away. We'll come back and recap this duel between Lisbon and Lemoore. That's just ahead on yourliveevent.com.
The guys from Agassi Precision Ag come over and do an inspection.
You upgrading systems, or are you working on maintenance?
Both, actually. We walked some fields last summer and found areas where we can improve. So we are installing Delta Force and some new opening discs.
Yeah, I bet we're in the same boat. I should give them a call.
Yep, they will come out and look over the planter with you and put a plan together. They are the guys I go to for answers.
Agassi Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Give us a call at 701-636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Red River Valley winters are demanding. The expert heating and plumbing technicians at Bears Home Solutions will keep your home warm, dry, and comfortable all winter long. When winter's chill is in the air,
You need a bear in there.
check out bearshomesolutions.com.
There's a new inventory.
All right, welcome back here at yourliveevent.com as match still ongoing on mat 2 between Valley City and South Border as South Border has the dual lead 48-12. They're currently at 189 pounds. Cole Nitschke out there for South Border. He's up 3-0 over Jack LaRude of Valley City. As we look at that duel between Lisbon and Lemoore, Lisbon into the semifinals. At 107 pounds, it was Steel Hans with a come from behind fall, or win by fall over Maddox DeVries of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. In 4 minutes and 48 seconds, Hans picked up one of our Agassi Precision moves of the match with that head and arm come from behind win there for Theo Hans. That put Lisbon up in the duel 6-0. Micah Fromke won by fall over Jeremiah Logering in 43 seconds. Lisbon led the duel 12-0. 121 pounds, Lemoore strikes back with their 5 points in this duel, as it was a tech foul victory for John Logering of Lemoore Litchfield Marion over Nias Lions of Lisbon, 16-1. And then from that point, it was all Lisbon. Lisbon picked up a fall from Noah Anderson over Joey Hyde at 127 pounds. And at 133 pounds, it was Grayson Lyons winner by forfeit. And Lisbon was up by a score of 24-5 in the duel. Ian Anderson won by decision over Joseph Potts. That was an exciting matchup. That was tied up 5-5 going into the third period. And Anderson with the reversal finally pulls out the win by decision at 139 and for Lisbon. And then Lisbon up in that duel 27-5. Lisbon picks up a tech foul victory at 145. Griffin Greenlee over Andre Van Eden 20-3. Eng with the win by fall at 152 in a minute 46. Cruz Ranke with the win by tech foul over Leo Lallam 20-5 at 160 pounds. 172 pounds, Riley Lucina bumping down here as he won by forfeit. 189, Eli Lyons over Crosby Shockman by fall in 40 seconds. And then Lisbon will pick up forfeits at 215 and 285 for the dual MIC victory. 67-5 up on that Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard update. And out here, looks like a win by fall for South Border in that match. As Cole Nitschke winner by fall, and that's 6 more points on the board. 54-12 of that dual score going into 215 pounds. And just looking ahead into these semifinal matches, it'll be Kindred taking on Ellen Dilgley Combe, as Kindred defeated Napoleon 54-21 in the first round. And then it was EK over Squeak by Oaks 33-32, came down to the heavyweight match. And EK needed to win the last 2 matches by fall, and they were able to do that, as Ivan Kruth won by fall over Levi Thorpe, and then it was Seth Ivory winner by fall over Max Klein. EK picks up the victory. They're in the semifinals wrestling Kindred, and now Lisbon with the win 67-5 over Lemoore Litchfield Marion, and they're going to wrestle South Border. There's still 2 matches to wrestle over here on mat 2 between South Border and Valley City. And that is Mason Birch of South Border wrestling Leighton Hendrickson of Valley City. And they're scrambling through it right now. Hendrickson's going to pick up. No takedown yet, so that's 3-2 match currently. And Hendrickson working for a pinning combination as he caught Birch on his back. See if he can get him turned over. And they get 2 near fall. So Leighton Hendrickson will pick up 2 near fall. 7-2 is that score. Mason Birch going back to the center of the mat. So 7-2 the score here, 215 pounds. Leighton Hendrickson to Valley City with the lead. Off the whistle, Birch is going to hip pies through, try to get on top of Hendrickson. Hendrickson gets him back down, going to Turk the leg. He has the left leg. Turk going to go back to that crossface pinning combination. He picks up his near fall. That's with 58 seconds remaining in the first period. And Hendrickson, see if he can stretch that arm out. This is pretty tight on Mason Birch. If he can walk that arm out, he's applying a lot of pressure to that right shoulder, just trying to get her down on the mat and pick up another win by fall for Valley City. As Valley City down currently 54-12. Leighton Henderson the win by fall, as he's going to stretch that arm out, and he wins by fall over Mason Birch. And just going back to the Lisbon match, just picked up your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match. Your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match there, 127 pounds. That was Noah Anderson. Anderson coming off an injury, and he wins by fall over the surging Joey Hyde of Lemoore in 3 minutes and 58 seconds. So Noah Anderson, your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match or wrestler of the duel. Life takes energy from Enbridge, energy for life, Enbridge.com for your career opportunities. That's the Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel over there for Noah Anderson. And they're not going to wrestle that 285-pound match. So 54-24 is the final. 54-24. And Lisbon and South Border are set to clash in the semifinals. 54-24, that's the final. As we're wrestling that consolation round match, or duel between Oaks and Napoleon. So that one just starting. Over on mat 2, and Sutton Stearns here at 114 pounds. He wins by fall over Brandon Grunick. And Oaks with the early 12-0 lead in that one over on mat 2. We're going to step away, take another break. We'll come back for more from the 2026 North Dakota Class B Southeast Sub-Region Duels in Napoleon.
Enterprises of Hillsboro. You can see the latest inventory online at BloomfieldTrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsboro.
New Solidtech R floors deliver sustainable high performance from bottle to floor. They're PVC-free and made with natural stone and recycled single-use plastic for scratch-proof, flood-proof protection that stands up to all that your life demands. Because sustainability, beauty, and performance are at the heart of Solidtech R floors.
Available at Carpet World, 17th Avenue South, online at carpetworldfargo.com.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile Project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers, they are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
The mission and purpose of DRN is to continue to provide services that have long-term viability for our members. The benefit of being a cooperative is the service, reliability. Our members know each other, and know our technicians, and we pride ourselves on that customer service, just to keep them better connected than anywhere else in the world. The level of care that we give to our members, it's second nature to want to help.
All right, welcome back here. Your LevEvent.com as we're back for these 2026 North Dakota Class B Southeast Sub-Region Duels. And we're live from Napoleon, North Dakota, as we have this first semifinal matchup coming between the Kindred Vikings and the allegedly calm Thunder, as Kindred defeated Napoleon 54-21, and then it was EEK getting by Oaks 33-32, as that's your first semifinal matchup, and that's taking place on mat 2. And the match currently underway. Bo Grunfelder wrestling Jaron Nelson. This is that consolation round match here between Napoleon and Oaks. Currently, Oaks leads that one by a score of 18-0. That's consolation round match, or duel on mat 1. And Oaks is up in that by a score of 18-0. They're at 133 pounds. That's Jaron Nelson of Oaks wrestling Bo Grunfelder of Napoleon. That's scoreless in the second period. So minute 40 remaining, second period. That's scoreless over on mat 2. And just try to get our screen split again here. See what happens. Oop. All right, so back in action there. Grunfelder up 1-0. He's on a single leg shot on Jaron Nelson. Bo Grunfelder for Napoleon. State qualifier last year at 121 pounds. Currently in that forklift position on Nelson. Nelson for Oaks. Trying to work around the backside. Grunder and Nelson in the scramble. Here, mat 2. Down under a minute remaining. So 45 seconds, now 44 seconds remaining at 133 pounds. Scrambling it out. Grunfelder's going to elevate. Has Nelson going on his side. Turns the corner, and the three-point takedown by the official. Grunfelder will go out 4-0 over Jaron Nelson of Oaks. Nelson last year for Oaks, a state qualifier at 121 pounds. Currently, Grunfelder has the 4-0 lead. And this semifinal matchup starting at 107 pounds between Kindred and Ellendale Edgley Calm. As EEK defeated Oaks 33-32. Kindred over Napoleon 54-21. As we have the number 1 seed Kindred taking on the number 4 seed Ellendale Edgley Calm. Jaden Rude out there for Kindred. Rude placing out at the east-west, and he's going to pick up the quick takedown on Ivan Mock of the Thunder. So Rude up 3-0 early on. That's the first period with a minute 35 remaining. So Jaden Rude working up underneath, has a half Nelson on Ivan Mock. He's got this tight, has the far wrist caught. See if he can pull him up into him. Mock doing a good job, counters out of it. That's on mat 2. So they just switched the mats up on me, I think. And there's Rude. Rude going for a fall. I'm going to have to switch this over. So I think they just switched the mat numbers on me. See if I can get this changed. So Rude working for a fall. He has Mock on his back. And the pin there for Jaden Rude. He opens things up for Kindred with the win by fall. So if I have that right now, mat 2 becomes mat 1, mat 1 becomes mat 2. So I think we're squared away, in sync with what's on track wrestling. And now out there, Nolan Mengi for Kindred, and he's taking on Nash Nitschke. Nitschke for the Thunder, a sophomore. And Nitschke with his 27-6 record. Nolan Mengi, a freshman for Kindred, 13-16. Mengi up over the top, front headlock position. Nitschke goes down to his feet, trying to dump him. And Mengi working in on an underhook. And back at it, there's Nitschke. Nitschke last year, state qualifier at 107 pounds. He drops down to a single leg shot on Mengi. Dropping down to that single leg over on mat 2 between Grunfelder and Nelson. That's a 4-2 score. 18-0 is the dual lead for Oaks. But Grunfelder has the 4-2 lead. A couple of returning state qualifiers going at it over on mat 2 at 133 pounds. And now up 3-0. Nash Nitschke has the leg Turk, the bottom leg Turk on Mengi. Has Mengi on his side. Nitschke's going to go with the half Nelson. Keeps the toe in. Oh, and he's just about on the off the edge of the mat. He's going to stretch that arm out for Nash Nitschke, trying to work for a fall the final 30 seconds of the first period. As he has that arm stretched out. And still working with the half Nelson on the far side, stretching the arm out, still trying to work it in there. And Nitschke down has 10 seconds remaining. He's going to have the 4 near fall. They're going to call him out. So the official says, yeah, the toe went out or off the mat. And we're going to get back to the center for a restart. 7-0 is our score. Nash Nitschke for the Thunder has the 7-0 lead. The dual lead for Kindred up on the Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. They lead the duel 6-0. And it was Jaden Rudy, your winner by fall on mat 1 in that first match. So we had to switch mat 1 to mat 2, mat 2 to mat 1. And on mat 2, 133 pounds, Grunfelder picks up the victory. And we're now 18-3. So Grunfelder win by decision over Jaron Nelson. And 139 pounds looks like that'll be a forfeit at 139. And that's on mat 2. So Lodishevsky for Oaks will take the forfeit. And that'll bring them to 145. Weston Baumgartner going out there. So Weston Baumgartner will take on Tucker Morodo here at 145 pounds on mat 2. Mat 1, Nolan Mengi and Nash Nitschke. Nitschke wanted to work on top. He's up 7-0, has the half Nelson in on the far side. The wrist spiraled up on the near side. So that's 7-0 score. Mengi going to try to bump Nitschke up over the top. Nitschke's going to dig in the double leg ride, working up over the hips. So down to a minute remaining in the second period. Nash Nitschke in the top position. Keeps the leg in. See if he's going to try to pull those hips over, drag those hips over with his left leg. Now he's going to go power half. Mengi not able to get any separation. Nitschke all over him with the legs and the hips. And he's going to drag him over to his hip. Mengi's going to roll through. Nitschke's a little bit high. Let's see if Mengi's able to go head hunt. Nitschke's kind of high. Mengi can grab that head and shake him forward. Nitschke's going to readjust. Tripod up, quad pod up here for Nolan Mengi. Final 20 seconds. And they're going to get stalemate called. Nitschke not able to use those hips, dig those legs in and stretch out Mengi. Mengi gets the restart off the whistle. Final 15 seconds of the second period. And Nitschke goes with an arm bar over here on mat 1. So mat 1, semifinal matchup, Kindred and Ellendale Edgerly Calm. Consolation round matchup, mat 2, as they weren't kidding about the rolling schedule. They just rolled right into these matches. So mat 1, Mengi in the top position, still 7-0. That's with a minute 40 remaining. And over here, Weston Baumgartner has Tucker Moroder going to his back with that screwdriver, has the crossface. Now he's going to switch it up. Puts the half in, the reverse half. And the 4 near fall at the end of the period. Weston Baumgartner up 7-0 over Tucker Moroder of Oaks. Over on mat 2. That's at 145 pounds. Oaks with the 24-0 lead, or I should say 24-3 lead. Mengi still in the top position, has control over Nitschke. Nitschke with the escape would give the 8-0 lead. He'd have a major decision and a bonus point in the duel. Nitschke's going to stand up. Mengi see if he can drag him down, kind of go on head and arms, see what comes out of the scramble between Mengi and Nitschke. Nitschke's going to roll him back around. He's going to pick up the 2 reversal. Nash Nitschke go up now 9-0, so 9-0 lead at 114 pounds for Nash Nitschke. over Nolan Mengi. Mengi put the ride on for the first minute. Nitschke decided it was time to go and pick up the bonus points. So working on that far edge of the mat. Wrestlers back up. And that'll do it for the match there. Nash Nitschke picks up the win by major decision, 9-0 over Nolan Mengi. So 4 points, 6-4, the dual score. Kindred struck first with that win by fall. Jaden Rude won by fall at 107 pounds. Mengi and Nitschke go at it. Nitschke with the win by major decision, 6-4 in the duel over here on mat 1. So mat 1, the all blue mat with the big imperial crown in the middle. They switched it up on me. And now we're going to go 121 pounds. So 121 pounds. Wrestlers checked in there for Kindred and the Thunder. As Walker Miller out there for the Thunder. And Aiden Ostrak for Kindred here at 121 pounds. Miller going to drop into a double leg, and he turns the corner. And Miller last year placed third at the state tournament at 114 pounds. He was 7th the year before. And he's going to work, see if he can pick up some bonus points. Currently 6-4. In the duel, up on the Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. That's the duel score. 3-0 lead for Walker Miller over Aiden Ostrak at Kindred. And Ostrak's going to get warned right away for a stall. And that final over 15-0 win by Tech Fall over on mat 2. 15-0 win there for Weston Baumgartner. Puts 5 points on the board in that duel with Oaks over on mat 2. And we have a technical violation, so 1 point for Ostrak. And some near falls, so 7-1's the score over on mat 1. 6-point lead for Walker Miller. Miller trying to put on some bonus points. They did get one bonus point win by Nash Nitschke. Jaden Rude picked up 6 points for Kindred at 107 pounds as he won by fall. And mat 2, Bryce Schneider out there for Napoleon. And then Carson German, that duel scored 24-8. Bryce Schneider in the top position. He's up 3-0 over Carson German of Oaks. And Miller working for a fall. He has the arms tucked up. A lot of pressure on the chest there of Aiden Ostrak. The pin over there, Walker Miller. Miller with 6 points. And 10-6 is that duel score. So Walker Miller getting the job done, doing what he needed to do with that win by fall, picking up 2 bonus points, or 3 extra bonus points with the win by fall. So we're 10-4. EK with the early lead. That's going into 127 pounds. Wrestlers checking in for Kindred and EK. 127, Gavin Swenson out there for the Vikings. He's going to go collar tie right away. Goes into the Merkle and the slide by. So he goes slide by, picks up the takedown there. Excuse me, that's Bristol Swanson at 127. Wrestling Gage Miller of EK, so Swanson for Kindred. Last year placed 8th at the state tournament at 107 pounds, and he wins by fall. And the big pin over there for Bristol Swanson. And Swanson, your Agus Egg Precision move of the match over there. Wins by fall. Quick pin over Gage Miller of the Thunder. Here for Agassi Egg, precision move of the match going out to Bristol Swanson of Kindred as he picks up some big bonus points at 127 pounds. And looks like Swenson now going in at 133. So Agassi Egg, precision move of the match going out to Bristol Swanson for Kindred, your local precision playing dealer. Agassi Precision Egg in Hillsboro. Call 701-636-2119 or visit plannerdoc.com for your Agassi Egg precision move. And just trying to see who's going out, who's doing what. Yeah, as we're at 133, and they had Swenson up there. And Swenson picks up the forfeit. And that's going to bring us to 139. Rude bumping up here to wrestle 139 for Kindred. Now Kindred with the dual lead, 18-10. So I'll see if I can recap everything that happened in this duel. 18-10 dual lead for Kindred. He's wrestling Beckett Glynn, the 7th grader from the Thunder. So Gavin Rude. For Kindred, two-time state qualifier for Kindred. Last year state qualifier at 114 pounds. And currently Dakota Grappler rankings, the last thing, number 4 rankings for Gavin Rude. He is ranked number 6 at 133 pounds. He's working an arm bar, trying to pick up the bonus points there for Kindred. And the pin over there for Gavin Rude. They're going to stack 6 more points on the shoulders of Rude. And 24-10, that dual score. Matt won 139 pounds. So Kindred in the lead, 24-10. And Zaid Heyer winner by fall over on Matt 2. And that was, I think, at 160 pounds, so 172 over on Matt 2. So you turn away, you kind of lose track. As now Matt 1, 145 pounds, Regan Sand taking on Jager Jordheim. Regan Sand for the Thunder, a freshman, 35-6 record for Regan. And he was a 2-time state qualifier last year, state qualifier at 127 pounds. Jager Jordheim, a freshman. Sand's going to go double unders. He's going to throw him to the mat here. Regan Sand on top. And the 2 near fall, so he's going to pick up the takedown and 2 near fall for Regan Sand. Now the score 5-0. Regan Sand over Jager Jordheim. And Kindred leads this by a score of 24-10. And looks like they got Dahl and Klein going at it on Matt too. Currently 42-14, Andre Dahl wrestling Max Klein. That's a 215-pound. Klein working over the top on Dahl. Dahl's going to try to drop down to high crotch. Klein still working over the top, kind of as a cow catcher position. Now they're going to break apart over on Mat 2, wrestling back to the center of the mat. And then on Mat 1, Jager Jordheim. Regan Sand still 5-0. That's under a minute remaining. And Sand's going to go head to knee, try to lock up a cradle on Jordheim. Jordheim hand fighting underneath, has the wrist caught on Sand. Still working over the top, Regan Sand is still trying to dig in. See if he can hook up that cradle. Now he's going to chop the near side, chops the arm. Jordheim still trying to crawl forward. Sand's going to work back around. Still 5-0 score with 15 seconds remaining in the first period. Dahl's going to score the takedown over here on Mat 2, so that's going to be 3-0. 26 seconds remaining. 3-0 lead over here for Andre Dahl over Max Klein. That's in the first period. All right, both of these matches now in the second period. Start of the second period over on Mat 2 and Mat 1. Jager Jordheim, Regan Sand. That's a minute 45 remaining. That's still 5-0. Regan Sand for the Thunder in that black singlet with the gold trim. He's in that top position of the situation. Has a crossface locked up on Jordheim. And Jordheim able to get to his feet. The 1-point escape. Now for Sand with the loss of control. That score 6-0. Regan Sand has the lead. See if he can pick up some bonus points as the Thunder falling behind now, 24-10. So 24-10 is our dual score up on the Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. Going to take off that Egg precision move. And I'll see if I can get you that dual recap. Here for Kindred and the Thunder. As Regan Sand in the top position of the situation, goes to a front headlock. Down the final 45 seconds, he's going to lock up the cradle, has an inside cradle locked up. All right, Jager Jordheim, he's going to roll him over. Regan Sand looking for a precision move of the match as he has the cradle locked up, inside cradle on Jordheim. And he'll pick up the, looks like 2 near fall, maybe 3 near fall. So he has 3 near fall, he's going to keep with it. Jordheim trying to counter out, Sand hits the hip. Jordheim still countering. Sand still has the cradle locked up. Final 20 seconds. He's going to roll Jordheim over. He's got to watch out. And he will have some near fall coming. It doesn't look like he's able to get the penny combination back over with that inside cradle on Jager Jordheim. And Jordheim is going to grab the leg, see if he can get a loss of control. And now 4 near fall. And I think that's a 13-0 lead. Regan Sand up 13-0, and he's going to choose top position. So Sand in the top position to start the third period. He's up 13-0. And looking at this match summary, this dual summary currently between Kindred and Ellendale Edgeley-Colm, as the duel opened up at 107 pounds. Kindred strikes first with the win by fall. Minute 15, that was Jaden Rude over Ivan Mock. Kindred led by a score of 6-0. EEK answers back at 114 and 121 pounds. And it was Nash Nitschke, winner by major decision over Nolan Mengi. It was 6-4 dual score. Kindred with the lead. And then at 121 pounds, it was Walker Miller over Aiden Allstrike of Kindred by fall in a minute 37. And that was Andre Dahlia, winner over Max Klein by fall at 215 pounds in that duel between Napoleon and Oaks. Then at 127 pounds, it was Bristol Swanson over Gage Miller by fall in 22 seconds. So Kindred finally answers back as that dual score. EEK had the lead 10-6. Kindred answers back at 127 with the win by fall. 133 pounds, it was a forfeit to Gavin Swenson. 139 pounds, Gavin Rude won by fall in 48 seconds over Beckett Glenn. And that's currently where we're at with this dual score, 24-10. Sand and Jordheim. Sand's going to turn the corner, no takedown yet. Matt return, and that'll be the 16-1 tech foul victory for Regan Sand. So we'll put 5 points on there. Just a reminder, I mean, every point counts. He has the bonus point, picking up 2 extra bonus points. So 24-15. I guess in my mind, I would go for the pin. Every time I'm out there, as they're 24-15, Kindred continues to have the lead. 9-point lead for Kindred, and they got a pretty good one out there with Noak Swenson wrestling Owen Bratley. Swenson's going to go right into a head and arm, rolls over Bratley, takes him straight to his back. Swenson working for a fall. And just a minute 43 off the clock. Swenson trying to pick up a quick pin here over Owen Bratley of the Thunder. He got 152 pounds, and he does it. Scoops the head, straightens the arm out. Noak Swenson back in action for Kindred with the win by fall. Now 30-15 as Kindred doubles up once again on the Thunder. So we're 30-15. And just into the heart of that Kindred lineup, as they're going to bring out Miles Theelgis. So Theelgis coming out here, 152 pounds for Kindred. And all EEK right now is just trying to limit the damage. and try to keep this close. They have some horses coming up, 189 through heavyweight. And Theoljus here at 160 pounds, he's going to turn the corner on Ethan Tazarek. Theoljus for Kindred, a fourth place finish last year at the state tournament, placed fourth the year before. He's wrestling Ethan Tazarek of Ellendale Edgerly Combe. And Tazarek last year, state qualifier at 133 pounds. We'll see if these two teams, they met up in the regular season. I forgot about that, but in the regular season, that was back on the 11th of December, and that was a win for Kindred. So Kindred defeated EK back on the 11th of December. That dual score 33-30. As Kindred got by EK 33-30 in that duel back towards the beginning of the season. And currently up 30-15. With Miles Theoljus. Theoljus has the 6-1 lead. Mat number 2, that dual score 42-20. And Braden Szymanowski of Oaks taking on Henrik Van Zyl. Oaks with the big lead, up by 22 points. And the heavyweights going at it, mid-11 remaining. So 42-20, that's currently scoreless in the second period. Doing a lot of pushing and shoving. A stall warning going to green over there on mat 2. That's all going on Van Zyl. And then on mat 1, 160 pounds, Theoljus and Tazarek still 6-1, 26 seconds remaining. Theoljus will go in the top position. He has 2 takedowns in this match. In the first period, off the whistle, a little push back and a sit-out attempt by Tazarek. Theoljus will keep the pressure on, pushing back down on the mat. You know, wrestlers still pushing on each other. That's second period over on mat 2. Between Van Zyl and Szymanowski. Van Zyl's going to go double under. Szymanowski's going to say, I'm going to rip the headlock. See some big points coming, and Van Zyl's going to take the back. Szymanowski's going to hip pice back around, breaks the grip. And Szymanowski now up 2-0 in that match on mat 2. Theoljus here started the second period off the bottom. He's going to go past the leg over the head and comes out the back door in that scramble. And he's going to go up 9-1, picks up another takedown, 9-1 lead over there from Miles Theoljus in the second period. That's with 1:35 remaining. He's in the top position. Theoljus takes a peek back at the clock. Looking at the wrong one, he's got to look across the gym. So 9-1's the score over on mat 1. He has a deep waist in on the far side. Big deep waist in by Theoljus, keeping Tazarek down on the mat. Now he's going to chop the arm on the near side. That's on mat 1. Currently Kindred up in that duel on mat 1 on the Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. 30-15 over the Thunder. They're at 160 pounds. Theoljus up 9-1 in the match. Mat 2, Braden Szymanowski up 4-0. And he's got a half Nelson on Henrik Van Zyl. Van Zyl just a 7th grader. He's a big boy for a 7th grader. He's going to try to roll through. He gets rolled through. But Szymanowski's going to catch him. He's going to roll him back over. And the pin over there for Braden Szymanowski. He's going to close this out for Oaks. 48-20, that final dual score on mat 2. So Oaks advances next round of the consolation. That was 48-20 win for the Tornadoes. And Napoleon out of the tournament. So the host Napoleon out of the tournament. Oaks continues on. They win 48-20 in that duel. See if I have a chance to recap. Lisbon is going to come up here right away with South Border. So Lisbon waiting in the wings. They're going to come up here in about 10 minutes, maybe a little bit less. They're going to get captains out there and keep this thing rolling here from in Napoleon. Yeah, as Miles Theoljus up, building that lead now, 12-2 over Ethan Tazarek. That's going into the third period. Theoljus kind of building that score up as the Thunder have to think big bonus points. These next couple matches, Theoljus may just put this one out of reach. As off the whistle, Thiel just stands up. He's going to try to Granby roll through off the mat return by Tazarek. And they're going to go back through for restart. So no change of position. Still 12-2 over here on mat 1. Let's see if we can catch that dual recap, that consolation round dual recap between Oaks and Napoleon. And it was Oaks winning 48-20 in that consolation round duel. At 107 pounds, Carter Wald won by forfeit for Oaks. Put Oaks up 6-0. Sutton Stearns for Oaks won by fall over Brandon Grunak of Napoleon in 26 seconds. 12-0 lead for Oaks. Ben Wagner won by fall over Tyson Grunak of Napoleon in 36 seconds. Oaks led 18-0. Double forfeit at 127. And Napoleon finally on the board at 133 pounds. Bo Grunfelder over Jaron Nelson by decision. 18-3 dual score. 139 Oaks with another wins by forfeit. As it's 24-3. And then 145 Weston Baumgartner wins by tech foul over Tucker Morodo. 24-8 is the dual score. Bryce Schneider over Carson German by fall. 24-14. And then Dahlstrom picks up the forfeit at 160. Higher wins by fall in 42 seconds over Aiden Mann of Napoleon. Then 189, Jacob Potasic picks up a forfeit. Andre Dahl, Napoleon gets 6 more points as he won by fall over Max Klein in 4 minutes and 24 seconds. And then 285 was Brady Shemanowski of Oaks over Hendrik Van Zyl Napoleon by fall in 4 minutes and 29 seconds for that 48-20 dual score. Oaks stays in the tournament. They'll advance Napoleon out of the tournament, at least in this Southeast Sub-Region dual tournament. So Oaks will continue on. And Thiel just up 12-2, 16 seconds remaining. He's in the bottom position. Still 12-2 that score in the third period. And it looks like that'll be a major decision win there for Miles Theelgis. So Theelgis puts 4 points onto the scoreboard. 34-15, our dual score. Up there for your Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard update. 34-15 in this duel. And Fisher Johnson checking in at 172 pounds. So 172, Fisher Johnson going out there. So Fisher Johnson, Bennett Geisler going at it here, 172 pounds. Almost had a catastrophe there. So 172 wrestlers. Fisher Johnson for Kindred and Bennett Geisler for the Thunder. And they're going to wrestle out back to the center for a restart. So Johnson, Fisher Johnson for Kindred. Try to see where he's ranked. I don't have him as a state qualifier last year for Kindred. As we will take a peek, he's ranked number 6, Dakota Grappler rankings at 172. And Geisler had an honorable mention ranking. Bennett Geisler last year, state qualifier, 2-time state qualifier for the Thunder. Last year, his state qualifier at 189. So down here looking lean to mean at 172. He's in a tussle with Fisher Johnson, currently scoreless with 1:05 remaining. Back to the center of the mat. As we're waiting for this other semifinal bout coming up between the Broncos. Number 3 seeded Broncos taking on number 2 South Border. As wrestlers out there warming up over on mat 2. Hopefully they don't change the mat number on me. And that's on mat 2. So Johnson and Geisler, that's still scoreless in the first period. Down to 30 seconds remaining. Wrestlers still back up on their feet. Neither wrestler really committing to any leg attacks. Going back, just working through head and hand defense. Little collar tie by Johnson. He's going to go double tie. Then the snaps down the final 20 seconds with the leg attack. He's going to try to step into Geisler. Has Geisler backing off the mat. Here just near center edge. No stall warning. As that was 3-1 the score. As Johnson had the escape to take down to Geisler, so 3-1's our score. Wrestlers back up to their feet. And Johnson with the leg attack, final 20 seconds. Had Geisler kind of backing up, caught him with an underhook. Just missed the throw, just kind of half a second delay. And off the whistle, started the second period. Geisler with the stand-up. He's going to turn the corner on Johnson. Turns around, swims over the top for the takedown. And the 2-point reversal for Bennett Geisler. He's up 5-1. Now 5-2 with the escape to Johnson. Minute 40 remaining. So we have a minute 40 remaining over here. At 172 pounds. Minute 30 down remaining. And Lisbon South Border on the mat for that semifinal matchup. Theo Hans for Lisbon, Eli Schlepp for South Border. That duel wrestled in Lisbon back on the 8th of January. And that was a win for South Border, 35-34 over Lisbon. Now, Lisbon giving up 2 forfeits in that duel. I think South Border gave up 1 forfeit. Pretty sure both teams will have a full lineup out here today. As we're 5-2, and Schlepp has Theo Hans in a cradle. Schlepp with the takedown, has the cradle locked up on Hans. Going to try to turn him over the pin. The official didn't even have to look. He was behind. He was behind Schlepp, and he just slapped the mat. That was a result on mat 1. So I guess he was able to see through Schlepp. He slaps the mat, and the win by fall for Eli Schlepp over Theo Hans. And we're going to tighten it up a little bit here. So I'm not sure what happened there to track wrestling. They dropped off the that matchup out here between Fisher Johnson and Geisler. But currently that's 5. We're tied up at 5. It was 5-2. Geisler in the bottom position, so we're final 10 seconds of the second period. Out here, Micah Fromke, Blake Goebel. Goebel's going to roll Fromke over. He has the head and arm locked up on Fromke. Fromke trying to roll through. Goebel still in the top position, has the throw to Fromke around the neck. He's going to try to stretch him out. And you're going to back north, 4 near fall for Blake Goebel, up 7-0 over here on mat 1 over Micah Fromke. Currently, South Border up 6-0 over on mat 1. So that 6-0 score. And we're tied up now, or I should say now it's 6-5. As Fisher Johnson has the 1-point lead. He has the escape off the whistle over here on mat 1. So they did change the mat numbers around on me. So they got mat 1 now with Lisbon on it. I don't know why they're doing that. So I don't know. They dropped off track wrestling. Something's wrong there. So just so it matches up on track wrestling. It's mat 1 now with that white center there. Fromke and Goebel going at it. Right now, South Border up in that semifinal duel, 6-0. They picked up a win by fall at 107 pounds. Currently, Blake Goebel has an armbar locked up on Fromke. He's going to go illegal across the back, goes past the 90 degrees across the shoulder blade. So that's 7-0, 6-0 lead in the duel for South Border. And 34-15, 6-5 score with Fisher Johnson in the lead with 35 seconds remaining over on mat 2 now. So that's mat 2 there. Fisher Johnson snap down on Geisler. Geisler see if he can push the pace. Still working underneath there, and Geisler's going to go ahead and arm. He tried it and not able to get the takedown, and he kind of went desperation. And Johnson will pick up the takedown. 9-5 is that score. Fisher Johnson is going to hold on for the victory. 37-15. 4 seconds remaining. I think that'll be the duel score, and that'll be the duel. I don't think Kindred will be able to catch him now after 189. Or I should say EEK won't be able to catch him. So it is a win for Fisher Johnson. Johnson applauds himself in the victory. And 37-15, Johnson winner by decision for Kindred. And he's going to pick up your Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Duel. That was a key matchup. And I'm pretty sure he put that duel out of reach now, as the Thunder not able to catch Kindred in this duel. Most they can score is 18 points, and that'd be 33-37. So Kindred will into the championship duel as they defeat they will defeat Ellendale, as they call them. That's this is all messed up, but we're just going to leave the mat numbers the way they are. So now they're back changing it over. All right, mat 1, Drew Thorpe, Kellen Ottenson out there. That's scoreless in the first period. At 189 pounds. And out here between Goebel and Fromke, they're going to go a second period. That's 9-0. Fromke back to the center of the mat for a restart. So that's Goebel and Fromke out there. There's some little issues with track wrestling here at the Southeast Subregion. Then that's Ottenson. Ottenson going to take Drew Thorpe down. And he's going to try to add an exclamation point to this one. So 3-0, now 3-2. Thorpe had the takedown. Ottenson with the escape. Here's Drew Thorpe for EEK. And now Fromke up to his feet. 9-1 score in this matchup here between Goebel and Fromke. At the end of the period, Goebel got down on a double leg. And time runs out there. Blake Goebel last year placed third at the state tournament, 107 pounds. So returning state place winner for South Border. Wrestling 114. Fromke not making it to the state tournament last year for Lisbon. So Goebel here at 114, ranked number 4 for South Border in the latest Dakota Grappler rankings. I think they were released back on like the 26th. A little slide by Fromke. Tried to turn the corner. Goebel's going to try to hip over. He's going to catch Fromke. Fromke and Goebel are rolling. Fromke catches Goebel on his back. Near fall. So there was a near fall count. Fromke's going to do it again. Fromke's got to watch it so he doesn't pin himself. Goebel's going to grab Fromke's head. Shoulder up just a little bit. Fromke's got a bridge out of this. Goebel's going to try to catch him. They're still scrambling. And the pin over there for Blake Goebel. He catches Fromke. Fromke was threatening. That was 9-4. Sometimes you got to hold him and then fold him. And Fromke tried to hold on. Goebel was going to get the win by fall. And that dual score now 37-27. They're going to 285. So Caruth with the win over there. As well as Drew Thorpe. That's a win. Now 37-33 is Kindred into the championship. So Kindred, your winner. They're into the championship duel. You're going to face the winner here between Lisbon and South Border. Currently South Border doing the same they did in that first matchup. They've picked up a couple of pins, and at some point it's got to be potentially dangerous. And they just let him helicopter around. And here's Lyons. Lyons is going to get back up on top. So 3 takedown, 2 near fall. I'm not sure. That was kind of a crazy takedown that they let play out. The 1-point escape there for Lyons. As still with some track wrestling issues. Lyons here for Lisbon in on a single leg shot. So Lyons in on the single leg. And working a cradle over the top. And going to roll Lyons through. Going to pick up some near fall. Has the elbow squeezed together. Lyons going to try to bridge through this. And Jared Schilling, Nias Lyons. Schilling is going to get the pin over Lyons with the cradle. And now 18-0 lead for South Border in this duel, 18-0. And Anderson going out for Lisbon. Here at 127 pounds, so Jared Schilling, winner by fall. South Border in this duel. To recap it, they pick up a win by fall in 38 seconds. Eli Schlepp over Theo Hans. 114 pounds, Blake Goebel over Micah Fromke in 4 minutes and 44 seconds after a great scramble between the two. 121 pounds, Nias Lyons and Jared Schilling. Schilling wins by fall, and we're dual score 18-0. And that's going to bring up Noah Anderson from Lisbon, and he's going to wrestle Thomas Bender. So Anderson out here wrestling Bender. Got Grayson Lyons out here wrestling Thomas Bender. So it must have been a forfeit at 127. So Thomas Bender, Grayson Lyons. Bender's going to go underneath on Lyons. Lyons going to shoot down, single leg. Bender up over the top. Thomas Bender, the 8th grader for South Border. And he at 127, ranked number 7. Grayson Lyons at 133 was ranked number 7. Lyons in on a high crotch shot. See if he can advance it here for Grayson Lyons. So Anderson picks up the forfeit at 127. Lyons still trying to advance it. He's underneath, has the wrist caught. He's going to try to back out on Bender. Bender and Lyons stood back up. You're at 133 pounds. So see if you can recap that duel between EK and Kindred. As Kindred wins that duel 37-33. They're in the championship duel. They're going to face the winner between South Border and Lisbon. And looking at that duel, now Lyons with the double leg shot on Bender. Bender with the big sprawl. Looks like the final seconds of the period. And we're 18-6 in that duel. And up on the scoreboard, Lyons has choice. He's going to choose bottom. So Lyons chooses bottom to start the second period. And looking at that dual recap here for EEK and EEK and Kindred. Kindred wins that duel by a score of 37-33. Kindred into the championship. Lyons will get an escape over here on mat 1. At 107 pounds, it was Jaden Rude, winner by fall over Ivan Mock. In a minute 15, 114 pounds, it was Nash Nitschke over Nolan Mengi by major decision. Dual score 6-4. EK pick up another win by Walker Miller, win by fall of Aiden Ostrike. 127 pounds, Kindred picks up a win by fall in 22 seconds. And here's Lyons and Bender going at it. Scramble for the takedown. Bender picked up a nice shin whizzer. Lyons has got to try to peek out, see if he can turn the corner on Bender. Lyons is going to double up on Bender. Bender doing a good job of defending here on Lyons. Lyons not able to score. It looks like his headgear is coming off. So Bender doing a good job. Lyons had a single leg attack, then switched it up to a double. Just couldn't turn the corner on Bender. And they're going to go back up to their feet. Lyons going to be able to fix the headgear. So Swanson won by fall over Gage Miller in 22 seconds for Kindred. 133, Gavin Swenson won by forfeit. 139 pounds, Gavin Rude won by fall over Beckett Glenn in 48 seconds. 145, Regan Sand over Jager Jordheim of Kindred by tech fall, 16-1. 152 pounds, it was Noak Swenson of Kindred over Owen Bratley of EEK in 19 seconds. 160 pounds, Niles Thiel just over Ethan Tizeric by major decision, 12-2. 172 pounds, Fisher Johnson over Bennett Geisler of EEK, decision 9-5. And that was our Agassi Egg, or I should say our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel there for Fisher Johnson over Bennett Geisler. As Johnson gave himself a little clap at the end, and that put the duel out of reach for the Thunder. And then at 189, Drew Thorpe of EEK wins over Kellen Otson by foul in a minute 48. And then double forfeits at 2:15 and 2:85. And the dual victory going to the Kindred Vikings, 37-33. And looks like we do have a blood timeout. So Bank North Bank blood timeout over on mat 1 there between Lions and Bender. That's 1-0 the score. Currently 1-0 Lions with the lead. Lions had choice. He chose bottom. He's had a couple leg attacks on Thomas Bender. Bender, the 8th grader here, was able to counter them. Lions a state qualifier for Lisbon last year. Tough 133-pound weight bracket, just a grinder of a bracket at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. Lions not making the podium out there. Bender's going to go double underhooks. He's going to get into Lions with the double unders. And Bender working now. A high crotch shot. Lions going to arm spin through. As Bender's going to try to turn the corner on Lions. Lions reaches through. Lions still trying to threaten, see if he can turn the corner, if he can double up on the ankles, shoot through this, and that's going to be the end of the period. Lions with a couple leg attacks. Bender, haven't seen him go down on the legs. He's just tried to counter everything Lions was throwing at him. So Bender's going to choose bottom position. Our score 1-0, and looks like we're going to have another Bank North Bank blood timeout. We didn't take it off from the last time. So the blood crew out there cleaning it up out there on the mat. So 133 pounds here, mat 1. Grayson Lions has a 1-0 lead. Bender in the bottom position. Lions going to scoop up a cradle on Bender. Bender rollovers on top of Lions. He's going to get the 2 reversal. Lions did have the cradle locked up. Bender somehow just rolled over the top on Lions. They're going to cut him loose. So we're tied up at 2. Thomas Bender, Grayson Lions. So this one's going to be one on the feet. Bender in on a single leg shot on Lions. Lions goes Jones. He gets him over. Lions had Bender over. Lions is going to get the takedown and near fall. And we're going to see. So Grayson Lions picks up the takedown, I think, in near fall. And then Bender's going to get the escape. So 7-2, 7-3 is the score. Lions hits the Jonesy. And he has the lead now with a minute 14 remaining. 7-3 score. Lions has to keep wrestling. He's going to go on a single leg shot on Bender. He's going to pick it up. See if Lions can score from this position. He's got to run it over. Takes the back ankles. He's going to pick up another takedown for Lions. I don't know if I'd let him up. And they're going to get another Bank North Bank blood timeout. Lions is up 10-3 over Thomas Bender. 53 seconds remaining. And looks like we have another consolation round matchup. Valley City and Lemoore Litchfield Marion going at it. On mat 2, not sure how that's going to go with the scoreboard, but mat 2. These two teams didn't meet up in the regular season. Lemoore with a 1-5 region dual record. Valley City at 2-4 with the region dual record. Lemoore overall 4-6 in duels. Valley City 10-6. And now Lions up 10-3. See if he's able to work down. What he doesn't want to do is tie up with Thomas Bender. So they're in blood time at Bank North. Bank blood time out there with Bank North. Banking should feel personal, and at Bank North it does. They're proud to be local, supporting local teams and the communities they serve. Visit banknorth.bank to learn more. Bank North, member FDIC, equal housing lender. So Bank North.bank blood timeout as we're back in action. And Lions is going to let him up. 10-4 is the score. So 10-4 match score. 18-6 is the score. Lions and Bender going at it. Now under 50 seconds remaining. Bender's going to try to work inside. Lions has got to stay out of the double unders on Bender. He needs to work down. Nose plug comes out on the mat. So Bender's going to go back in, double unders on Lions. Down to 30 seconds remaining. Lions with the pressure on Bender. Keeps him back out of the edge of the mat. Lions is going to stay in. Final 25 seconds. Lions still up 10-4. Bender's going to go double unders on Lyons. He's going to have to throw it sooner or later, down to 19 seconds. Lyons isolates the arm on Bender. Bender's still working in. Lyons is going to go down. Final 10 seconds. Lyons and Bender, edge of the mat. Bender still working in on Lyons. Lyons has the 6-point lead, and that's going to do it for the match. Grayson Lyons comes out with the victory. 3 points on the board for the Broncos. 18-9, the dual score. Lisbon gets one back, or gets 3 points back. And Lyons comes up with the win by decision, 10-4. Yes, he did not need to tie up with Thomas Bender, just worked down on the bottom. And now Ian Anderson, Rylan Vetter going out there. 139-pound matchup. These two met up a number of times there in the Pee Wee circuit. Anderson took the year off last year, so we're going to see how they match up here. Anderson, Rylan Vetter. I think Vetter, last time these two wrestled 2 years ago at the state tournament, I think Vetter got Anderson. So Rylan Vetter, 127 pounds last year, placed fourth at the state tournament, placed fourth the year before. So this is a 139-pound matchup here on mat 1. And over on mat 2, Maddox DeVries here at 114 pounds, Steele Thornton. Simon Trapp with the win for Valley City in that duel on mat 2. Currently Valley City's up 6-0. And DeVries and Steele Thornton. That match just starting over on mat 2. Wrestlers currently up on their feet. Valley City in the blue singlet with the red trim on it. And looks like we have some blood time. It's already back to that Bank North Bank blood timeout there with Anderson. So we got the Bank North Bank blood timeout. I think we're going to step away and take a quick word from our sponsors. Come back for more from the Southeast.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3 every day.
All right, welcome back there as we're back set after the blood time. And that's a win by fall over on mat 2. There, Steele Thornton wins by fall. The 7th grader for Valley City wins by fall over Mattis DeVries, an 8th grader from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. And 12-0 lead over there for Valley City on mat 2. And wrestlers off the edge of the mat between Vetter and Anderson. Under a minute remaining in the first period. A little head tap by Vetter. Still working the head. Anderson trying to tie up the wrist underneath. There's a little arm pass, elbow pass, should say, by Vetter. Anderson's going to step back around. Wrestlers holding the center of the mat. Level change by Vetter. Anderson's going to go underhook. Now it goes double unders on Vetter. He's going to take him down to the mat. Vetter working underneath here on Anderson. Anderson over the top. See if he can go front headlock. Has a hold of the chin on Vetter. Final 15 seconds of this first period. Anderson has the chin caught. Underhook on the far side. Vetter trying to back out. Still scoreless in the first period. And looks like that's how we're going to go. Then Anderson's going to catch him at the end of the period. Vetter tried to roll through, and they're going to say no takedown. As Anderson had the double unders, held Vetter down, and then the towel tap came. Anderson looks at the coach. He's going to pick down. And we have another pinning combination hooked up there by Bowen Bulow of Valley City. He was up 3-0. Zach Paul's going to roll through. So that dual score 12-0. Valley City has the lead in that consolation duel. The winner will take on Oaks over there. And it looks like we have more blood time. Vetter sticks in the leg on Anderson. And looking to have some blood time. Anderson chose to start the bottom position. See if he's able to get out right away. Saw Vetter go right away into a leg ride. That was within the first 8 seconds. That matchup here, mat 2, 3-2. Zach Paul has a cradle locked up on Bulow. He's going to roll through the suicide cradle, rolls him over his body. And Paul has the cradle locked up, squeezing the elbows together with 15 seconds remaining in the first period. Over there for Zach Paul, trying to pick up an Agassi Egg precision move of the match over there between Valley City and Lemoore Litchfield Marion. And the pin over there for Zach Paul, Lemoore Litchfield Marion over Bolin Bulow with an Agassi Egg precision move of the match. Suicide cradle rolls him across the body over there on mat 2. So your Agassi Egg precision move of the match over there for Zach Paul. Your local precision planning dealer, Agassi Precision Egg in Hillsborough. Call 701-636-2119 or visit plannerdoc.com. So off the whistle on the restart after this blood time over on mat 1. And Anderson going to try to hip pies through. He's got that arm caught on Vetter. Has the wrist. Vetter with this spiral kind of underneath the leg on the far side. Going to stick in a half Nelson on Anderson. Anderson's got to keep that head up, grab the wrist. Vetter working in that half. Anderson's going to counter it, still trying to dig it out. Vetter's going to keep Anderson down on the mat with a minute 22 remaining. That's in the second period. Still scoreless over here on mat 1. New matchup, mat 2, John Logering, Lemoore Litchfield Marion. A junior, 22-11, taking on Carter Coughlin of Valley City, the 8th grader. Coughlin, state qualifier last year, Class A for Valley City. Logering for Lemoore, two-time state qualifier last year, state qualifier at 107 pounds. Anderson and Vetter. Anderson kind of has a head caught. He's going to see if he can swim up. Vetter's a little bit high. We'll see if Anderson can keep advancing. Vetter's just wants to hang on and see if he can get a stalemate. As Anderson and Vetter still going at it. Anderson going to try to swim through. Vetter's going to get those double boots in and stretch Anderson out. Gets Anderson belly down. Anderson finally gets a leg free. And they're going to get stalemate back for a fresh restart. With 28 seconds remaining in the second period, we're scoreless between Anderson and Vetter. In off the whistle. Vetter working on the wrist and the arm on the near side. Has the ankle spiked on the backside near side. Anderson going to try to quad pod up. Vetter's going to go. Down on Anderson. See if Anderson has the wrist isolated. See if he can stand up. And they're going to get potentially dangerous just as Anderson's standing up. They go potentially dangerous. Final 4 seconds. Anderson not able to clear the hips and the wrist. Vetter is going to get the ride out here. Final 4 seconds. So final 4 seconds, and that took 3 seconds off. So they took 3 seconds off the clock. They put 2 on there. Not really sure what happened there. All right, so we're back at it here, 139 pounds. Going into the third period, Rylan Vetter choosing the bottom position. Currently scoreless here at the Anderson, not able to get out of the bottom. Off the whistle, Vetter goes to the, with the sit-out switch. Anderson takes him back around. Anderson going to go to work on the back ankle on Rylan Vetter. Logering and Carter Coughlin, that's still 3-0 lead. Coughlin trying to work in on a single leg. Here's Vetter, he's going to hip ice around on Anderson, gets to the 2-point reversal. So a 2-point reversal for Vetter. Vetter almost caught Anderson on his hip. Anderson able to get belly down, back to blood time over on mat 1. Vetter put the ride on Anderson. Looks like Vetter may have a little cramp or something. He's kind of ailing on the mat. He might get some injury time. Yeah, it's Anderson in blood time right now. Rylan Vetter has the 2-0 lead. He was able to ride out Ian Anderson in that second period. And Logering up now 6-0. He's able to get that takedown. Coughlin was threatening. He's going to put on the, he's going to look out for a defensive pin there. As Logering put on the ball and chain tilt, he's going to pick up 4 near fall out of it. 10-0 that score here, 127 pounds on mat 2. That's in the second period, 30 seconds remaining. Anderson getting the blood cleaned off of him over there on the far side of the mat for another Bank North Bank blood timeout. Anderson bottom position, minute 26 remaining, third period. As Anderson's going to try to isolate that wrist, he's going to pull it over the head, and Vetter goes right away into that leg right. Anderson's going to have to figure out how to counter that. Next time they wrestle, Vetter goes right away into it. Anderson's going to pull on the arm again on Vetter. Vetter's trying to work inside on a cradle. See if Anderson able to hand fight underneath. Vetter trying to put in the ride on Anderson. Anderson working back inside, not able to get any separation. Goes back to that leg on Anderson. Anderson just going to defend it. So something Anderson's going to have to work on there. As Vetter with the leg ride in. Vetter takes a look at the clock. Final 35 seconds of the third period. Power half attempt by Ryland Vetter. See if Anderson now is going to try to tripod up. Quad pods up, get to his feet. Vetter's going to probably get a potentially dangerous. Oh! And then just as a potentially dangerous, I've seen him stand up with that several times. Their quad pod. And just crazy call there. I saw a guy stand up with a kid rotating on his shoulders and a double leg. They didn't call that potentially dangerous. They're going to go again. Anderson in the scramble here with Vetter. Final 10 seconds. Anderson trying to work out the back door. Going to come down to it here. Anderson, final 5 seconds with Vetter. And that'll do it. And that's going to be the match there. So the decision going to Ryland Vetter, 2-0 over Ian Anderson. 21-9 is the final score. Or the dual score, 21-9, 2-0 win by decision. And this will be a good matchup here. Riker Vetter dropping down at 145 pounds, taking on Griffin Greenlee. 21-9, the dual score between South Border and Lisbon. Matchup underway. Greenlee for Lisbon, 3-time state place winner. Riker Vetter for South Border, 3-time state place winner in a state qualifier the year he didn't place. So it should be a good matchup. Vetter taking the drop down to 145 pounds. Real competitive 145-pound weight class. Not sure that's any better than 152. Duck under by Greenlee. They're going to scramble it out. Greenlee dropped down to single leg. Vetter catches him with an underhook. And that dual score, 12-10. Valley City has the 12-10 lead on mat 2. Greenlee's going to drop down, see if he can pick an ankle. Drops down again, little snap down. Vetter with the sit out. Greenlee's going to work in underneath, tried to shuck. Vetter back up, high crotch shot by Greenlee. Vetter spirals the leg on Greenlee. So first period, final stalemate, 54 seconds remaining first period. Still scoreless between Greenlee and Vetter. So both wrestlers back to the center of the mat, working collar ties. Greenlee with the leg attacks on Vetter. He's going to hit the ankle pick, takes him down. Greenlee's got Vetter on his hip. He's going to go with the arm. He has a arm locked behind his back. He takes a look at the clock to see what he's got. He's got an arm bar locked up on Vetter. Vetter's going to chest up with the counter. He's a little wily there as he hits the counter. And he's going to Granby through, going to try to pick up the reversal edge of the mat. And no, should be no reversal. Maybe the 1 point. So the 2 reversal there for Vetter off the Granby roll. 3-2's the score. So we're going 11 seconds remaining. 3-2 lead there for Griffin Greenlee. Riker Vetter going at it. Tripod, quad pod up. Greenlee's going to turn inside. Final 8 seconds. Vetter has Greenlee. He's got to return him. Greenlee goes Jonesy with Vetter. They're rolling through. And it was the end of the period. So Greenlee had the Jonesy hooked up. The officials are talking about it. And they're going to give 1 point to Vetter, so they said it was a legal hold. So they're going to tie it up with that 1 point. Looks like we're going to go to Banknorth.Bank blood timeout. So crazy developments over here on mat 1. We're going to get a legal hold there. Vetter's going to tie it up 3-3 with that technical violation at the Banknorth.Bank blood timeout. You're not new, not national. Bank North is a hometown bank focused on relationships, local decisions, and community support. Find out more at banknorth.bank. Bank North, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. So tied up at 3. Out here, Matt, 239 pounds. Miles Iverson for Lemoore. Wrestling Trent Geisler, Valley City. Iverson up 3-0 in that match. That's 16-12 dual lead for Lemoore. They've taken the lead. Geisler is going to go up with a double leg. He's going to catch the arm in the half, put on Iverson. Iverson rolls through. Quad pod up, the 2-point reversal. And they go out back to the center for a restart over on mat 2. And then Greenlee and Vetter here in the second period. Minute 45 remaining. And that's tied up at 3 apiece. Vetter's going to take the 1 point lead, now 4-3. With Greenlee. Greenlee stood up. He's working the kind of the front headlock position. Arm drag. Greenlee's going to hit the ankle pick on Vetter. Takes him down. 6-4 is the score over on mat 1. So 6-4 your score. Greenlee with the takedown. Granby roll by Vetter. And this time Greenlee chases him down. Vetter's going to work it again, working on the hands on Greenlee. Greenlee's going to try the cradle. He's going to walk off the edge of the mat, takes him down, and back to the center for a restart. Greenlee has the 2-point lead, 6-4. Dual score 21-9. And they're battling out there. Trent Geisler and Miles Iverson. They're back up neutral position. Geisler has the 1 point lead, 4-3. That's going to the second period. And looks like they're going to go neutral. So Miles Iverson chooses neutral here on mat 2. Geisler for Valley City has the 1 point lead. Dual score more up in that consolation duel. I don't know, it's tied up at 4. 16-12. Greenlee and Vetter with 45 seconds remaining. Sit out and a switch. Vetter's going to try to go with a reversal. Greenlee's going to go down shin whizzer. Vetter's going to shelf the leg on Greenlee. Greenlee's going hard. Shin whizzer on Vetter. He's going to roll him over. Greenlee has Vetter going over. Catches the chin. Greenlee has Vetter going over. Greenlee's going to walk to the head. The hard pin. The pin for Griffin Greenlee. And he's going to pick up the Angus Yank precision move of the match. The hard shin whizzer rolls over Riker Vetter. Greenlee with the win by a fall. And the duel now 21-15. Greenlee with the win over Riker Vetter. Vetter making the drop to 145. And they got a win by fall over for Trent Geisler. 21-15 dual score here. 152 pounds. Eng and Colton Vetter going at it. So Ryan Eng, Colton Vetter. Colton Vetter back out here on the mat. Hadn't seen him out here. So here's Ryan Eng, Colton Vetter. Vetter, that first match he wrestled today for South Border. He had the 9-0 lead, and then he was pinned. I think that was in the second period. So Ryan Eng here wrestling Colton Vetter at 152 pounds. So back here. For Ryan Eng for Lisbon, 2-time state place winner. Didn't make the state tournament last year because of an injury. The prior two. Vetter to the mat, finally gets him down there. Eng has him down to the mat, going to roll him over. Vetter's going to try to roll through. Eng's going to pick up the takedown and near fall. And now he's going to roll through. He's going to try to keep a half Nelson on Vetter. See if he can get that leg free. He's still working on a power half. So he's going to have near fall coming. Has the half Nelson on Vetter. The leg caught. He reaches underneath for Ryan Eng. He has Colton Vetter going over here with 35 seconds remaining in the first period. Eng is going to try to pick up a pin. And Ryan Eng, the pin for Ryan Eng over Colton Vetter. The Broncos tie up the duel, 21 apiece. Over here on mat 1, so we're tied up at 21. Going into 160 pounds, a big matchup here at 160 for South Border and Lisbon. As I believe Joseph Keller will come out here, the strong man from South Border, and Cruz Ranke for Lisbon. And I don't know, this matchup I think was like a 1-0 win for Ranke the last time they were out in the duel. So here, 160-pound Cruz Ranke, ranked number 2, Class B. Joseph Keller ranked number 5, but it's going to be a close matchup. The strong man from South Border against Ranke from Lisbon. Tied up at 21 apiece in this duel. The Broncos coming out with victories at 2 pins at 45 and 52. A win by decision by Ryland Vetter over Ian Anderson at 139. Grayson Lyons picked up a win by decision over Thomas, or win by decision over Thomas Bender at 133. Bender bumping up from 27. So now we're tied up at 21 apiece, and there's going to be the takedown. And Keller works a nice takedown on Ranke. And he's going to go up 3-0. So we're tied up at 21 apiece. And off the whistle, Ranke with the stand-up. Keller has to let him go. Now 3-1's the score. Ranke has some work to do. He's down by 2 points. 160-pound matchup. That first consolation round match, or duel between Oaks and Napoleon. Oaks won 48-20 over Napoleon. And the mat number 2 consolation round duel, currently 22-18 is that score between Valley City and Lemoore. Right now, Lemoore is up in that duel by 6. Or excuse me, by 4 points. You have the 22-18 lead in that duel. Grayson Matson, Lemoore Litchfield Marion is wrestling Hunter Undum. And Undum for Valley City has the 1-point lead, 6-5 going into the second period. And they're going to go neutral on that too. The winner of that duel will take on Oaks in the consolation rounds. The non-winners are out of the tournament. Or actually, I think they're going to wrestle for 7th place. Shouldn't say that. So over here on mat 1, 160 pounds, Cruz Ranke, Joseph Keller. Keller with the opening takedown, up 3-1, final 15 seconds of the first period. Ranke had the escape. Ranke, a little slide by attempt on Keller. Ranke with the ankle pick, gets down at, and just too late. So just a little bit too late there as Ranke got down to the ankle pick. And Keller's going to pick neutral with Ranke. Okay, 3-1's the score, 2-point lead for Joseph Keller. And that's in the second period. We're 8-6 now. Grayson Matson for Lemoore. Now 8-7's the score over there. Looks like we had a shoe tying, so probably a technical violation over there. 8-7's the score. Hunter Undum has to tie up his laces. And Keller in on a double leg shot on Ranke. Ranke's going to counter. Keller takes him back down to the mat. Ranke's going to see if he can chase the ankle, front headlock position. Keller's going to grab onto the elbow. Ranke's chasing the back leg. Keller's going to arm spin through. Ranke grabs his back on the arm spin. Ranke's going to go up 4-3. Keller tried to arm spin through. Ranke will take the lead 4-3 off the takedown. And final here with a minute 5 remaining. Keller going to stand up on the edge of the mat, see if he can tie this up. Ranke's just going to take him out, gets a fresh start back to the center of the mat. So 4-3, Ranke has the lead. Ranke will have choice in the third period. So Keller tried to arm spin. Ranke takes his back. Good heads-up move there by Cruz Ranke. And he won that position with Keller. Now Ranke has a half Nelson. Keller explodes up to his feet. Ranke's got to do something with it. Returns him back down to the mat. was able to get the mat return. Final 35 seconds of the second period. Ranke has the 1-point lead over Joseph Keller. Keller's going to stand up. He's going to get the 1-point escape. We're tied up at 4, 24 seconds remaining. Matchup between Grayson Matz and Hunter Undum. Undum now up by 1. 10-9's that score. And 20 seconds remaining second period. Final 10 seconds remaining over on mat 1 between Ranke and Keller in the second period. That's tied up at 4 apiece. Keller got the escape after the Ranke takedown. We're going to go into the third period. Ranke will have choice. We're tied up at 4 apiece. Ranke takes a look. He's going to choose bottom with Keller. And now Undum extends his lead over on mat 2, 13-9 over Grayson Matson of Lemoore. And not going to waste any time over there for Keller. Keller is going to wants to take Ranke on his feet. 5-4 lead. Cruz Ranke has the lead. So Keller just said, hey, I'm going to go ahead and I'm not going to waste any time. I don't want to work this match, get the full 2 minutes on her feet. Matson trying to turn the corner over there and pick up. Now he gets the takedown. He's going to take Undum to his back off the takedown. Undum rolls through with the high crotch, still scrambling. He's going to reverse it. The two reversal, they're back and forth battle on mat 2 between Undum and Matson. 18-11 is the score. Currently Hunter Undum has the 7-point lead at 18-11 over on mat 2. That's in the third period with a minute 24 remaining. Mat 1. 5-4 lead for Cruz Ranke. That's down to minute 19 remaining third period. Ranke up on his feet with Keller center of the mat. Keller with a little feint. Ranke reacts. We'll see if he comes with that again, see what Ranke does with it. So a little fake or feint by Keller. 5-4 the score. Keller goes underneath. Now under a minute remaining. Ranke has the 1-point lead. I don't think either wrestler's been warned for stalling. Keller goes high crotch. Ranke tried to snap down on Keller. And there's a pin over here. Hunter Undum wins by fall over Grayson Matson. As it doesn't look like either wrestler's been warned for stalling. Currently the 1-point lead for Cruz Ranke. I expect the last 15 seconds to be a flurry there for Keller as we're tied up in the duel. 21 apiece. Joseph Keller, Cruz Ranke. Keller's going to take the double leg shot. Ranke's going to go front headlock. Keller tried to dump Ranke. Final 20 seconds. Ranke has the front headlock. Keller trying to drag it. Ranke turn, and Keller and Ranke on the edge of the mat. The big headlock and the toe in. And the 3-point takedown. Keller is going to catch Ranke on the headlock on the edge of the mat. The scramble. And some near fall coming here. Keller catches Ranke, edge of the mat. And that'll be the win by decision for Joseph Keller over Cruz Ranke. They scrambled it out. That'll bring us to 172 pounds. A good matchup there. Chess match between Ranke and Keller. They got in a scramble. Keller, the muscle man with the Mustangs, comes out on top of that scramble. Wins 7-5 by decision. And now the 3-point lead, 24-21. And Eli Lyons coming out here against Brody Michelson. So Michelson for South Border, a senior, 30-3 record. Lyons for Lisbon, 26-2. Eli Lyons coming off that championship at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. Lyons ranked number 2, Michelson number 3, Dakota Grappler rankings. Eli back-to-back third-place finishes at the state tournament. And then Michelson and Lyons, they're going to go out into the coach's chair of the Mustangs. Michelson for South Border placed 8th last year at the state tournament, state qualifier the year before. So Michelson working underneath, trying to hit the dump on Lyons. Lyons with the front headlock as South Border back to work in that arm drag off the front headlock. Didn't really see that first duel. Looks like something they've been working on in practice, going back to that arm drag. And Lyons, now Michelson's going to get underneath on Lyons. Lyons is going to catch him in a chin whip. Lyons steps over the top, a big scramble. And I don't even know how that went. And a fireman's carry. Lyons catches Michelson in a chin whip, and we're going to have a North Bank blood timeout. Yeah, so that was just a crazy scramble. Yeah, and neither team holding anything back here. They're firing on all cylinders, throwing haymakers back and forth. Not a tight match at all between Lisbon and South Border, and they're just going to let this thing fly. As the BankNorth.Bank blood timeout, not new, not national. Bank North, a hometown bank focused on relationships, local decisions, and community support. Find out more at BankNorth.Bank. Bank North, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. So this dual score, South Border with the lead, 24-21. Yeah, it was a big scramble there by Lyons and Michelson. Michelson looked like he was going to catch Lyons in a high crotch fireman's. Kind of went off the dump into the fireman's. Lyons with the body lock on Michelson. They're going to go out off the edge of the mat and on after the scramble, back to the center for a restart. 51 seconds remaining first period. And that dual score, Matt 2, now 24-22. Valley City with the 2-point lead over Lemoore. And that's at 160 pounds. Lallam has the 3-point lead over Callan Hansen of Valley City. Lyons, high crotch fireman's on Michelson. Michelson, now Lyons is going to take his ankles, or Lyons is going to take the ankles of Michelson, scores the 3-point takedown. So the 3-0 lead there for Eli Lyons on Brody Michelson. As South Border with the lead in the duel. And final 10 seconds of this first period. Exciting first period between Brody Michelson and Eli Lyons. Lyons will take the 3-0 lead, it looks like, into the second period. So a couple tight duels on Mats 1 and Mat 2. Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion, and Valley City. Valley City with a 2-point lead, 24-22 in that duel. South Border with the 3-point lead over here on Mat 1, 24-21. And a caution on top by Brody Michelson. So Michelson whistles with the caution. Goes off the whistle. Lyons has a cradle locked up on Michelson. Michelson trying to elevate. Lyons steps over the top. Saturday Night Ride. Eli Lyons, the pin. And Lyons with the pin over Brody Michelson. And Lisbon will take the lead. 27-24. That'll bring us to 189 pounds. And Riley Lucina, Cole Nitschke going out there. Lucina weighed in at 172. Made 172, so gonna see how Riley wrestles it out here. As your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel with the big pin there, Eli Lyons, number 2 over the number 3 ranked wrestler. You got 172 pounds. Lyons over Michelson by fall. And the Broncos now with the dual lead, 27-24 over South Border. Cole Nitschke come out here against Riley Lucina. Nitschke for the Mustangs. 2-time state place winner, placed 5th and 4th. 5th last year at 285 pounds. Down here more at his natural weight at 189. He's going to work a Merkel on Lucina. Gets it hooked up for the takedown. Drags him down to the match there, Riley Lucina and Cole Nitschke. Working on the edge of the mat, kind of a spladle, working around the backside on Lucina. They're going to roll off the edge. Nitschke trying to spladle Lucina. They're going to roll off the edge. Right now, Cole Nitschke, the senior, 29-2 record, has the 3-0 lead over Riley Lucina. Lucina not making it to the state tournament last year. Off the whistle, trying to stand up. Nitschke going kind of claw right underneath. Has a half Nelson. Lucina's going to go half Nelson drill. Hip over the top. See if Lucina's going to pick up the ankle. Nitschke's going to keep the half Nelson in, but Lucina's got that ankle. And nice little half Nelson drill. And all of a sudden, Nitschke somehow was able to get Lucina over. He just kept that half Nelson, those long arms buried in the pin there for Cole Nitschke. And South Border grabs the lead back. Brings us to 215 pounds. And the man from down under there, Salta Engelville, is Matt Schwab. Schwab coming out here at 215 pounds for Lisbon. And South Border with the 3-point lead. 30-27 here, going into 215 pounds. Mason Birch, the freshman, taking on the sophomore in Matt Schwab. Schwab coming off a championship out at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. Birch is going to try to go headlock with Schwab. Schwab with the mat return, takes Birch down, catches him with the crossface. They're going to be right on the edge of the mat. Schwab up 3-0. So the dual score, South Border leads 30-27. We have 2 matches to go. Mason Birch out there for the Mustangs in some exciting matches. Both teams just going at it. Yeah, Schwab and Birch now 3-0 lead. Matt Schwab is up 3-0. That's in the first period at the minute 23 remaining. Schwab in the top position. Birch in a caution on Schwab. So Birch came out with the headlock attempt on Schwab right away. Might as well throw it. And off the whistle, Schwab is going to catch Birch on his back. Birch tried to hit the Peterson off the whistle. Schwab working for the pin. Broncos trying to take the lead back. Schwab's going to catch the chin on the top here on Mason Birch. And Schwab over north-south, the shoulder, left shoulder up a little bit. The pin there for Matt Schwab. And the Broncos regain the lead, 33-30. Schwab with the win by a foul. Brock Lyons will check in. And I think that's the duel. And Lisbon into the championship. They'll face Kindred, the Broncos, into the championship duel. As Lyons picks up the win by forfeit, Lisbon 39-30, your final duel score. The Broncos will take on the Vikings for the championship. So 39-30 in that duel. So Lisbon and Kindred for the championship. Kindred advanced with a win over the Thunder, the EK Thunder, by a score of 37-33. So a showdown between Kindred and Lisbon coming up in that championship duel. As South Border will wrestle EEK. As we will take a moment. We're going to step away. We're going to come back, recap that duel between Lisbon and South Border. And I'll catch you up here before we do break away at Matt, 272 pounds. Tucker Jones wrestling Tyson Clable of Valley City. And Clable in on a double leg shot on Jones. And he's going to try to turn the corner. Jones back up there, kind of in the situation, waterfall position. But that duel is 25-24. Lemoore with the 1-point lead over Valley City in that duel, 25-24. They're at 172 pounds. And there was a scramble, no points awarded on Matt too. But we're going to step away. We're going to take a break. We'll come back for more from the 2026 North Dakota Class B Southeast Sub-Region Duels on YourLiveEvent.com.
Partnerships and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Are you looking for the perfect hardwood for your next winter project? Cywick Lumber and Hardware in Hillsboro has exciting news. Hardwood is now available in the Red River Valley only at Cywick. Whether you're a crafter, woodworker, or hobbyist, they have what you need to make your project. Choose from 3 convenient thicknesses and a beautiful variety of woods: red oak, cherry, white oak, hard maple, walnut, hickory, and poplar. Get started on your next masterpiece with the help of Cywick Lumber and Hardware, Hillsboro.
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime. Serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond, we are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsboro, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank. Strong bank, strong communities.
Imagine your life in Hillsborough, a place where neighbors know your name and opportunities are real. Here, you'll find affordable home lots and grants to help you build your future. In Hillsborough, safety, affordability, and community aren't just promises, they're our way of life. With a 24-hour fitness center, a strong school system, a trusted hospital, and a thriving business district, Hillsborough has everything you need to live well. Here, your family is our family, and your future shines bright. Discover Hillsborough, where small-town living means big opportunities. People often ask me, why are Hillsborough Central Valley athletes so successful? Have you seen our fitness center? The weightlifting doesn't stop with our athletics. At Hillsborough Public School, we strive to do difficult things all the time. We help struggling readers read. Our MTSS process makes sure all students are improving. Hillsborough students are challenged to do difficult tasks each day. Please come and check out our school. And if you need a place to exercise, check out our fitness center.
The Hillsborough Vets Club thanks you for your support of their activities and events. Stop in and to check out their new menu. Enjoy the Vets Club appetizers every Wednesday from 5 till 7. And as I've said many times, they have the best roasted chicken around. Enjoy roasted chicken every Saturday from 5:30 till 7:30. Get there early because sometimes it's gone early because it is the best roasted chicken. Fries and coleslaw also available with this meal every Saturday. Dine in or take out. The Hillsborough Vets Club.
Before the farming season moves forward, there's one important decision to make. Every year brings unknowns. Weather, markets, yields. Multi-peril crop insurance helps protect the work you put in long before harvest. The MPCI crop insurance closing deadline is March 16th. At Irie Insurance, we've helped generations of farmers plan ahead with confidence. Let's make sure you're ready. Contact Irie Insurance for guidance you can trust.
Riverside Building Center in Lisbon is the premier building supply headquarters in southeastern North Dakota. They have it from the basic home improvements to complete pre-built homes. Their staff is knowledgeable in every product they sell. With their large inventory and a fleet of 6 delivery vehicles, Riverside Building Center in Lisbon can bring the products to your job site. From a hammer all the way to a home, they have you covered. Visit rbclisbon.com today. That's rbclisbon.com. Riverside Building Center in Lisbon.
All right, welcome back here at liveevent.com. This duel between Lemoore, Litchville, Marion, and Valley City. Back and forth battle right now. Valley City is up 27-25 over Lemoore, Litchville, Marion. The winner of this duel will wrestle for 5th place. The non-winner will wrestle for 7th place. Non-winner will take on Napoleon. Right now they're 189 pounds, so still some weights to wrestle. Currently Valley City has the 2-point lead, 27-24. And looks like Crosby Shockman wrestling Jack LaRue to Valley City. LaRue's going to pick up the takedown. We'll come back and we'll try to recap the duel between Lisbon and South Border. Just like to mention, for those of you listening or maybe not be able to follow along with the girls East Region dual tournament, and the Lisbon Broncos advance into the championship duel as they will face South Border. So kind of once you know it, these two Class B schools can't get away from each other as they're going to face off for the championship. In the East Region girls duel, Lisbon defeated Grand Forks. Grand Forks was the number 2 seed. Lisbon was the number 3. Lisbon defeated Grand Forks 54-21 in the semifinals. And South Border took down Pembina County, the number 1 seed, by a score of 42-28. And Lisbon and South Border battling it out for that girls East Region dual title. And then wrestling for 3rd out there in the East Region girls dual tournament. Pembina County North will take on Grand Forks. Those top 4 teams advance to the state tournament in East Region duels, and then they do have a challenge match for that true 4th place in the girls East Region duels. But Lisbon and South Border in the championship duel here at the girls East Region dual tournament. That's up in Fargo. And then out here, currently 27-25, Valley City has the 2-point lead, or they grab the lead back in this duel. The winner of this duel will wrestle for 5th place. Non-winner will wrestle for 7th place. And try to recap this dual meet between Lisbon and the South Border Mustangs. Lisbon into the semifinals. They're going to wrestle Kindred. As for the Lisbon Broncos and South Border Mustangs, South Border opened up with 3 pins in a row. Lisbon with the weight classes filled, but South Border picking up 3 pins from 107 to 121 as Eli Schlepp pinned Theo Hans in 38 seconds. Blake Gobo over Micah Fromke. That was a good battle back and forth, but Gobo was able to catch Fromke. He eventually catches up to him with the win by fall in 4 minutes and 44 seconds. Then Jared Schilling, winner by fall over Nias Lyons in 1:25. Another good scramble. Schilling came out on top of it. South Border led 18-0, and Nolan Anderson at 127 picks up a forfeit. 18-6 is the dual score. 133 pounds, Grayson Lyons picks up a key win by decision, 10-4 over Thomas Bender. Bender bumping up to 133, not wrestling Anderson at 27. Yeah, Grayson Lyons comes out with the win by decision, 10-4. That dual score, 18-9. Rylan Vetter came out with a 2-0 victory over Ian Anderson. That was another good head-to-head chess matchup. And our score, 21-9 after 139 pounds. Griffin Greenlee with the big pin there for the Lisbon Broncos over Riker Vetter, picking up an Angus 8 precision move of the match. And that dual score then 21-15. Ryan Eng with a pin over Colton Vetter in 1:31 at 152 pounds. So we're tied up at 21 apiece. Joseph Keller with the win by decision over Cruz Ranke. A big scramble as Ranke had the 5-4 lead, and they scramble it out at the end of the third period. Keller comes out on top, catches Ranke, and picks up a takedown and near fall for the win by decision, 11-5 at 160 pounds. Then Eli Lyons comes out and wins by fall over Brody Michelson. And picking up your Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Duel there for Eli Lyons. He was your Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Duel. Life takes energy from Enbridge. That's energy for life at Enbridge.com. Lyons lighting up the mat with that win by fall over Brody Michelson. And duel back and forth, 189 pounds. It was Kolnitzki over Riley Lucina by fall. Lucina had a nice half Nelson drill, tried to cartwheel over. Nitschke just kept that half Nelson in and somehow didn't really see what happened on that far side, was able to get Lucina over for the win by fall. And then Lisbon would grab the lead back in the eventual victory, 39-30 as Matt Schwab won by fall over Mason Birch in 59 seconds. Brock Lyons picks up the forfeit. Your final duel score, 39-30 in favor of the Lisbon Broncos. And it looks like Valley City will take the duel against Lemoore Litchfield Marion, 45-25. So Valley City wrestling for 5th place as Valley City will wrestle Oaks for 5th. 45-25 winners over LLM, and Lemoore Litchfield Marion will wrestle Napoleon for 7th place, and Oaks will wrestle Valley City for 5th place. In the championship duel, it'll be Lisbon taking on Kindred, as Lisbon advanced to the championship duel, winner over South Border in the semifinals, 39-30. Kindred advances to the championship duel by a 37-33 win over Ellendale Edgeley Combe Thunder for the championship duel. So Lisbon and Kindred, and then wrestling for 3rd place are EEK and South Border. And just try to preview those really quick while we have a break as we head into a break. As you look at those head-to-head matchups, Kindred and Lisbon met up on the 15th of January, and Kindred beat Lisbon by a score of 31-28 in that regular season duel matchup. And then for EEK and South Border, those two teams, they met up on the 30th of January, and South Border took it to EEK. They won 49-21 over the Thunder. That was back on the 30th of January, so that's coming up there for your championship duel. Those previous head-to-heads, Kindred and Lisbon, and then South Border and EEK. Yeah, as we're going to head into a break, and we'll probably try to come back just depending on how long the break, but I'd say at least 5 minutes. Check back in about 5 minutes as we're at break time here. And just to recap for these duels coming up, wrestling in the championship, Lisbon and Kindred wrestling for 3rd is South Border and Ellendale Edgley Calm. Wrestling for 5th place, we have Valley City and Oaks, and then wrestling for 7th place is Napoleon, the Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion Lobos. And then if you're paying attention to that North Dakota Girls East Region Duel Tournament, the Lisbon Broncos in the championship duel, they're going to take on the South Border Mustangs. They also made it into the championship duel. The Broncos upset number 2 seed Grand Forks by a score of 54-21 in the semifinals, and South Border took out the number 1 seed Pembina County North 42-28. So Lisbon and South Border in that North Dakota Girls East Region Dual Championship. As we will step away, we're going to take a timeout here on YourLiveEvent.com, and we'll come back for more from the 2026 North Dakota Class B Southeast Sub-Region Duels from Napoleon, North Dakota. Going to take a right around a 5-minute break.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Buying and selling heavy equipment at purplewave.com saves time and money. We handle all of the details, including pictures, videos, marketing, titles, and payments.
It was almost immediately over the top with the customer service. I just never ever experienced that before with any other auction service. They're constantly working for me as the seller, and I really like that.
Purple Wave Auction is straight, simple, sold.
You finally found the perfect car in racing blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
River's Edge Insurance Agency, Halstead, 218-456-2172.
Keep going, more. No, stop!
Are you looking for the perfect hardwood for your next winter project? Cywick Lumber and Hardware in Hillsboro has exciting news. Hardwood is now available in the Red River Valley only at Cywick. Whether you're a crafter, woodworker, or hobbyist, they have what you need to make your project. Choose from 3 convenient thicknesses and a beautiful variety of woods: red oak, cherry, white oak, hard maple, walnut, hickory, and poplar. Get started on your next masterpiece with the help of Cywick Lumber and Hardware, Hillsboro.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customers satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
Here's a message from Tim Cassette, Golden Harvest Seed Sales in the Hillsboro area. When it comes to your operations needs, they want to hear from you, which is why they're committed to listening first. From farmer-focused R&D teams to their Gold Series soybeans and game-changing corn products to the insights shared through the Illuminate digital platform, everything offered is an answer to what they learned from you. For Golden Harvest corn and soybean seed, visit with Tim Cassette Seed Sales Hillsboro, 701-430-0877.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Hey, welcome back here at yourliveevent.com. Back for these 2026 North Dakota Class B South Sub-Region duels from Napoleon, North Dakota. Out west beyond the 281 Iron Curtain as we're into these placing duels. And that's wrestling for 5th place is Oaks and Valley City. You have Simon Trapp out there. Trapp. So we have Simon Trapp out there for Valley City. And that's currently 3-0 score, minute remaining in the first period. As Oaks lost their first round duel, so they lost their first duel to Ellendale Edgeley-Colm by a score of 33-32. They defeated Napoleon 48-20, wrestling here for 5th place against Valley City. Valley City, they were defeated in the first round 54-24 by South Border, and then they just defeated Lemoore Litchfield Marion by a score of 45-25. Over here on that was on mat 2. So we are in the placing rounds. This is for 5th place. We'll also have that 7th place duel out there between Lemoore Litchfield Marion and Napoleon. No. So that's the duels going on right now for 5th and for 7th place. Yeah, as you take a look at that championship bracket, it was Kindred over Napoleon 54-21, and then they defeated Ellendale Edgeley-Colm 37-33 to advance to the championship batch, or championship duel against Lisbon. Lisbon defeated Lemoore Litchfield Marion in the first round 67-5, and then they just defeated South Border by a dual score of 39-30, and then the Thunder and the South Border Mustangs, they'll wrestle for 3rd, while Lisbon and Kindred will wrestle for the championship. And those will follow these duels, and they'll keep on that roll. I'd imagine they'll keep on that rolling schedule as the wrestling continues on here inside the Napoleon High School gymnasium. And mat 1, that's Carter Wald. Should say Carter Wald wrestling Simon Trapp. Trapp still up now. He's up 4-0. So the 4-0 lead. And they're going to get stalemate stood back up. And then mat 2, 107 pounds over there, mat 2. Trey Rowell from Napoleon wrestling Jeremiah Logering. So Trey Rowell, the 7th grader, wrestling Logering from Lemoore Litchfield Marion, an 8th grader. Logering has a cradle locked up, and he's looking for near fall. And he'll pick up the 4 near fall after he breaks the hold. 7-0 that score there. Jeremiah Logering for Lemoore Litchfield Marion up 7-0. On mat 2 over Trey Rowell. That's wrestling for 7th place. And then 5th place, Carter Wald, Simon Trapp. Simon Trapp ranked number 3 at 107 pounds. And for Valley City, state qualifier last year in North Dakota Class A. Valley City dropping down to Class B, assigned here to the East Region and the Southeast Sub-Region. Another cradle hooked up by Logering, up a 7-0 on Trey Rowell. He has the cradle locked up. And down the final 15 seconds of that first period there for Logering to work for a pin. The pin there, Jeremiah Logering, liking the cradle action by Lemoore. And the Lobos will take the 6-0 lead here for 7th place on mat 2. Meanwhile, Simon Trapp is up 7-0 with 7 seconds remaining. And that's in the second period, wrestling Carter Wald from Oaks. Carter Wald, honorable mention ranking, Dakota Grappler rankings at 107. So our score in the duel over on mat 2, that's currently 6-0 lead. On mat 2, looks like they have new wrestlers checking in between Napoleon and the Litchfield Marion. Lowering won by fall at 107 pounds. So 6-0 lead going into 114 on mat 2 for Lemoore. And Carter Wald, Simon Trapp, that's 7-0 score. Trapp for Valley City, a freshman, 30-7 record. Carter Wald, a freshman for Lemoore, 19-14. Mat 2, 114 pounds. That matchup, Brandon Grunike, 8th grader, 2-18 record for Napoleon, taking on Maddox DeVries of Lemoore Litchfield Marion, 8th grader, 7-9 record. So that's your matchup out there. 8th graders going at it here in the late weights, 114-pound matchup on mat 2. And they got a break in the action between Wald and Trapp. And minute 5 remaining. That's still 107 pounds. Trapp has the inside cradle locked up, head in the hole. And he's going to try to run over Carter Wald. Wald doing a good job hand fighting over there. Has a hold of the wrist on the far side. See, Oaks and Valley City, they did meet up in a duel. It was Oaks defeating Valley City in that duel on the 13th of January, 47-27, the last time those two teams met up. That was on the 13th of January. Oaks won the duel 47-27. And let's see, in Napoleon and Lemoore Litchfield Marion, they wrestled on the 29th of January, and Lemoore won that duel 38-24 back on the 29th of January. That was the two previous head-to-head matchups and duels between those two teams. And Wald kind of with the assassin hooked up on Trapp. Trapp able to get back around, but he's going to get a couple of points at the end of the period. So I think that final score, 14-2. We'll see either 13 or 14-2 there. Simon Trapp, your winner by major decision over Carter Wald. Result on mat 1. And mat 2, 114 pounds. DeVries up 3-0. He has the screwdriver locked up on Brandon Grunike. Now he's going to jump to a cradle. Nice crunch down by Maddox DeVries on that cradle. Kind of working out front with the screwdriver. Came around, crunched down on the cradle. Not able to get the turn at the end of the period over a mat 2. And new matchup on mat 1. So I think they're talking about that assassin move out there, checking the legality of it over there with the Valley City coaches. Right now, mat 1, 114-pound matchup. Sutton Stearns, Steele Thornton. Sutton Stearns, a sophomore for Oaks. Steele Thornton, a 7th grader for Valley City. Stearns with a 15-7 record. He comes up with a nice dump to the takedown for 3 points. Rolls over Thornton on his back. The pin right away for Sutton Stearns. 6-4 lead for Oaks at 114 pounds. And we had a pin over a mat 2. Maddox DeVries of Lemoore Litchfield Marion wins by fall over Brandon Grunike. And that's a 12-0 lead for Lemoore over Napoleon. And new wrestlers checking in on both mats and mats 1 and 2 for 121 pounds. So they got new wrestlers checking in. And it's Ben Wagner for Oaks wrestling Bowen Bulow of Valley City. Oaks with the 6-4 lead. Wagner for Oaks is a senior, 24-6 record. Bulow for Valley City, a freshman, 9-17. Wagner's going to stretch out the arm. Saturday Night Ride for Wagner. The pin for Ben Wagner. Wagner with the Saturday Night Ride is going to pick up the Egg Precision move of the match. He wins by fall over Bowen Bulow for that Egg Precision move of the match. Going out to Ben Wagner. in Wagner. Your Agassiz Precision Move of the Match, your local precision planning dealer, Agassiz Precision Ag in Hillsboro. Call 701-636-2119 or visit plannerdoc.com. That was over on mat 2. Or excuse me, on mat 1. And then mat 2, Tyson Grunek, Zach Paul. 121 pounds. Paul up 3-0. He's in that top position. Grunek for Napoleon in the bottom of the situation. Has a hold of the lead. Paul looks like he's trying to lock up with the crossface with a cradle. He's eventually going to roll Grunek over. Grunek had a hold of the leg, tried to roll through on it. Paul working for the pin. Goes bottom knee in the side for it. In the temple, he's going to squeeze the elbows together over on mat 2 in the pin there. Zach Paul, Lemoore Litchfield Marion. They're going to extend that lead now 18-0. And our score 12-4 Oaks with the 8-point lead. They pick up another pin at 121 pounds there from Ben Wagner with that Agassiz Precision Move of the Match. And that's going to bring us to 127 pounds. Or excuse me, 133 pounds with Jared Nelson and Carter Coughlin going at it. Jared Nelson for the Oaks Tornadoes, Carter Coughlin for Valley City. Coughlin, an 8th grader, 20-14 records. Jared Nelson, a sophomore for Oaks, 20-12. Working an inside cradle. Now to an armbar, going to catch the wrist for Jared Nelson. And Nelson working that armbar on Coughlin. Coughlin's going to kind of rotate those hips. Nelson's going to keep the pressure on, walk it around. Has the shoulders exposed and reels him over for the quick pin by the official on Carter Coughlin. Jared Nelson wins by fall. That dual score now 18-10. Jared Nelson, your winner by fall. And we have Easton Baumgartner and Joey Hyde. Don't think that match happened. Now Bo Grunfelder and Logan Potts going out there at 133. Things kind of moving along. Quick pace here, trying to keep up. Lemoore Litchfield Marion leads Napoleon 24-6. And not sure Potts, I think, with a forfeit. 139 maybe, or 145. I think that's Weston Baumgartner going out there for Napoleon. Now 30-6 is our score going into 145 between Lemoore Litchfield Marion and Napoleon. That's on mat 2. And mat 1, Tucker Morodo, Trent Geisler. 18-10, Oaks has the lead in that duel over Valley City up on the Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. So just taking a look at the Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard, the current dual score over on mat 1 between Oaks and Valley City for 5th place. Oaks leads that by a score of 18-10. That match score, Tucker Morodo, a freshman from Oaks, has the 3-0 lead over Trent Geisler of Valley City. They're going to go off the edge of the mat now. 3-1's your score in the first period. Yeah, as Morodo backing on a double leg, runs it over for another takedown. 6-1's your score on mat 1, 139 pounds. And then moving over to mat 2, Weston Baumgartner working for a fall on Andre Van Eden of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. That dual score up on the DHB.bank scoreboard is 30-12 with that win by fall from Weston Baumgartner. So that was your DHB, Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard update. As Napoleon with 12 points on the board, 30-12 that dual score on mat 2, 145 pounds. That's going to bring up Bryce Schneider of Napoleon, Grayson Matson for Lemoore Litchfield Marion. So Napoleon going to try to get another one back. And mat 1, Morodo and Geisler, 6-1 lead there. Tucker Morodo for Oaks in the top position. Still in the first period, he's wearing the black singlet with the orange trim around the legs. So he's up by a score of 6-1. He's currently in the top position over on mat 1. Just trying to spiral the wrist, see if he can dig that out into a hammerlock. Now he's going to go half Nelson. Morodo keeping the wrist tied up. Now he's going to explode out into the period. Works into a standing switch. Morodo able to get back around, so we're 6-1 at the end of the first period. Tucker Morodo has the lead. At 139 pounds, this is for 5th place over on mat 1. And he got a little half Nelson action with the foot over here on Bryce Schneider and Grayson Matson. Schneider's going to pick up 4 near fall over on mat 2. He's up 7-0 in that match at 152 pounds, wrestling Grayson Matson. Schneider, state qualifier last year, state place winner the year before. Out here wrestling for Napoleon. Grayson Matson for Lemoore Litchfield Marion will start in the bottom position on the restart. And trying to hit a chin whip and a nice big double leg, going to run him over straight to his back. Tucker Morodo takes Trent Geisler over the pin. Tucker Morodo of Oaks. Nice big power double. Took Geisler straight to his back into a half Nelson. And Oaks up in their dual score now with 6 more points, 24-10. So 24-10. Oaks with the lead there for 5th place. And that'll bring up here for 5th place, 145 pounds, Carson German for Oaks. Bryce Komrosky of Valley City. German working up over the top, working on the head of Komrosky. Komrosky in the bottom position. Carson German with the pinning combination has the reverse half hooked up. Catches the far shoulder. Komrosky able to get back over onto the belly. And I think it's going to be 6-0. Lead for Carson German at 145. And the pin over here, Bryce Schneider over Grayson Matson on mat 2. And 18-30. So 30-18 lead for Lemoore Litchfield Marion. The pin, Carson German for Oaks at 145 pounds. 6 more points on the board. So 30 points for the Oaks and 10 for Valley City. 30-10 is that score for 5th place, going into 152 pounds. Oaks all over Valley City right now, going into 152. Brooks Grunfelder coming out here at 160 pounds, wrestling up a little bit here with Leo Lallam. Lallam, some long arms on him, good for picking ankles. And he was able to get a nice scramble with Ranke and almost had a reverse there out of the cradle. Grunfelder's going to come out, pick up the takedown. Taking the early 3-0 lead right away, sticks in a leg on Lallam's going to go with the power half. He's not going to waste any time. He's going to go with that half Nelson, see if he can keep that thing buried in. He grabs onto that wrist on the left side, keeps the leg in. And Lallam doing a good job countering out of it. Didn't give up any near fall points, just the takedown. 3-0 score. And the forfeit to Valley City. Now 30-16 is that dual score. They're wrestling for 5th place on mat 1. And new wrestlers out there, 160 pounds, Zaid Higher for Oaks, Bradley Smith for Valley City. Smith, the sophomore, 0-7 record. Higher for Oaks, a senior, 24-11. Zaid Higher placed 5th last year at the state tournament at 152 pounds. He's all over Bradley Smith right now with the double leg. Smith has just probably give it up and go belly down. Hung on to that leg maybe just a little bit too far. Higher's going to snatch up a crossface with the leg. Turk going to stretch this out, trying to turn it into near fall and a pin. At 160 pounds over here on mat 1. Now he's going to go half Nelson over the top. Keeps that leg. And the pin over there, Zaid Higher. 36-16 is that dual score. Oaks up now. 36-16 has the 20-point lead. Grunfelder, Lallam still scrambling around. Grunfelder's going to pick up some near fall at the end of this period. He has a pinning combination hooked up. See if he has 10 seconds, see if he has enough time. He's going to try to go Saturday Night Ride over the top on Lallam. Lallam bridges out. And the 4 near fall coming up for Grunfelder. He's going to go back into another pinning combination. he picks up 4 more near fall. So 14-1, I think, is that score. He got 12-1 on the scoreboard, but picked up 4 more. So I guess we're going to go 12-1 on the scoreboard. I should have 4 near fall 2 times, but maybe they didn't signal it twice. Okay. It was different pinning moves put on by Grunfelder. So they got 12-1 on the scoreboard inside the gymnasium. They're in the second period. Brooks Grunfelder up, the freshman for Napoleon, 21-7 record in that front headlock position. He goes cow catcher, kind of a lat drop position, goes underhook, kept the arm over on the far side, and he drops Lallam to his back, and he's going to have at least a tech fall here if Lallam's able to bridge out. He wants the pin for Napoleon there, Grunfelder does. And that left shoulder up just a little, or I should say right shoulder up just a little at the pin there. Brooks Grunfelder on mat 2 for Napoleon over Leo Lallam of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. 24-30 now that dual score. Grunfelder with the win by fall at 160. And the double arm bar there for Tyson Clable. And he's going to win by fall over Reese Klein. So Clable coming out with the win by fall, 22 points, 36-22. Oaks and Valley City going at it. Oaks still with a comfortable lead going into 189. So Ptacek going out there. At 189. And then mat 2, 172 pounds, Aiden Mann. Napoleon taking on Tucker Jones. Lemoore Litchfield Marion, the senior for Lemoore, has an inside cradle locked up on Aiden Mann of Napoleon. He's going to roll him over. Has a take down the pin there with the cradle action from Tucker Jones. And that extends the lead for Lemoore, 36-24, wrestling for 7th place. And Ptacek with the quick takedown on Jack LaRue to Valley City. Over on mat 1, and Ptacek will have the 3-0 lead over Jack LaRue, the senior for Valley City. And I think we're going to have a forfeit out there for Shockman at 189. That'll take him to 215 for Andre Dahl to go check in at the table for Napoleon on mat 2. Dahl will pick up the forfeit. 42-30. And I think they're going to have a double forfeit probably at heavyweight. Oh, no. Napoleon will go send their wrestler over. So Van Zyl will go over and check in. And I think that final dual score, 42-36. Closer than the regular season there. That's wrestling for 7th place. But Lemoore Litchfield Marion will take 7th place. 42-36 over Napoleon. So we'll take in 5th place, or taking 7th place is Lemoore Litchfield Marion. They win by a score of 42-36 on mat 2. They place 7th here at the Southeast Sub-Region Duels. And to recap that duel for you, as we're still wrestling out here between Max Klein and Leighton Hendrickson. And that 42-22 is the score. Comfortable lead out here for Oaks as they're up by 20 points. And they'll take 5th place, so Oaks will take 5th place as they're at 215 pounds. Valley City can't catch them, just wrestling for head-to-head matchups and some pride out here on mat 1. As we'll recap that duel. Between Lemoore and Napoleon. See if we can find it. As that duel started out at 107 pounds. Jeremiah Logering, Lemoore Litchfield Marion over Trey Rao, Napoleon by fall. Maddox DeVries over Brandon Grunek of Napoleon by fall. And then Zach Powell of Lemoore Litchfield Marion over Tyson Grunek by a pin in a minute 30. And then there was a forfeit at 127. Joey Hyde received the forfeit for LLM. And they had a quick 24-0 lead over Napoleon. Bo Grufelder picked up a forfeit at 133 for Napoleon. So 24-6. Joseph Potts for Lemoore Litchfield Marion with the win by forfeit. As we were 30-6 after 139. And Max Klein with the takedown working for near fall over on mat 2. And 145 pounds, Napoleon gets things rolling with Weston Baumgartner over Andre Van Eden by fall in 50 seconds. Bryce Schneider won by fall over Grayson Matson in 2 minutes and 17 seconds. And Brooks Grenfelder of Napoleon over Leo Lallam by fall in 2 minutes and 36 seconds. And at that time, it was a dual score of 30-24. And then from 172 to 189, Tucker Jones at 172 picks up a fall in 29 seconds over Aiden Mann of Napoleon. And Crosby Shockman won by forfeit. And then at 215 and 285, Napoleon did pick up 2 more forfeits, but it wasn't enough. And Lemoore Litchfield Marion wins by 6, 42-36 over Napoleon for 7th place. And looks like we have a little bit of injury timeout there with Max Klein and Leighton Hendrickson. So some injury timeout. We're going to step away, take a quick word from our sponsors on yourliveevent.com.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank Community Bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers. They are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 201 Main Street, Hunter.
The mission and purpose of DRN is to continue to provide services that have long-term viability for our members. The benefit of being a cooperative is the service, reliability. Our members know each other, and know our technicians, and we pride ourselves on that customer service, just to keep them better connected than anywhere else in the world. The level of care that we give to our members, it's second nature to want to help.
Hey, welcome back here at liveevent.com. They're black to blood time. They came back for about 5 seconds and now back to Bank North Bank blood time out after that injury time. So they go back into a blood time over on mat 1 in that duel, wrestling for 5th place, 42-22. Oaks has the lead. Max Klein has the 7-0 lead over Leighton Hendrickson of Oaks. And then for those of you tuning in, as you look at the championship duel there in the East Region Duel, Lisbon trying to make some history here at the East Region Duel Tournament. And they currently have the lead in that championship duel, 38-15 over South Border. And they're at 106-pound. Melina Rebson for Lisbon just took the lead over Veda Hoffman, 5-4. That's in the 3rd period. And that match up there, Lisbon and South Border wrestling for that East Region Duel Tournament Championship for the girls. And Lisbon currently leads 38-15. They're at 106 pounds. And it is Melina Rebson for Lisbon. She has the 5-4 lead over Veda Hoffman of South Border. And now Hoffman goes up 7-5 in that duel. Or I should say in that match. Currently Lisbon leading 38-15. Yeah, so we'll turn it back over with the blood time, that Bank North Bank blood timeout. And just to mention their championship duel, Lisbon and Kindred will go at it, as Kindred defeated Ellendale Edgeley Combe 37-33 in the semifinals, and Lisbon over South Border by a score of 39-30. So that brings up our championship duel. That's going to come up here shortly after the conclusion of Valley City and Oaks. And looks like they're trying to get the score clock or people back here at the scoreboard situated. All right, back here for the 215-pound match as they continue on after that blood time, and it's a little bit of injury time there for Leighton Hendrickson, then blood time as Max Klein is up 7-0. And Hendrickson with a little slide-by elbow pass takes Klein out of position. Now they go back towards just off the center of the mat. And just to mention for that third place duel, that'll feature Ellendale Edgley Combe and South Border. That's going to take place over on mat 2. EEK and South Border for third place. They do wrestle to a true second. Just as that East Region girls, they wrestle for a true fourth. I didn't check that out to see if there was a challenge duel there, but they're currently in that championship duel between South Border and Lisbon. And that's 38-21. So it looks like South Border picked up a pin from Hoffman. So 38-21 in that duel at 112 pounds. They're going into 112 pounds. Currently, Maddie Krellen's out there for Lisbon, and she's wrestling Elise Jenner from South Border. Krellen has the 1-0 lead. That's in the first period. And they're back. A little bit more blood time out, and they finally cut blood time there for Leighton Hendrickson. He's going to go back out there. Klein up 7-3. They're 42-22 in the duel. That's in the second period. So the takedown by Hendrickson. And then now the escape given. So Hendrickson's going to put Klein up on his feet. So they go back up to their feet. Still just wrestling center of the mat. Not much action after that takedown by Hendrickson and then all the blood time. Hendrickson go back 2-on-1 into the kind of a Russian tie position. And they got the end of the period. 4-point lead for Max Klein over Leighton Hendrickson. Looks like Hendrickson has choice. He's going to choose neutral. Leighton Hendrickson in the Oaks Tornadoes there. Looking at Klein. I think it was Klein's choice. Klein, they're kind of like, hey, wait a minute over here. And Klein has choice. He's going to choose bottom. So they got to take the point there from Klein. Okay. So we're working through the score. Looks like 8-3. Here for Klein and Hendrickson. And Hendrickson had another takedown. Klein rolls through on Hendrickson. He's going to catch the head. Klein with the hip ice. And they didn't do a change of position. Klein right up to his feet. Now the 1-point escape. And we're 10-6. So Hendrickson did get the takedown. 10-6 score, 4-point lead for Max Klein. That's third period. And it looks like they're getting ready or close to ready over on mat 2 for that third place showdown between EK and South Border. As I mentioned previously, that matchup occurred in the regular season on the 30th of January. And South Border defeated EK by a score of 49-21. So here for that third place duel, the winner trying to position themselves for a challenge, just depending on the outcome between Lisbon and Kindred in the championship duel. And Klein with the takedown. He's going to take control, breaks this one open, 14-6. There for Max Klein. And now got another blood timeout. So, no, it's 13-6. Their Klein has the 13-6 lead. They got some more blood time, so we're going to go and step away. And we'll come back for more action as we have blood time over at Mat 1. That dual score 42-22. Oaks with the lead in the duel for 5th place over at Mat 1.
Family owned and operated since 1935, located in Oaks, North Dakota. They sell CarQuest automotive parts and numerous lines of agriculture parts. Plus, you'll have to stop by and check out their clothing and footwear department, featuring the brands of Brothers in Arms, Howitzer, Ariat, Cinch, and Twisted X Footwear. Emery Visto's implement everything and anything you need is under one roof. Stop in just south of Oaks on Highway 1 or call 701-742-2167.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting, with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Are you looking for the perfect hardwood for your next winter project? Cywick Lumber and Hardware in Hillsboro has exciting news. Hardwood is now available in the Red River Valley only at Cywick. Whether you're a crafter, woodworker, or hobbyist, they have what you need to make your project. Choose from 3 convenient thicknesses and a beautiful variety of woods: red oak, cherry, white oak, hard maple, walnut, hickory, and poplar. Get started on your next masterpiece with the help of Cywick Lumber and Hardware, Hillsboro.
All right, welcome back here at liveevent.com as Max Klein came out of that blood time, and he threw Hendrickson over and pinned him. So Max Klein picks up a win by a fall at 215 pounds, 48-22. And we're still going to have a matchup here at 285, looking for that head-to-head matchup. Dylan Hunt going out there, or Owen Hunt, sorry, Owen Hunt for Valley City, sophomore, taking on Braden Shimanewski of Oaks here for, it's in that 5th place duel. Oaks up 48-22. They're going to wrestle this one out. You're at 285 pounds. And Owen Hunt ranked number 2 for Valley City at 285 pounds. And then last year at the state tournament, Owen placed 7th at 285. And they're going to go out after the scramble on the takedown. So Owen Hunt placing 7th at 285 last year in Class A, a state qualifier the year before. And he is a sophomore, and he's going big time. And a lot of bodies, and they go on to the matchup, that 3rd place match, Ivan Mock and Eli Schlepp. And those little guys just about got crushed by the bodies flying across the mat. Here with Owen Hunt and Braden Shimanewski. As we got both mats still going. 3rd place matchup, a 3rd place match going on between Ivan Mock and Eli Schlepp in the duel, and Hunt's going to throw Shimanewski down, and the pin for Owen Hunt, and that'll do the duel 48-28, and that's the final score over at Mat 1. Oaks will take 5th place. They win in the duel 48-28. Try to recap that one really quick as that 3rd place duel taking place over on Mat 2. And starting off here at 107 pounds, it was Simon Trapp over Carter Wald of Oaks by major decision, 14-2. And then it was Sutton Stearns at 114 for Oaks. Gets one back here, wins by fall in 12 seconds over Steele Thornton. Ben Wagner from Oaks picks up another pin at 121 pounds. Dual score is 12-4 going into 127 pounds, where Tony Wadeson picks up a forfeit for Valley City. 133 pounds, Jaron Nelson of Oaks over Carter Coughlin by fall in 39 seconds. Tucker Moroto at 139 for Oaks over Trent Geisler by fall in 2 minutes and 43 seconds. 145, Carson German of Oaks over Bryce Komorowski of Valley City by fall in 44 seconds. And that dual score was 30-10 at that time after 145. And then 152 pounds, Valley City gets back another win by fall. Hunter Undum of Valley City, or I should say a forfeit at 152. It was Hunter Undum picking up a forfeit at 152 pounds. So we're 30-16 in our duel. 160 pounds Zayd higher over Bradley Smith by Valley City by a fall in 41 seconds. And 36-16 was the duel score. Going into 172, Tyson Claybull by fall over Reese Klein. And that was 36-22 after 189 pounds, where Jacob Ptasic won by a fall over Jack LaRue in 48 seconds. Max Klein over Leighton Hendrickson of Valley City at 2:15 and 5-minute 20-second pin. And 285 pounds, it was Owen Hunt of Valley City, as he won by fall over Braden Shimanewski. So it looks like the track wrestling, they got the wrong result on there. But it was Owen Hunt winner by fall in 53 seconds over Braden Shimanewski for that final result in that duel. And Oaks taking 5th place. Yeah, as we have this matchup here on mat 2 for 3rd place. So still a little bit on the line here, just depending on the outcome between Lisbon and Kindred in this championship duel. The 3rd place, you want to pick up that 3rd place for a possible chance to challenge. So right now, that is a 6-0 lead for South Border. South Border picked up a win by fall at 107 pounds. South Border here wrestling Ellendale Edgeley Combe for 3rd place. And currently that's Nash Nitschke, Blake Goebel out there. They're going to go scoreless into the 2nd period. Nash Nitschke here for the Thunder. Yeah, state qualifier last year at 107 pounds. Blake Goebel for the South Border Mustangs placed 3rd last year at 107. Nitschke in that top position has the leg right in on the near side. On the left side, is going to try to go guillotine. Has that air ball buried, or should say elbow to elbow on the far side. Now grabbing the wrist on Goebel. So here on mat 214 pounds. Nitschke has this arm stretched out on Goebel. Nitschke's going to try to get him over, not able to hold on to the wrist. Goebel is able to counter out of it. Sheer will and determination. Now Goebel's going to catch Nitschke high, goes a little bit head hunting. Still grabbing on the head, he's going to go double collars, try to pull Nitschke over. Minute 14 remaining. Nitschke's going to spin around behind, gets the 2-point reversal. First 2 points of this match, Nitschke, or I should say Blake Goebel has the 2-0 lead. Nitschke grabs the head on Goebel. Nitschke's going to come out the back door, tied up at 2. Nitschke has a half Nelson buried in on the near side. And gets Goebel black belly down, so we're tied up at 2 apiece here on mat 2, 114 pounds for 3rd place in this, or for the 3rd place duel. Tied up at 2 apiece. And Nitschke's going to go double arm bars on Goebel. Goebel has to watch out. Nitschke's got in good position. Has the combination hooked up. Nitschke's going to, or should say Goebel's going to hip ice back around for the 2-point reversal. 4-2. Goebel's going to go right away, crunching over the top. Kind of in the cradle, high crotch fireman's position for Nash Nitschke. Final 10 seconds of our 2nd period. 4-2 lead for Blake Goebel of South Border. And they're on the edge of the mat. Goebel has the cradle locked up. Nitschke goes down on the backside. And looks like Nitschke has choice. He's going to choose neutral with Goebel. Goebel takes off the headgear. So not sure if he got poked in the eye. But he's going to readjust the headgear, puts him back on, straps him on, locks him up. Yeah, as EEK and South Border looking at that duel back on the 30th of January. South Border defeated EEK 49-21. Then this championship duel coming up here on mat 1. Lisbon and Kindred, wrestlers checking in. Jaden Rude for Kindred coming out there against Theo Hans of Lisbon. Jaden Rude ranked number 6, latest Dakota Grappler rankings, coming off a place-winning performance at the East-West tournament. So championship duel underway. Rude's going to take down Theo Hans. Going to grab the leg, turk it over. Rude's going to go for a half Nelson on Hans. Right away, going to try to come out with a fast start for the Kindred Vikings. Number 1 seed taking on the number 3 seed Lisbon. Rude rolls Hans over. Hans trying to bridge out of it. Hans picking up a win against Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Come from behind win. And Rude with the half Nelson buried in deep, trying to stretch out the arm. The pin there for Jaden Rude. As Kindred up early, 3-0 on Lisbon. Or I should say 6-0 in the duel. Micah Fromke going out there for the Broncos, checks in at 114 pounds. So Kindred with the early 6-0 lead. Nitschke and Goebel. Goebel opening up that lead 7-2 on Nash Nitschke. That's in the third period with 34 seconds remaining. So these are the championship duel on mat 1, the third place duel. Over on mat 2. And it looks like there is a true fourth challenge duel there between Pembina County North and Valley City trying to get into the state tournament. They're in the East Region Girls Tournament. And we're going to take a look. Lisbon is the East Region champion, so Lisbon there for the East Region Girls as they claim the East Region Dual Team Championship, 44-26 over the South Porter Mustangs. So a lot of cheer about there for the Lisbon fans. Your Lisbon girls are the East Region Dual champs as they win 44-26 over South Porter. Looks like they're currently wrestling that challenge duel, true fourth between Pembina County North and Valley City. Out here, Nolan Mengi, Micah Fromke, that's currently scoreless. And that's your 114 pounds championship duel over on mat 1. So wrestlers circling there with Mengi with an underhook on Fromke over on mat 1. And the win by decision for South Porter. And South Porter will take the 9-0 lead over mat 2. They're up 9-0 at 121 pounds. Walker Miller, Jared Schilling. Should be a good matchup over there between Schilling and Walker Miller. As Jared Schilling, two-time state place winner, placed fifth last year at 114 pounds for South Porter. And then Walker Miller for EEK, also a two-time state place winner, placed third last year at 114. So these guys fought it out last year, wrestled it out last year. A third place and a fifth place finisher last year, each of them at 114. Mengi's going to pick up the takedown on Fromke. So a 3-0 lead. Should say the second period. So still scoreless with a minute 44. Fromke in the bottom position. Not scoreless going into the second period. Fromke in the bottom position. Mengi has the back ankle spiked over here on the near side. Kindred up 6-0. They win by fall. Jaden Rude coming out with the pin over Theo Hans of Lisbon. In this championship duel on mat 1. Mat 2 between Jared Schilling, Walker Miller. Marquee matchup between those two. And South Porter with the dual lead 9-0 going into 121 pounds. Well, here's Mengi and Fromke. Mengi keeping that back ankle spiked on Fromke. Fromke not able to get up to his feet. He's going to try a little inside sit under a minute remaining in the second period. So Mengi keeping that back ankle spiked. Now Fromke able to sit out just a little bit. Sit out position. He's going to try to roll back around. Mengi's going to keep that wrist spiraled on the near side. Fromke trying to stand up. Mengi's going to catch him on his hip. Fromke having some trouble getting off the bottom. The pin over there, Walker Miller. Winner by fall over Jared Schilling. 6 points on the board for EEK. 9-6 is that dual score over on mat 221 pounds. And Menge's going to throw in a half Nelson on Fromke. Fromke's got to counter that. Finally head up, look away, peel, final 5 seconds. Menge's going to put the right on Fromke. Fromke just kind of hanging around on the bottom, not able to get out. Menge's going to say, I want bottom. As they are scoreless. Fromke and Nolan Menge. Off the whistle. Fromke is going to put the boot in on Menge. Menge is able to grab the leg on Fromke. Fromke is going to get a little bit high. Menge still has the leg on Fromke. Fromke able to spike that back leg. He's going to go crossface. If he is able to dig that crossface in there on Menge. Not able to do it. Still has the ankle spike. If he can kind of come over the top, inside cradle or crossface, might be able to put something together there for Micah Fromke. Gets Menge kind of stretched out. Menge still hanging on the leg. No stalemate called yet. Finally, Fromke's going to dig in with the crossface on Nolan Menge. Still scoreless in the third period. Fromke keeping that back ankle spiked. Menge's going to try to crack down Fromke off the with the leg in, or with the arm in on the leg, and they're finally stalemated back to the center of the mat. Still scoreless between Nolan Menge and Micah Fromke. 114 pounds over on mat 1 with a minute 10 remaining third period. Then mat 2, 127 pounds, Gage Miller, Thomas Bender. And that is a 3-0 lead. Thomas Bender in the first period up 3-0 over Gage Miller. That's wrestling for third place over on mat 2, 127 pounds. Miller's going to stand up. Bender and Miller over-unders on each other. 3-1 score over there on mat 2. Fromke back here with Nolan Menge. Menge caught the wrist on Fromke. Menge's going to try to pass that over the top. Fromke has the leg in. Menge's going to come over the top, catches Fromke. See if Fromke can take that wrist. If Fromke is able to take that wrist and stretch it out, Menge has the head caught on Fromke. Fromke in some trouble. Menge's going to go Merkel over the top. Menge and Fromke going to scramble it out. Still no points, still scoreless with 23 seconds remaining. Fromke's going to grab onto the leg. Menge has the head on Fromke. Fromke hanging onto the leg. See if Fromke can get his head out. Finally does. Final 10 seconds. We're still scoreless. Fromke and Menge. Fromke has the ball and chain hooked up. He's going to see if he can get Menge over. He's got to elevate it. If he could stand up and elevate it. Final second. And they're going to go scoreless into the next period. Sudden victory. Nolan Menge, Micah Fromke. First period of overtime. Sudden victory. Takedown will win it. As we're scoreless here at 114 pounds. And Gage Miller, Thomas Bender wrestling for third place, 127. Thomas Bender up 10-1 in that match. So Bender up 10-1 over Gage Miller, now 11-1. That's in the second period. Minute 40, Bender with a big takedown on Gage Miller. Picks him up right to a half Nelson. The pin over there, Thomas Bender. And that'll put South Border up in that duel. Now 15-6. South Border leads 15-6 in that duel for third place. Nolan Menge, Micah Fromke, sudden victory between the two. Final 10 seconds. Now 5 seconds remaining, still scoreless. And they're going to go to 30-second periods between Menge and Fromke. Micah Fromke, the sophomore, Nolan Menge, a freshman. Pretty evenly matched between these two. Fromke defers, Menge chooses bottom. And over here, Beckett Glenn, Carter Glaseman wrestling it out, 133 pounds. Glaseman has the takedown up 3-0, goes to a half Nelson. Fromke and Menge. Menge trying to work the reversal. Fromke has a leg in. Menge is able to grab it. Down to 15 seconds remaining in the period. Fromke's going to stretch Menge out. Fromke is high on Menge. Menge's going to get the reversal. He's going to throw Fromke over. In the final 10 seconds here for Micah Fromke. Fromke and Menge here, final 5 seconds. And Menge's going to grab the lead. Fromke got careless over the top. And they're going to go with the reversal. So they're going to give, Fromke's going to go top position. He wasn't able to get out of the bottom on Menge. So 2-0 score, no near fall. Nolan Mengi, Micah Fromke after that scramble. And they took 2 seconds off. The official says no back point, so we're still 2-0. See what Fromke does. You can't get careless because you don't want to give up the bonus points. Mengi's going to work in here with Fromke. Takedown will break it open for Mengi. Mengi's going under. Fromke's going to try to catch him. Mengi and Fromke going to scramble it out. Fromke return to the mat. The takedown for Nolan Mengi. So 3-point takedown. Nolan Mengi going to win 5-0 over Micah Fromke. Or excuse me, 6-0. And that'll do it. So 6-0 win, Nolan Mengi over Micah Fromke here in this championship duel at 114 pounds. Nias Lions going out for Lisbon. As they're checked in, that matchup, 15-6 dual score between South Border and Ellendale Edgeley-Colm. That's for third place. Lisbon and Kindred going at it here, 121 pounds. Nice Lions for Lisbon. And a nice shuck. Lions is going to grab in on the leg on Bristol Swanson. Swanson with the 3-point takedown on Lions. So that'll go 3-point takedown. Swanson trying to work a cradle right away on Lions. So Bristol Swanson, honorable mention ranking for Kindred. They're at 121 pounds, Dakota Grappler rankings. Last year placed 8th at the state tournament, 107 pounds. Nice Lions trying to work a little hand control underneath. Swanson looking to tilt him over, going to try to split the legs on Lions. Lions laying belly down. Swanson has the legs split, turked over. He's going to try to work a half Nelson. Now working a crossface. Lions just trying to fight off his hip. Under a minute remaining. Swanson's going to turn Lions over. Gets Lions on his back. Swanson's going to stretch this out. Lions still trying to bridge out of it. Swanson goes into an arm bar. He's going to pick up his 4 near fall. Has another pinning combination locked up on Nias Lions with the bar half combination. And that's going to be over on the back. Lions not able to roll through. Swanson for the pin for Kindred. And Kindred throwing some haymakers, up 15-0 over Lisbon. Here's Noah Anderson coming out for the Broncos, taking on Gavin Swinson. Swinson coming off the championship at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. Anderson sat it out last week. So 15-0 lead for Kindred. And off the whistle, Swinson attacking the legs on Anderson. And 20-6 now that dual score. Going into 139 pounds between Ellendale Edgeley-Colm and South Border. That's 20-6. And Anderson here working a takedown on Swinson. Swinson trying to hip roll through. Chin drop by Anderson. Takes Swinson over. Had the chin drop and didn't get any near fall over it. Kind of held Swinson there for a minute. So Anderson now up 3-0. Kindred leads the duel 15-0. Hammerlock for Anderson. Going to go armbar on Swinson. Catches the far wrist. See what Swinson has. And they're going to go potentially dangerous. Anderson with the armbar. And that's a win by fall. South Border picks up another win over on mat 2. That was Ryland Vetter at 139. That'll send out 145. Riker Vetter going out there. So Swanson and Anderson. Now Anderson working underneath. Or Swinson and Anderson. Anderson working underneath on Swinson. 15-0. 3-0 lead here for Noah Anderson. Swinson doing a little countering underneath. Anderson trying to work underneath the leg has the wrist caught. A little bit high, has the back ankle spiked. He's going to change it up, try and hit the ball and tilt, or ball and chain tilt. Swenson's going to use that. Anderson's going to see if he can tilt him over here the final 10 seconds of the period. So Anderson has Swenson on his hip, trying to tilt him over. And at the end of the period, 3-0 lead there for Noah Anderson. So Anderson's up 3-0. Jack Wrestling has the points going to Swenson. And now Colton Vetter going out there for South Border at 152 pounds. Off the whistle, Anderson in the bottom position, started the second period. Swenson's going to pick up, reverse trip on Anderson. Anderson cartwheel over the top, scramble. He's going to get Swenson, catches him. Has Swenson going to his back here for Anderson. Swenson's going to try to get back belly down. Anderson with the magician's move for the Agassi Egg Precision. We'll give him the Agassi Egg Precision magician move of the match. Going there to Noah Anderson, kind of cartwheeled back around, got on top for the reversal. Has an armbar on Swenson on the edge of the mat. See if he can advance this. Now he's going to go back over, takes the far wrist. 5-0 lead for Noah Anderson. Has the armbar, catches the far wrist over here on mat 1. Number 1, number 2 ranked wrestler, Dakota Grappler rankings going at it out here on mat 1. Currently Anderson has a double, now doubles up on the armbar on Swenson. Final minute remaining of the second period. Anderson has it locked up on the edge of the mat. Just trying to work through the legs. Swenson doing a good job tying up the legs of Anderson. Anderson still trying to work around with that double armbar. And Anderson finally splits him, able to get free off to the side here for Anderson. See if he can just ease this around on Swenson. Anderson has Swenson going over, going to walk it around, scoops the head. Swenson's trying to sit up. Anderson with the pressure. Anderson's going to try to get him over. Still working on it. Final 15 seconds here for Anderson to get some near fall at the end of the period. He scoops the head on Swenson. Some near fall coming. Swenson's trying to bridge through. Anderson, pinning combination hooked up, going to reverse the half. Final 5 seconds. Official down on the mat. Anderson with the near fall. And he's going to pick up 4. 9-0 lead for Noah Anderson. Swenson looks over. He's going to choose neutral. 9-0 lead for Noah Anderson. Kindred leads the duel 15-0. Swenson shooting in, little leg attack. Kind of go on kamikaze on Anderson to start things out in the third period. Big lurch over the top. Going to try to snap Anderson down. Has Anderson back to the edge of the mat. Swenson going into him. Anderson up 9-0. Looks like we have some injury time. Yes, we'll just some injury time over on mat 2. There's Colton Vetter, as Regan Stanton had the 3-0 lead. And that dual score 32-6. Yeah, South Border with the big lead over there, 32-6. Wrestling for third place, and a big cement mixer put up there, and Anderson's going to catch Swenson again. Swenson's got the 3-0 or the 3-point takedown. 12-0 is our score with the minute 5 remaining. So Anderson up 12-0 on Gavin Swenson. At some point, Anderson should cut him loose, work an angle on him. There, Swenson trying to hit a Peterson roll, has that far arm caught on Anderson. Anderson goes back, works the leg. Swenson's going to try to roll through on Anderson. He's going to go for a switch, see if Anderson can re-switch with him. So scrambling right now there between Anderson and Swenson. Swenson has the arm back for the re-switch. Anderson's going to creep over. Chin drop for Anderson. He's going to drag him. Not able to get Swenson. Final 15 seconds. And we're still going through, looks like a concussion protocol over here as we're looking up at the ceiling, but they do have some injury time. So instead of looking at the ceiling over on mat 2, we'll see if we can put it up on the crowd over there. As that's Colton Vetter being checked out. And it looks like they're going to be going back over. And Anderson with the win by major decision. Lisbon on the board. Well, Lisbon on the board now with four points. Rood and Lyons going out there. So Gavin Rood, Grayson Lyons wrestling it out. This is at 133 pounds. So Rood, I think, leads this series head-to-head, probably three matches to 1 there with Grayson Lyons. I think they last met up in the back room there at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. Rood coming out on top of that, making it to the placing rounds. Lyons in on a single leg shot on Rood. He's going to elevate that, has waterfall position on Rood. Rood's going to try to tie it up. See if Lyons able to crack him down and advance it. Rood's going to try to get a stalemate, and they get called for stalemate right away. Lyons not able to advance it. Rood back up to his feet. Back for the restart. Rood's going to go 3-point stance. Not going to give Lyons that shot at the legs. So we're scoreless with 1:05 remaining. It's in the first period. Working for a foul over there. Reagan Sand on Colton Vetter. He has the cradle locked up. That's in the first period. Had a little concussion protocol time over there. Reagan Sand working for the pin there. Final 10 seconds of that first period. EK down in that duel 32-6. The south border. Here mat 1. With the 4 near fall coming to Sand, he's going to take a 7-0 lead going into the second period on mat 1. And Lyons in on another single leg shot on Rood. See if he can get it this time. Rood's going to go whizzer on Lyons. Lyons got to convert on that. He's got to try to run the pipe on this one on Rood. Rood doing a good job with that whizzer. Lyons still not able to convert. And he's going to trip. Arm over the top, gets the ankles. And they're not going to give him the takedown yet. Still no takedown. Are you kidding me? Didn't give him the takedown. And Lyons now is going to cover. And the no takedown awarded as Lyons had the ankles on Rood. Rood's get back around here the final 4 seconds of the period. And Rood and Lyons are going to scramble it out scoreless. Lyons had the legs locked. And the officials are going to say no takedown. So we're going to go scoreless into the second period between Gavin Rood, Grayson Lyons. And Regan Sand now up 10-0. So Lyons with a couple leg attacks on Gavin Rood. They're not going to give Lyons the takedown at the end of the period. Lyons will defer over to Gavin Rood. Rood's going to choose bottom. And that score, dual score, 15-4. Kindred has the lead in this duel. As Kindred and Lisbon here for the championship. Just to recap those first matches, it was Jaden Rood over Theo Hans by a fall in 39 seconds at 107, 114 pounds. Nola Mengi over Micah Fromke in ultimate tiebreaker 1, 6-0 in that tiebreaker. Kindred is up 9-0. Then Bristol Swanson won by a fall over Nias Lyons. And 15-4 here, Noah Anderson major decision win over Gavin Swenson, 12-0, 15-4 dual score, wrestling for the championship. In the scramble between Lyons and Rood, they're going to go back to the center for a restart. And minute 22 remaining. Rood's going to stand up on Lyons. Lyons goes back down on the leg. Try to get no change of position. Rood doing a good job here. Waterfall over the top on Lyons. See if Lyons can crack him down and work over. Rood spiraling the leg on Lyons. Gets him on his hip. Lyons still trying to pass the leg. Under a minute remaining. Might get a stalemate out of this, and they're going to go stalemate. Lisbon with the gold singlets, red trim. And Southport is going to, Gavin Rood for Kindred is going to start in the bottom position. Riggin Sand, Colton Vetter still going at it. Now 10-1's that score as Vetter staying in that match over on mat 2. 10-1 is that score. Riggin Sand has the 9-point lead. That's in the third period with 1:30 remaining. Sand currently in the bottom or top position, now up 13-1. And here's a reversal attempt by Rude. Rude's going to try to lock up on Lyons. Final 30 seconds. So Lyons and Rude still going at it. Rude stands up. Lyons drops down to a leg. Lyons is going to stand up. He's going to try to return him here. 20 seconds remaining. See if Lyons can elevate this. He's going to be called for stalling as Lyons got to return him. The Merkle by Rude over the top on Lyons. He's going to give him a quick 2-point reversal for Jaden Rude. Comes over the top with that Merkle on Lyons. Final 7 seconds. 2-0 lead. Gavin Rude over Grayson Lyons. So Rude will go up 2-0. Lyons takes a look at the coach, and Coach and Lyons, they're talking it over. And we're going to have Bank North, Bank blood timeout. Gavin Rude, Grayson Lyons, 2-0 lead over there for Gavin Rude. Against Grayson Lyons, they're going to go on there, that Bank North, Bank blood timeout in this championship duel between Lisbon and South Border. So Bank North, Bank, your blood timeout. Bank North should feel personal. At Bank North, it does. They're proud to be local, supporting local teams and the communities they serve. Visit banknorth.bank to learn more. Bank North, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. And now 16-3, they're Riggin Sand, Colton Vetter. Sand up over the top on Vetter. Final 12 seconds. Vetter just trying to outlast Sand. Sand's going to go shuck, not able to get it. See if he can turn the corner. Final 3 seconds for Riggin Sand. He does, and no takedown. So Colton Vetter does his job out there. Doesn't give up the pin or the tech fall. 16-3, that's your final score. Major decision win there for Riggin Sand. 32-10 is that score. Gavin Rude, Grayson Lyons. Lyons in on a single leg shot again on Rude. Minute 19 remaining. Rude's going to try to defend in that waterfall position. Lyons has got to post that inside leg and pass it. See if he can step over the top on Rude. Lyons has got to figure out that puzzle because he gets on some nice shots on Gavin Rude, and they're going to get stalemate, stood back up. And that's still 2-0 score with the minute 1 remaining. Gavin Rude has the lead, 2-0 over Grayson Lyons. Lyons threatening again with the leg attack. And Rude back down, 3-point stance. Lyons is going to go in. He's got to get moving. He's down by 2 points. Final 45 seconds remaining. Lyons in on another single leg shot. This time he's in deep on Rude. Rude's going to come down. Lyons has got to convert on this. And he's going to try to elevate it. Rude up over the top. Lyons and Rude. Rude with a big sprawl on Lyons. Final 30 seconds of the match. See if we get a stalemate or a fresh start. Rude's going to come back over on Lyons. No takedown awarded yet. Lyons and Rude scrambling out. Now he gives them 3. So Gavin Rude with the 3-point takedown. And he's going to put the leg right in on Lyons. Lyons doesn't have anything to give up here. And the final 5 seconds. And that's going to be a 5-0 win there for Gavin Rude over Grayson Lyons. Lyons with a number of leg attacks. And he's not able to convert on the takedowns there for Grayson Lyons. So that'll bring us to 139 pounds. As the last time out, I think Ian Anderson picked up a forfeit here at 139. So our dual score is 18-4 after 133 pounds. Gavin Rude coming out with the win by decision over Grayson Lyons, 5-0. Here's Jager Jordheimer, freshman, wrestling Ian Anderson, the sophomore from Lisbon. Jordheim in on a takedown. Anderson is going to go ahead and cradle him up, trying to turn the corner. Anderson getting a little greedy, rolls Jordheim over. He's going to lock up the cradle, squeezing the elbow together. Anderson with the cradle locked up on Jordheim. He's going to reset there for Ian. Ian still hunting for the leg, has Jordheim rolled over again. Anderson still hunting for it. Jordheim doing a good job defending. Anderson's going to go head in the hole on Jordheim. Rolls him over. Here's Anderson looking for the fall. A pin for Ian Anderson. The Honey Badger for the Broncos comes through, and he wins by fall. Gets the crowd up on their feet. 18-10 is the dual score. Anderson with the win by fall. And he had the cradle, another Agassiz precision move of the match there for Ian Anderson with that cradle as he locks it up in the vice grip strength of Ian Anderson. Throws Jager Jordheim over on his back, and that is another Agassiz precision move of the match there with the cradle by Ian Anderson. So you're from Agassiz Precision Egg, your local precision planting dealer, Agassiz Precision Egg in Hillsborough. Call 701-636-2119 or visit planterdoc.com. And just looking at that Dakota Heritage Bank, your scoreboard update. Looking across there, that 32-10 lead for South Border of our Ellendale Edgerly Calm. They're at 160 pounds. Match score currently 12-4 in favor of Joseph Keller at 160. And here in this championship duel up on the DHB Bank scoreboard, it is 16-18, our dual score. So Lisbon within 2. Eng's going to pick up the takedown on Swenson. So Ryan Eng up 3-0 on Noak Swenson here at 152 pounds. He takes the early lead. Eng in the top position on Swenson. Swenson sat out last week at the East-West. Just trying to recuperate from an injury. Here's Ryan Eng, goes hammerlock on the back of Swenson. See if he keeps this. Swenson doing a little hand fighting on the back. Grabs a hold of the wrist on Eng. Eng goes counterlock. Oh, he's going to throw a half Nelson around this on the hammerlock. Try to stretch out the arm. He's got to ease this over here for Eng. Eng's going to pick up near fall on Swenson. Has Swenson going over to his back here. Ryan Eng working for some near fall. I think they just have the dual score wrong, so they're going to check the dual score. That half Nelson by Eng. He's going to reverse it. Try to bring back Swenson. So Eng has some near fall coming to him. He's got a pinning combination locked up. Final 25 seconds of the first period here for Ryan Eng. Sticking that chin into the shoulder on Swenson. Swenson doing everything he can to bridge out of it. Eng with the over the top. Final 15 seconds. That shoulder, right shoulder up, not by much. The towel tapper goes out. Swenson's going to roll through. 7-0 lead for Ryan Eng over Noak Swenson. As the right shoulder couldn't have been up by too much. Swenson looks like he's going to get into that second period. Eng is still looking for some points. He might as well run it at the end of the period. Yeah, and they're going to go into the second. So I think they had to fix the dual score. Not sure if that was right. Looking at something up there. So 7-0 is the score here at 152 pounds. Ryan Eng has the lead, 7-0. Swenson in the top position. Keller has the 15-6 lead at 160 pounds over at Matt 2. That's for third place. There for Joseph Keller for South Border. They're currently in the neutral position up on their feet. He's wrestling Ethan Tezerick of Ellendale Edgerly Calm. Keller for South Border. State qualifier last year. Placed 7th the year before. Last year state qualifier at 145. And then Ethan Tezerick for EEK. State qualifier last year at 133. That's your matchup over there on mat 2, 160 pounds between Keller and Tezerick. That's in the third period with 30 seconds remaining. Keller with the 9-point lead. Eng's going to pick up the takedown on the edge of the mat. Covers the hips, and they give it to him. So 11-0 lead for Ryan Eng over Noak Swenson. So Eng's up 11-0. Lisbon's down by 2 in the duel. Looking for all the bonus points he can with Eng up 11-0. Ooh. And looks like caution. So Swenson will take the caution in the bottom position. Off the whistle, Swenson with a nice stand up. Hits the inside leg stand up. Eng's going to have to return him to the mat. Swenson clears the hand. 11-1 the duel or the match score. Minute 3 remaining. Eng in on another takedown on Swenson. Swenson's going to try and tie up the leg, see if Eng can advance this. Ing's going to try to power around. If he goes arm around the waist, see if he can pull out there before the stalemate's called. Swenson putting a lot of pressure on him. So Ing hurting a little bit. He might have taken one to the midsection down there, so Ing with a little bit of injury time. That's over on mat 1. Mat 2, Bennett Geisler, Brody Michelson. And that's 36-10 lead for South Border. Michelson and Geisler go off the edge of the mat. Michelson, the senior for South Border, 30-3 record. Wrestling here at 172 pounds for the Mustangs. As Michelson placed 8th last year at the state tournament, state qualifier the year before. Bennett Geisler for the Thunder. State qualifier 2 years in a row, last year at 189. It's your matchup over here at 172 on mat 2. As they're going to go off the edge of the mat again, back and forth, running off the edge, pushing into each other between Geisler and Michelson. So that is scoreless in the first period at 172. And then now Ing and Swenson going back out at it. Swenson had picked up the escape, 11-1. Ing kind of backing away from Swenson a little bit. Swenson's going to go in on Ing. Ing goes double unders. Swenson going to work underneath on Ryan. They're going to try the arm drag around. Ryan gets back up. Swenson trying to turn the corner on Ing. Ing doesn't give it up. He doubles up on it, keeps the foot in on the edge of the mat. The mat return for the double leg, and Ryan Ing has Swenson over on his back. It's going to be a tech fall victory for Ryan Ing, and that'll do it. The senior for Lisbon with the win by tech fall. 5 more points on the board for Lisbon, 21-18 in the duel. And that's going to bring up a big matchup here between Thiel just going to bump up to 72, I guess. So 160 pounds here for Cruz Ranke. Ranke is going to take on Cam Kittleson. So Cameron Kittleson out here, take an 8th grader come out here against Cruz Ranke. So just Coach Lehman with the strategy has Kittleson out here wrestling Ranke. Working inside, and Ranke has the inside cradle locked up. I think Kindred's gearing up for that 3rd place challenge match as Ranke has the inside cradle locked up on Kittleson. As Lisbon, they got a Tiger Eaton spit nails middle of the lineup, and they've shown that here in these duels. As they've come back in these duels now, Lisbon up 21-18. Cruz Ranke with the takedown. He has the inside cradle locked up. Kittleson trying to get out and get a fresh start. Ranke's going to give it to him. So 3-0 lead there. Cruz Ranke over Cameron Kittleson. Kittleson last year, I think he was a state qualifier for Kindred. And he found himself at the East-West Wrestling Tournament last week. So Kittleson, a state qualifier last year at 133 pounds for Kindred. Ranke for Lisbon, 2-time state plays winner. Cruz last year placed 4th at 139 pounds, 4th the year before for Lisbon. Michelson and Geisler, that score 3-1, 172 pounds. They're working the edge of the mat, and that's in the 2nd period, minute 46 remaining. Currently, Brody Michelson up in that match, 3-1. And Ranke has the cradle locked up on Kittleson and trying to go hip to hip. Kittleson long and lean, going to take a little leverage there from Ranke to see if he can get him over. Final 30 seconds. Ranke's going to get Kittleson over, bottom knee in the side, see if he can flatten these shoulders out here for Ranke. Kittleson trying to bridge. Ranke has the shoulder stuck to the mat. The official taking a look. Ranke, and the pin coming for Lisbon for Cruz Ranke. Another cradle and an Agassi Egg Precision move of the match with the cradle there for Cruz Ranke. That's Agassi Precision Egg out of Hillsboro. So Cruz Ranke with another Agassi Egg Precision move for the match with that cradle. Local precision planning dealer, Agassi Precision Egg in Hillsboro. Call 701-636-2119 or visit plannerdoc.com. And that brings up Eli Lyons for Lisbon, as I think the strategy now for Coach Lehman and the Vikings is looking ahead to that challenge match. So it looks like we're going to have that true second coming up, and I predict Kindred and Southport are wrestling in that true second. We still have weights to go, so this duel is not over, but Lisbon taking over in this one, 27-18. They got Eli Lyons out there. Lyons scrambling there with Kellen Ottenson, the freshman. Lyons going to pick up the takedown, 3-0 on Ottenson. Lyons for Lisbon, two-time state place winner, placed third the last 2 years at the state tournament. Lyons has the armbar locked up, going to walk it around on Kellen Ottenson, and Lyons working for near fall, minute 15 remaining. He has a lot of time, has Ottenson on his back, reverses the half. Here's Eli Lyons, the pin, and Lyons and the Broncos with another one at 172 pounds. Lisbon rolling in the duel now, 33-18. And that's going to bring up Riley Lucina going out there for Lisbon at 189. And no Tanner Mingy there for Kindred so far in this duel. Yeah, 189, that matchup is Lucina for Lisbon. Lucina looking lean and mean here for Lisbon. And he's going to go arm drag. And nice little scramble out there for Lucina. A freshman goes cow catcher and yoinks him over there for the pin for Lucina. And now 39-18, the Broncos on the roll, 215 and 225 coming up. So Riley Lucina over Jackson Grossman, the freshman. Lucina, the freshman for Lisbon. Lucina made it into the championship match out at the East-West. And Brock Lyons coming out for Lisbon for heavyweight, and in Lisbon 45-18. Now 51-18 for Lisbon. Lisbon takes home the 2026 Southeast Subregion Dual Champions here, the Lisbon Broncos. And they're going to defeat the Kindred Vikings by a final score of 51-18. The Broncos, the number 3 seed, and they are your champions. And Lisbon makes it a double, as they also, the Broncos, in the girls East Region duels, also champions, as the girls defeated South Border by a score of 44-26 in that championship duel. So Lisbon rolling along, flexing their muscle here on the east side of the state in the, I guess, in the wrestling circles, as they win the Southeast Subregion Dual Championship here. Lisbon does 51 points on the board for Lisbon for that final dual score. As Lisbon picks up a number of forfeits there at Brock Lyons at 285, Matt Schwab at 215. So Lisbon is the 2026 Southeast Subregion Dual Champions. As they put the hurt on Kindred in those upper weights. And right now, Cole Nitschke, Drew Thorpe, that's 5-4 between Nitschke and Thorpe. At 189 pounds, 42-10 is that dual score at 189. They still got 189, 215, and 285 to go. Nitschke's going to throw a headlock on Thorpe. They're going to roll through off the edge of the mat. Nitschke's going to cover him up for the takedown. And that's going to go 7-5, that score here on mat 2. We're going to recap that duel between Lisbon and South Border, or excuse me, between Lisbon and Kindred. As the Lisbon Broncos, your 2026 Southeast Subregion Dual Champs. And they defeated the Kindred Vikings by a final score of 51-18. Kindred grabbed that early lead, as they would pick up 3 wins in a row starting at 107 pounds. Jaden Rude won by fall over Theo Hans in 39 seconds. 114 pounds, Nolan Mengi, winner by decision, 6-0. That was an overtime over Micah Fromke. 9-0 lead for Kindred. 121 pounds, Bristol Swanson won by fall over Nias Lyons. That was 15-0. Noah Anderson for Lisbon would get on the board with a win by major decision over Gavin Swenson, 12-0. Lisbon finally on the board, and that score was 15-4. Gavin Rude would win by decision, 5-0 over Grayson Lyons at 133 pounds. Lyons still trying to solve that single leg puzzle on Rude. He had a number of leg attacks in that, just not able to convert on it. And that was an 18-0 lead, or I should say 18-4 lead for Kindred after 133 pounds. Then it was Lisbon the rest of the way. Lisbon put the hurt on Kindred after 133, as it was Ian Anderson over Jager Jordheim by fall with the Egg precision move of the match there with that cradle in 43 seconds, 43-second pin for Ian Anderson at 139. 145 pounds, Griffin Greenlee received a forfeit. 152, Ryan Ing over Noak Swenson by tech fall, 17-1. 160 pounds, Cruz Ranke over Cameron Kittleson by fall in 1 minute, 45 seconds. Eli Lyons at 172 pounds, won by fall over Kella Ottenson in 44 seconds. Riley Lucina, your winner by fall over Jackson Grossman in 19 seconds. And then at 215 and 285, Mad Schwab and Brock Lyons pick up forfeits for the Broncos. And that final duel score, 51-18. The Broncos go rolling along and claim the Southeast Sub-Region Championship. Still wrestling for third place, as we're going to have a challenge duel coming up between South Border and Kindred for true second. As Lisbon earlier in the day in that semifinals, they defeated South Border by a score of 39-30. South Border wrestling back here to get into that true second duel, but we're still wrestling the match here. And EEK is not going to do any favors, it doesn't look like, as we'll see if they wrestle these final matches with South Border. But right now, 189, 13-6, Cole Nitschke has the lead, the 7-point lead in the third period with 58 seconds remaining over Drew Thorpe. So that's here at 189. That's on mat 2. And that dual score currently 42-10. That's Cole Nitschke wrestling Drew Thorpe, 13-6 lead over there. So we're going to go ahead and step away and come back for more here from this 2026 North Dakota Class B Southeast Sub-Region Duels, as we will have that challenge duel coming up. Currently, South Border leads Ellendale Edgeley-Combe by a score of 42-10. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back for more here from the 2026 North Dakota Class B Southeast Sub-Region Duels on YourLiveEvent.com.
Golden Harvest seed sales in the Hillsboro area. When it comes to your operations needs, they want to hear from you, which is why they're committed to listening first. From farmer-focused R&D teams to their Gold Series soybeans and game-changing corn products to the insights shared through the Illuminate digital platform, everything offered is an answer to what they learned from you. For Golden Harvest corn and soybean seed, visit with Tim Cazette Seed Sales Hillsboro, 701-430-0877.
You finally found the perfect car in racing blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
River's Edge Insurance Agency, Halstead, 218-456-2172.
Keep going. More.
Ground North is a coffee shop and boutique located in the Bank North Mall in Lemoore, North Dakota. You can find a complete outfit at Ground North, from sizes to small up to 3XL, ranging from sweaters, a variety of tops, bottoms, activewear, loungewear, and more. Ground North is open weekdays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. For more information or to check out the latest styles, go online to groundnorthboutique.com. That's groundnorthboutique.com.
Are you looking for a smarter way to watch TV? Halston Telephone Company introduces HTC Streaming TV. Stream your favorite TV shows using HTC's app-based service on devices like Amazon Fire Stick with cloud DVR included. Get direct access to Netflix, Amazon Prime, and Hulu, and customize your lineup by mixing and matching streaming services that fit your lifestyle and your budget. Call Halston Telephone Company at 800-457-2125 to learn more about HTC Streaming TV, made easy with Halston Telephone Company.
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime. Serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond, we are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsboro, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank. Strong bank, strong communities.
Imagine your life in Hillsboro, a place where neighbors know your name and opportunities are real. Here, you'll find affordable home lots and grants to help you build your future. In Hillsboro, safety, affordability, and community aren't just promises, they're our way of life. With a 24-hour fitness center, a strong school system, a trusted hospital, and a thriving business district, Hillsboro has everything you need to live well. Here, your family is our family, and your future shines bright. Discover Hillsboro, where small-town living means big opportunities.
All right, welcome back here at YourLiveEvent.com. Here back for this 2026 North Dakota Class B Southeast Sub-Region Duels, as the duel finishing up there for third place, and we will have that challenge duel between South Border and Kindred, as the South Border Mustangs defeated the Ellendale J-Calm Thunder by a score of 45-22. As after that matchup between Cole Nitschke and Drew Thorpe, it was a win by decision for Cole Nitschke at 189, 13-8, and that's going to bring up the 215, 285-pound matches, and they were both won by forfeit for EEK. And that final duel score 45-22. And just recapping that duel real quick, as it started off at 107 pounds, Eli Shupp for South Border won by fall over Ivan Mock of Ellendale J-Calm in a minute and 21 seconds. South Border had the 6-0 lead. Then Blake Goebel won by decision over Nash Nitschke of EEK. 10-3, 9-0 lead for South Border. Walker Miller came out with a win by fall over Jared Schilling. Matchup between the third and fifth place finishers last year. I think that was at 114 pounds. And Miller comes out on top of that, winner by fall in a minute and 52. That duel score was 9-6. And then at 127 pounds, it was Thomas Bender of South Border, winner over Gage Miller by fall in 2 minutes and 26 seconds. 133 pounds South Border kept it rolling with Carter Glazeman, winner by fall over, or tech fall over Beckett Glenn. 15-0. 139 pounds Ryland Vetter of South Border over William Hansana of Ellendale J-Calm by fall in 33 seconds. 145 Ranker Better of South Border picks up a forfeit. 152 pounds Regan Sand on the board for EEK, as Regan Sand won by major decision 16-3 over Colton Vetter. And then 160 pounds Joseph Keller of South Border over Ethan Tezerick by major decision 15-6. 172 Brody Michelson over Bennett Geisler by fall in 2 minutes and 43 seconds. 189 Cole Nitschke over Drew Thorpe by decision 13-8. And then at 215, 285, EEK picks up those two forfeits. And your final duel score 45-22 as we come up here for this challenge duel. As Lisbon, your champions, here at the North Dakota Southeast Sub-Region Duel Tournament. And they defeated Kindred in this championship duel 51-18. The Lisbon doubling up in the championships today in wrestling, as the girls team wins the East Region Girls Duel Tournament. The Broncos down South Border in the championship duel by a score of 44-26. Lisbon, just to recap that tournament for Lisbon there on the girls side, Lisbon opened up their first round action against Larimore. They defeated Larimore 72-6 as they flattened the Polar Bears. And then Lisbon wrestled Valley City to a win, 42-29 for Lisbon over Valley City. That put him into the semifinals against Grand Forks. And a much anticipated duel for Broncos. I know they're looking towards that matchup with Grand Forks, a rematch with them. And Lisbon handily won that by a score of 54-21 to make it into that championship duel against South Border. And Lisbon prevailed in that East Region Girls Duel Tournament, 44-26, taking home the East Region Girls Duel Championship. Lisbon should have all kinds of fans out there heading to the state tournament for the dual team tournament, as they put two teams here with region championships into the dual team tournament. So a lot of good things happening there for the wrestling in Lisbon with those two dual team champions. And then not shaking your head at South Border. South Border with a runner-up finish there in that East Region Girls dual tournament. They also have a chance to send another team here, the boys team, to state, as they have this challenge duel with Kindred. And these two teams didn't meet up in the regular season. I think they had the dual schedule back on like the 21st of November, right around there. I think it was or late November, kind of before the Thanksgiving holiday. Didn't happen. I'm not sure if it was because of weather. And they're here today to settle it out, see what happens once the dust settles here in Napoleon, as that matchup coming ahead for this challenge duel for a true second between South Border and Kindred. So that's just ahead on YourLiveEvent.com. We're going to step away. We'll come back for that challenge duel. We'll probably take a 5-minute break, check in with everybody, and then see what's happening here inside the gymnasium. But just expecting that challenge duel here to kick off at any time, and we'll have that coverage on YourLiveEvent.com.
Why are Hillsborough Central Valley athletes so successful? Have you seen our fitness center? The weightlifting doesn't stop with our athletics. At Hillsborough Public School, we strive to do difficult things all the time. We help struggling readers read. Our MTSS process makes sure all students are improving. Hillsborough students are challenged to do difficult tasks each day. Please come and check out our school. And if you need a place to exercise, check out our fitness center.
The Hillsborough Vets Club thanks you for your support of their activities and events. Stop in and to check out their new menu. Enjoy the Vets Club appetizers every Wednesday from 5 till 7. And as I've said many times, they have the best roasted chicken around. Enjoy roasted chicken every Saturday from 5:30 till 7:30. Get there early because sometimes it's gone early because it is the best roasted chicken. Fries and coleslaw also available with this meal every Saturday. Dine in or take out. The Hillsborough Vets Club.
Before the farming season moves forward, there's one important decision to make. Every year brings unknowns. Weather, markets, yields. Multi-peril crop insurance helps protect the work you put in long before harvest. The MPCI crop insurance closing deadline is March 16th. At Irie Insurance, we've helped generations of farmers plan ahead with confidence. Let's make sure you're ready. Contact Irie Insurance for guidance you can trust.
The friendly staff at Lemoore Drugstore reminds you from prescription requests and OTC medication, you can find it all at Lemoore Drugstore. Download the app to make refilling your prescriptions more convenient. Stop in and stock up on hand and foot warmers. Lemoore Drugstore has rechargeable heated gear for everyone in the family. And get your special someone something sweet in February from different candy and gifts. Located in the center of Lemoore in the Bank North Mall. For more info, go to LemooreDrugstore.com or stop in and check out Lemoore Drugstore. Hey Lisbon, it's time to rally behind our favorite team. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are sending all our best wishes to the Broncos as they hit the court and field this season. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are proud to support our teams and community. Let's show our Broncos that we're with them every step of the way. Go Broncos! Your dedication and spirit makes us all proud. From all of us at the Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters, we're cheering for you.
The Lisbon Public School District ensures that all students will learn, experience success, and be good students from elementary through high school. The school staff and community takes great pride in providing meaningful, innovative opportunities for students who continue to maintain ACT scores above state and national averages. Watch your kids continue to grow within the Lisbon Public School District, from the playing surface to the classroom. For more information, go online to lisbon.k12.nd.us.
Riverside Building Center in Lisbon is the premier building supply headquarters in southeastern North Dakota. They have it from the basic home improvements to complete pre-built homes. Their staff is knowledgeable in every product they sell. With their large inventory and a fleet of 6 delivery vehicles, Riverside Building Center in Lisbon can bring the products to your job site. From a hammer all the way to a home, they have you covered. Visit rbclisbon.com today. That's rbclisbon.com. Riverside Building Center in Lisbon.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Running a business is tough, but your accounting doesn't have to be. Let Olson Accounting check all the boxes. From taxes, payroll, business services, and professionalized financial guidance, all tailored to fit your requests. Whether you're a small business owner or just need help at tax time, trust Olson Accounting for professional, reliable service every time. Visit colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon. Whether you're local or driving through Carrington, make sure to stop into the Prairie Inn restaurant. They have the best breakfast and coffee, but they also have some of the best dinner and supper entrees too. The Prairie Inn is your breakfast, dinner, and supper headquarters. Stop in and you can sink your teeth into some tasty sandwiches and soups. Take a trip through the Express Line salad bar with hot entree and, of course, the delicious pies and desserts. Located right by the roundabout in Carrington. Call 701-652-3976.
Buying and selling heavy equipment at purplewave.com saves time and money. We handle all of the details, including pictures, videos, marketing, titles, and payments.
It was almost immediately over the top with the customer service. I've just never ever experienced that before with any other auction service. They're constantly working for me as the seller, and I really like that.
Purple Wave Auction is straight, simple, sold.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
All right, welcome back. YourLiveEvent.com back here for this challenge duel between Kindred and the South Border Mustangs. As the wrestlers checked in Kindred and South Border are going to duel it out. We're going to step away. They're still working through a couple things. We're going to step away. We'll come back for more here on YourLiveEvent.com.
In Racing Blue, you even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
River's Edge Insurance Agency, Halstead. 218-456-2172.
Keep going. More.
Are you looking for the perfect hardwood for your next winter project? Cywick Lumber and Hardware in Hillsborough has exciting news. Hardwood is now available in the Red River Valley only at Cywick. Whether you're a crafter, woodworker, or hobbyist, they have what you need to make your project. Choose from 3 convenient thicknesses and a beautiful variety of woods: red oak, cherry, white oak, hard maple, walnut, hickory, and poplar. Get started on your next masterpiece with the help of Cywick Lumber and Hardware, Hillsborough.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Winter, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to insure.com.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customers satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
Here's a message from Tim Cassette, Golden Harvest Seed Sales in the Hillsborough area. When it comes to your operations needs, they want to hear from you, which is why they're committed to listening first. From farmer-focused R&D teams to their Gold Series soybeans and game-changing corn products to the insights shared through the Illuminate digital platform, everything offered is an answer to what they learned from you. For Golden Harvest corn and soybean seed, visit with Tim Cassette Seed Sales Hillsborough, 701-430-0877.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
All right, welcome back here at yourliveevent.com as we have this championship, or the third place match for true second, I should say, and that's a win by fall. So Southborder taking the lead. Up 6-0 over Kindred. And that was a win by fall, 6-0. So Jaden Rude goes down for Kindred. See if I can get this scoreboard situated. Turn off a couple things. And turn off that wrestling text, and I think we'll be set to go. So Kindred in Southborder going at it. Southborder picked up the win. Eli Schlepp won by fall over Jaden Rude. So Southborder coming out, firing on all cylinders, looking to make it into the state tournament. As they have the 6-0 lead early on. These two teams not meeting up in the regular season, so it's going to be interesting. It'll be an interesting duel to see how things match up. As we're out here now at 114 pounds, Blake Goebel wrestling Nolan Mengi. And Goebel has the 3-0 lead, kind of working a crossface screwdriver on Mengi. Blake Goebel ranked number 4 for Southborder, 114 pounds, Dakota Grappler rankings. Goebel last year placed third at state tournament at 107 pounds. And we're going to get stalemated. Go back to the center of the mat with 37 seconds remaining in the first period. So the score 6-0, Southborder and Kindred. Southborder with the dark blue singlet. Kindred wearing the blue bottom, or with the blue legs and the white trim on the legs and the white back. Currently, that's Nolan Mengi in the bottom position. And if you're just tuning in, the Lisbon Broncos, they defeated Kindred in that championship duel 51-18. So Lisbon, your Southeast Subregion dual champions. This is for true second. And Southborder rolled over, steamrolled EEK in that third place duel. And then it was for fifth place, it was Oaks over Valley City. And for seventh place, that was Lemoore Litchfield Marion over Napoleon 42-36. Third place, Southborder over EEK. And we got a reversal coming for Blake Goebel. Goebel with the sit-through on the double on the arm bar. So good counter by Blake Goebel. He's working for a fall on Nolan Mengi. He's going to pick up a Agasig precision move of the match with that counter. Yeah, it's a great counter there for Goebel. He's going to pick up an Agasig precision move of the match there for Agassi Precision Egg out of Hillsborough, your local precision planting dealer. Agassi Precision Egg in Hillsborough. Call 701-636-2119 or visit plannerdoc.com. That's your Agassi Egg precision move of the match. At least one of them coming out here for Blake Goebel with that counter off the armbar attempt by Mengi. I think he was just kind of baiting him into it, it seemed like. as he posted that arm chest up and over. And he's working for a fall here for South Border. Has him stretched out, Saturday Night Ride. In the top position. So this is 114 pounds. Get things caught up. And the pin going over there in the second period with 29 seconds remaining. And that's Blake Goebel, your winner by fall. And that'll take us to 121 pounds. .121. See Bristol Swanson going out there for Kindred. And South Border taking on Jared Schilling. Swanson, the freshman, 22-7 record. And Kindred last year, their Bristol Swanson placed 8th at 107 pounds. Jared Schilling for South Border. Schilling placed two-time state place winner, placed 5th last year at 114 pounds for the Mustangs. 6th the year before. So should have a good matchup. Here on mat 1, 121 pounds. Schilling and Swanson. Schilling in on a nice double leg as he's going to turn the corner, kind of peeked out around the side, turn the corner. He's up 3-0. So 3-0 lead, minute 20 remaining. And a Peterson here for Swanson. Swanson caught the Peterson on Schilling. Schilling able to get back around, but Swanson still has it locked up. He's going to roll through again on Schilling. Schilling kind of scrambles out of it. They're on the edge of the mat. Final 55 seconds of the first period. Schilling's going to go back in, kind of cross leg, catches the ankle on Swanson. Had Swanson hip down on the mat. And they're going to stalemate called. Back to the center of the mat, 3-0 score. No change of position there between Bristol Swanson and Jared Schilling. This is your challenge duel. For true second to get into the state tournament. South Border currently up 12-0. They pick up pins at 107 and 114. Swanson trying to sit out. Clear the hips, not able to do it. Schilling rodeo rides him back around. And Swanson going back in, trying to work back to a leg. Schilling felt that coming through underneath and throws in a crossface. Keeping Bristol Swanson broke down, belly down in the mat. And that'll do it for the period. Going into the second, 3-0 lead there for Jared Schilling of South Border. In the duel, South Border leads 12-0 up on that DHB.bank scoreboard, Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. So 3-0 in the match there. Jared Schilling in the bottom position off the whistle, started the second period. Schilling tried to stand up. Swanson hard over the top, going to cradle it up, uses those long arms. Was going to go for a screwdriver, hits the cradle on Schilling. He has him going over. Schilling trying to roll through on Swanson. And Swanson and Schilling scrambling out. 3 near fall and 2 reversal. So 5-3 is your score. Swanson had the cradle locked up on Schilling. Schilling somehow planted the foot on the mat and rolled through. Swanson picked up the 3 near fall, 2 reversal. Jared Schilling in the top position has the half Nelson locked up. So half Nelson in for Schilling on the ride, has the far wrist caught. Swanson just working underneath, 1:10 remaining in the period. Second period, now the 1-point escape. 5-4 is our score between Schilling and Swanson. Mentioned both of these guys returning state place winners for their teams. Swanson back in, hits a single leg shot. And we're going to get neutral as a, looks like maybe a little bit of injury time. Nope. Schilling able to get back up under his own power off the mat. And it's 5-4. Still, Bristol Swanson works the collar tie on Jared Schilling. Swanson wearing that Kindred Viking singlet. White back with the blue legs on it, white trim on the legs. He's down by 1 point to Jared Schilling of South Border. Wrestling around there, Schilling in on a double leg shot on Swanson. Swanson with the down block. And time expires as we're going to go into the third period. 1 point lead. So the 1 point lead for Jared Schilling. We're going neutral. Settle this one on their feet. Schilling gets the takedown. He's going to break it open. Swanson could pull ahead by 2 with a takedown. Schilling going in, tried to hit a little slide by. There's Swanson with a double leg. He's going to reshoot after that slide by on Schilling. He's going to get Schilling down, wrestles him down. The takedown for Bristol Swanson. 7-5 is your score. And after the reshot by Swanson, Swanson did a little level change on that. Shot in, got the takedown. Up 7-5 now here for Bristol Swanson at Kindred. And they're going to go off the edge of the mat. And looking for some blood time. So it looks like we're going to have a Bank North blood time out with a blood time going to Bristol Swanson. He has the 2 point lead in the third period. So your Bank North Bank blood time out. Not new, not national. Bank North, the hometown bank focused on relationships, local decisions, and community support. Find out more at banknorth.bank. Bank North, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. Yeah, Swanson being tended to on the far side of the mat. The wrestlers back center of the mat at the minute 5 remaining in the third period. So Bristol Swanson for Kindred with the 2 point lead here at 121 pounds. That's in the third period. He's in the top position, center of the mat, riding on top, has an armbar locked up. Far wrist is caught, or at least he had it. Tried to go bar half. Nice little hip heist and a switch coming out of there for the 1 point escape. Schilling 7-6 lead now. Bristol Swanson up by 1. And down to 40 seconds remaining, third period. Swanson shoots in, tries the knee pick, reshot by Schilling. Schilling's going to catch Swanson. Swanson going to try the double overs on Schilling. He's going to go straight to his back. And Schilling got in deep on Swanson. And it was 9-7. The near fall going to come here for Jared Schilling. And he's going to take a big lead now with the 4 near fall. 13-7 over Bristol Swanson. Yeah, Swanson kind of went for it with the double overs. Schilling got in pretty deep. Swanson didn't want to bail. He tried to throw Schilling. And the junior for South Border, he will win 13-7 by decision over Bristol Swanson. And South Border right now blanking Kindred. 15-0 going into 127 pounds. As it's going to bring up the number 2 ranked wrestler in the state of North Dakota, Gavin Swinson. And he's going to take a win by forfeit at 127. In North Dakota Class B. Thomas Bender, Gavin Rude coming out. Should be a good matchup between these two. At 133 pounds. So I think that's 15-6, the dual score. As we're at 133 pounds, Gavin Rude for Kindred taking on Thomas Bender of South Border, sophomore versus an 8th grader. Rude 32-11 record for Kindred. Thomas Bender, the 8th grader, 21-11. In the Gavin Rude for Kindred. Two-time state qualifier, Kindred. State qualified last year at 114 pounds. And he's in on a single leg shot on Bender. You're at 133, deep weight class here as Gavin Rude ranked number 6. At 133, Bender was ranked number 7 at 127. He's wrestling up again. Finding this matchup with Gavin Rude. Matchup with Lisbon, they sent Bender out at 133. Grayson Lyons won by decision. Here's Gavin Rude with the takedown. And the bar half put in by Gavin Rude has Bender in some trouble. He has the deep bar half. Rude's going to go with the arm bar, and he's going to get Bender over. Gavin Rude's going to work for some near fall and a pin here for Rude, looking for an egg precision move of the duel. And maybe an Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel here. So Gavin Rude for Kindred has a pinning combination locked up. He has Bender on his back. The pin there for Gavin Rude. And he's going to put 6 points on the board. And he gets Kindred back into this duel. After 133 pounds, just 3-point separation going into 139. And we're going to give that Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel. That was a key matchup there at 133 pounds. Gavin Rude with the win by fall over Thomas Bender. A couple of ranked wrestlers. Rude, 2-time state qualifier. He comes out on top of that. Rude ranked number 6 at 133. Bender ranked number 7 at 127 at 127 pounds. And he's going to pick up that Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel there with that win by fall for Gavin Rude of Kindred. No matter the outcome, it's bringing the energy there to the Kindred Vikings. For Enbridge, wrestler of the match there is Life Takes Energy for Enbridge, Energy for Life, Enbridge.com for those career opportunities. Going out to Gavin Rude of Kindred. And Jager Jordheim, Ryland Vetter at it, 139 pounds. Vetter is going to try to swim over the top on Jordheim. Working in, splits the leg, the 3-point takedown for Vetter. Keeps Jordheim broke down, hip down on the mat. The freshman here at 139. For Kindred, 9-12 record. And Vetter's going to roll him right over to his back, has a deep hap locked in on Jager Jordheim. Now Jordheim rolls through on Vetter. 4 near fall coming for Ryland Vetter. He's going to break Jordheim back down. Jordheim momentarily looked like he was going to get a reversal or an escape. But somehow Vetter gets him back over, throws in the half Nelson. This is buried deep once again here for Ryland Vetter on Jordheim. Jordheim's going to roll through. He catches Vetter on his back. And the reversal, so we have a bunch of points coming back and 4-7-2 is the score. Looks like 2 coming now for Jordheim. Vetter back on top to reversal. So 9-4 is our score. And this thing's wild back and forth here at 139 pounds. 11-4 is the score between Jager Jordheim, Ryland Vetter. Jordheim has the counter there. He gets thrown on his back, able to roll through and come out on top in some of those scrambles and pinning combination by Vetter. And that's going to take us to blood time. So we're going to take a quick 30-second timeout with that BankNorth.bank blood timeout here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime, serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond.
Of course, just as I said that, then they come back and cut the blood time, real quick blood time. Probably one of the faster I've seen there. Just took care of it real quick, got it plugged up, back on the mat. And 139 pounds back in action here in the first period with 25 seconds remaining first period. Ryland Vetter in the top position, up by 7 points on Jager Jordheim. Veiler's going to try to roll through with the double arm, or the arm bar. Has the bar half locked in again on Jordheim. Jordheim going to try to bridge out of it. And 4 near fall coming. Another scramble, Jordheim and Vetter. 14-4, 15-4 is our score at the end of the period between Kindred and South Border. 15-4, 11-point lead. Jordheim's going to pick top position against Vetter going into the second period. Ryland Vetter for South Border, two-time state place winner for the Mustangs. As Ryland last year placed fourth at the state tournament, 127 pounds, fourth the year before. And he's going to hit a sit-out. Jordheim's going to rodeo right around. Still kind of work that hips and get away. They're better just sticking with it. With the hips over the top, going to catch the head of Jordheim. Brings him back around, still scrambling there. Jordheim and Vetter, 2-point reversal for Ryland Vetter, 17-4. Up by 13 points. We're in the second period, minute 20 remaining in the second period. We're going to have a stalemate called. And I guess we're just going to let him fix his headgear. And back here in the restart, minute 10 remaining. Immediately, Vetter goes into the armbar, catches the wrist on the far side. He's going to try to roll this around. Goes to the bar half on Jordheim, gets Jordheim broke back down on his hip. Down under a minute remaining. Jacob Jordheim had choice. He chose top position. Vetter with the reversal and some near fall. He's going to roll Jordheim over, catches him on his back, and this may have two near fall coming. So quick two near fall. Two near fall as the official counts the near fall. 19-4. That's a tech fall victory over there for Ryland Vetter. 19-4. And that dual score bumps up now 20-12 with that 5 points on there for the tech fall for South Border. Up 20-12 over Kindred. Takes us to 145 pounds. And there's 3-point takedown right off the whistle. They're 145. They're Riker Vetter for South Border. And he'll take the quick 3-0 lead here at 145, working an armbar in that top position. Vetter, three-time state place winner for South Border. Placed 7th last year at 139, and 8th place finish the year before, and placed 6th 3 years ago. State qualifier the year before that. And he has the double armbar locked up and working for a pin at 145 pounds, trying to extend this lead for South Border. Currently up in this duel, 20-12, wrestling Benjamin Carlson, a 7th grader for Kindred, sacrificed here to the wrestling gods. There's Carlson as Riker Vetter, the senior, with a string of state place winnings. 3-time state place winner for South Border. Has Carlson locked in a double armbar. Now just going to switch over the top. Has the half Nelson north-south over the top. Carlson doing what he could to try to bridge out of there. Final 34 seconds of the first period. Vetter's going to go Saturday Night Ride over the top. Going to stretch Carlson out just a little bit more. And the pin there for Riker Vetter over Benjamin Carlson, the 7th grader, finding some action in this dual challenge duel. And that'll take us to 152 pounds. Noak Swenson going out there. And it looks like Noak Swenson and Colton Vetter at 152 should be an interesting matchup. Vetter had a good showing against EEK. And we have a caution off the whistle on Swenson. Swenson looks like he's trying to pick up some points there. Vetter's going to go right away on a double leg shot on Swenson. Swenson reaches in, grabs the ankle, cross facing it up on the front side. For Kindred, they're going to give him the 3-point takedown for Noak Swenson. Swenson, a junior for Kindred, 24-12 record. Colton Vetter, the freshman for South Border, finding action out here. Good to see him back out here wrestling for the Mustangs in an important match trying to make it to the state tournament with his team here in the Southeast Subregion Duels in this challenge true second duel. As our duel score 26-12 in favor of South Border at 152 pounds. Swenson goes to the arm bar. Going to switch it up off the crossface, falls into the arm bar. Now bar half it up there for Noak Swenson. Keeping Vetter belly down on the mat. Going to try to roll him over, walks it over. And Vetter's going to roll through on Swenson. Swenson, see if he can tip him back. Swenson's going to go ahead and kind of stick that foot there in that half. Nelson behind the head. Vetter did a good job, rolled through. Ooh, 2 near fall. So Swenson will pick up 2 near fall. Now he's going to kind of come in this false cradle, ball and chain type position. He has that arm caught underneath between the legs, or hand caught underneath between the legs, goes hammerlock. And with a brutal half Nelson there, Noak Swenson rolls over Colton Vetter. And Swenson the pin there for the Kindred Vikings. And he's going to pick up an Agassiz precision move in the match as he locked that up, threw in a deep half, caught the far wrist, and stacked up Colton Vetter for an Agassiz precision move of the match. We're handing these things out left and right there for Noak Swenson for Agassiz Precision Egg. Precision move of the match, your local precision planning dealer, Agassiz Precision Egg in Hillsborough. Call 701-636-2119 or visit plannerdoc.com. So 160 pounds. 26-18 our dual score. And Thiel just didn't see any action against Lisbon. They're saving him. Kind of when the writing was on the wall in that match or in that duel between Kindred and Lisbon, they elected to sit Theelgis. So here's Joseph Keller. Keller picked up a big win against Cruz Ranke in that head-to-head duel matchup. As they had a big scramble. Ranke had the 5-4 lead in that match. And a big scramble the last 20 seconds. Keller came out on top of it. Anybody scramble, Keller comes out on top with the takedown in a couple near fall. I think he won that 9-4 by decision over Cruz Ranke. We're down to a minute 10 remaining in the first period. We're at 160 pounds. Kindred and South Border going at it for 2 seconds. Thiel just in on a single leg shot, catches Keller on his hip. And it's a takedown for Miles Theelgis. So Theelgis will go up 3-0. As I said, these two teams not meeting up in the regular season, so not really sure what to expect in this duel in the matchups. Yes, take a look at my sheet. South Border came in as a number 2 team, and they were 5-1 in region duels. They're 7-3 overall. Kindred was 6-0 in region duels and 9-0 overall in their duels. So the number 1 taking on the number 2 to get into state. And looks like we might have injury time there. Keller kind of down on the mat. And not sure. Might have just kind of hurt the shoulder. So we'll let them tend to Keller out on the mat. Yeah, and they're going to give him some injury time. So they got Keller down on the mat. They're just going to check out that shoulder. And just time you don't want to see a wrestler go down there this close, making it to the individual side for qualifying for state. And Keller's going to go back out there. Just had to work something out on the shoulder. So he and Thiel just back out there. Mal Steele just up 3-0, 21 seconds remaining in the first period. as we're going to go into the second period. So minute 35 remaining, 6-0. Thiel just going to pick up another takedown. Keller had the injury time. Kind of worked on his shoulder a little bit. Thiel just goes up 6-0. Minute 35 remaining. They're going to go back to the center for a restart. Thiel just sitting out that duel with Lisbon, so he's got a little bit more fresh than Keller. Keller had a tough matchup with Lisbon and Cruz Ranke going the distance, and he had to pull everything out the kitchen sink and everything out of the attic to defeat Ranke in that match, and he comes with that win by decision. Thiel just didn't wrestle Ranke in that duel, head-to-head duel in the championship duel between Kindred and Lisbon, so he's a little bit fresher out here. And he's going to go ahead and try to split the legs and Turk that leg on the backside. He's going to go for it again on Keller. Keller's going to try to power up. So the muscle man here for Southport are trying to power up and stand up. Not able to get there, down on his hip. Thiel just has him in a bunch of trouble here. Miles Thiel just has Keller giving up near fall, 45 seconds remaining. Thiel just all over Keller right now, the junior for Kindred. Trying to put some bonus points on here with the win over the senior. There's still a second period, but Thiel just is all over Keller. Keller just trying to bridge out. Thiel just, and Keller going to go out back to the center for the restart. Oh, Thiel just keeping a toe in before near fall coming over there in the Miles. Thiel just now up 10-0 on Joseph Keller. As the final 15 seconds of the period, Thiel just keeps that toe in, the clock keeps ticking. So wrestlers back to the center of the mat. And the dual score 26-18. Southport does have the lead off the whistle on that restart. Sit out. Not able to get any separation. Thiel just did a good job following him around. Jace Carter looks over at Thiel, just tells him to take the bottom position. Carter's hitting to Lehman in the coach's chair. And he's up 10-0 with this major decision win with the 10-point spread. They put 4 points on the board for Kindred, and he's going to have another point for an escape. Thiel just breaking this one open, up by 11. Keller not out of this by any means, but just seems a little ginger. He's going to go hard quarter Nelson on Thiel just. Thiel just got in deep on a single leg shot. Keller just kind of off his game. Wore down. And Thiel just in on another big double leg shot. And they're going to say back to the center for a restart. I think Thiel just lost the contact. He was looking around for it. Did the head and weave bob. Finally find it. The coach picks it up. Back to the center for a restart. 11-0 is our score. And a shot by Thielgis. Down block, taking a little step back over there by Keller. Now Thielgis in on another shot. He's going to try to step around on Keller. Keller hasn't been the same since that injury. And he's going to get the three-point takedown. Final 50 seconds. And Thielgis can let him go. So it's 14-0. I think Thielgis going to try to work and pick up the extra point here for a tech foul. He has the major decision in hand. I would take my chances on the feet with Keller. Keller right now just looks wore down. Thiel just been kind of running circles around him. They're going to cut him loose. 14-0, now 14-1 here. Thielgis and Keller down block. And Thielgis is going to push Keller out. Keller really hurting with that shoulder. So it's the right shoulder on Joseph Keller, and he's just trying to muscle through, doesn't want to give up a medical forfeit in the 6 points to Kindred. So he's doing everything he can not to give up that extra point. And final 12 seconds, he's just going to hang on here. Thiel just going to flatten out. Final 5 seconds. Thiel just going to try to pick up the extra point, and he does. The Tech Fall victory. As Joseph Keller, I'm going to give him all kinds of props as he has a shoulder injury. You can see it's hurting him pretty bad, and going to have to turn to a higher power. Hopefully he gets healed up in time for next week into the East region in Valley City, and then on to the state tournament for the senior from South Border. As Miles Thiel just wins by Tech Fall victory, 5 points on the board. 26-23, the 3-point lead now for South Border. As we're going to 160 pounds, or excuse me, 172 pounds. Fisher Johnson out there. Fisher not seeing action against Lisbon. Johnson with that kind of scarlet blue singlet and the white leg trim. He's wrestling Brody Michelson. Michelson last year, state place winner, placed 8th at 172-pound state qualifier the year before. Johnson working around on the head on Michelson. Has kind of a front headlock hooked up. And they're going to go out the big throw. Michelson came around and big throw on the edge of the mat. They're going to go out with 1:08 remaining. So Johnson gets away and no damage done as Michelson hit the big throw on him. Michelson's going to turn the corner for the takedown. He's up now 3-0 in the match. He's going to spin back around in the top position. Turks the leg, has Johnson on his hip. See if he can lace that leg through it. Now he has it kind of split, and Turk Johnson gets back belly down. So final 13 seconds of the first period. Brody Michelson will have the 3-0 lead. Michelson in the top position, still riding hard on top, working on the arm on the left side. And 26-23. Is the dual score. 3-0 lead, Brody Michelson. Johnson in the top position. Michelson stands up. Gets the hands free of the hips away for the escape. Now up 4-0. Michelson goes in, get arm spin out. Trying to see if he can turn the corner on Fisher Johnson. Reshot. Keeps a hold of that arm. Their front headlock going to drag out of it. Back up to their feet. Scrambling here. Both wrestlers on their feet. Underhook by Johnson. Pushing on Michelson. They're going to go out on the edge of the mat. And Michelson shoots in again. He's going to arm drag out of this, trying to. Johnson did a good job following him around. Wasn't able to get that arm over and swim over the top there by Fisher Johnson on the arm drag. Wrestlers back up to their feet. Still 4-0 lead. A minute remaining, second period. Michelson going in, double leg. Now goes overhook as they go out on the edge of the mat and restart back to the center. A little down block. Wrestlers back up to their feet. Over tie and a snap down with the collar by Michelson. Another snap down. That time by Johnson. Level change by Michelson. He's going to follow that up again. And the stall warning. Johnson dinged for stalling. He's down 4-0 in the second period. 35 seconds remaining, second period. Back to the center for a restart. You're going to go, and a collar tie is going to shrug that off. Going back into it, working the far wrist there, Fish and Johnson on the right side, tying up the left wrist. And now he's going to hit a single on Michelson, has Michelson on his hip. Kindred's trying to get the takedown, but they're in a whizzer, and they're going to give it to him on the takedown. So Johnson's going to get the takedown on Michelson. So now we're 4-3. And right off the whistle, I think Michelson was like, no way. And he's going to take the 6-3 lead now with that 2-point reversal. Right off the whistle, hit a nice switch. And can't even get much more precise than that there from Brody Michelson on that switch. 6-3 score. He's going to go ahead. And he'll be in the top position. Fisher Johnson in the bottom, 6-3. Third period. They're at 172 pounds. And there's Johnson. Johnson's going to hip ice through, spins away, and now it's 6-5 or 6-4. 2-point lead for Michelson. They're back up on their feet. Johnson with the last takedown in this match at the end of the second period. Michelson here at high crotch fireman's. He's going to lose the arm, still trying to go with it. Johnson works inside on the ankle on Michelson. Michelson able to get a whizzer in there. They're going to spin back around here right in front of us and off the edge of the mat. Johnson's been warned for stalling. 6-4 is our score in this match up on the Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard with the dual score 26-23 up on the DHB scoreboard update there for Dakota Heritage Bank. And Johnson in on a single leg shot, doubles it up, kind of the forklift position. Keller in a little bit of trouble here with Johnson. Somehow, Michelson able to roll through and comes out the back door. He passed the leg, and they're going to give him a takedown. And the takedown going to Michelson, now up 9-4. He has the 5-point lead. Final 30 seconds. Up 9-4 is Brody Michelson. Somehow able to come out with a deep double leg shot by Johnson. He was able to pass the leg over the head, came through the back door for Brody Michelson with the takedown, up 9-4, final 15 seconds. Johnson going to try to get the escape or reversal at the end of the period. Final 10 seconds, Michelson still working on top, has the half Nelson thrown in on the far side, catches the wrist. See if he can wing it around here for some near fall, not able to get it. And that's the end of the match at 172 pounds. South Border and Brody Michelson get the decision, 29-23. And it'd be crazy if this came down to criteria, but we're here at 189 pounds. And right now there's a 6-point lead for South Border. And Kindred, Tanner Mengi going out there for Kindred against Cole Nitschke. Crazy matchup here at 189 between South Border and Kindred. Cole Nitschke, two-time state place winner, placed 5th last year at 285, 4th the year before. Tanner Mengi for Kindred. He was a state runner-up last year at 172 pounds and placed 7th at the state tournament the year before. Mengi working in on the arm, trying that Russian tie, pulls it up into his chest really tight. And as we're here at 189 pounds. South Border with the lead. Nitschke's gonna go in with a whizzer. Yeah, Nitschke with the long body. Mengi not able to get the leverage he needed for the mat return. Down with 1:09 remaining first period. Wrestlers back to the center of the mat. Final 50 seconds of the first period. Wrestlers doing a little collar ties and hand fighting. Back to the center. And a little slide-by attempt by Nitschke. So this is the duel for true second. Lisbon, your champions in the Southeast sub-region. They came from the number 3 seed. They knocked off the number 2 seed South Border, then beat Kindred in the championship, 51-18. Lisbon in that semifinal beat South Border 39-30. So they're your Southeast sub-region champions. This is for true second. Yeah, South Border coming through for third place, pick up the challenge duel with Kindred. And that's scoreless going here into the second period between Tanner Mengi and Cole Nitschke. Nitschke is a senior, 29-2. Mengi a sophomore, 28-4. So Tanner Mengi still with a couple years left to go. Nitschke trying to close this one out on a high note here in this Southeast sub-region duel. Still working in that Russian tie, Tanner Mengi. Nitschke's going to try to defend it, see if he can push him away, get a little separation. Nitschke just trying to reel him in and keep him close. Snap down, goes up to a collar tie. Nitschke's going over, under, and now a stall warning. Cole Nitschke warned for stalling. Here is Tanner Mengi just pushing in, working on that arm of Cole Nitschke. Now Nitschke warned for stalling. Minute 5 remaining in the second period. Still scoreless here at 189 pounds. And now red warrant for stalling. So each wrestler picking up the stall warning, and that's going to even it up. Down to 50 seconds remaining. So under 30 seconds, still scoreless. Mengi really pushing in on Nitschke. Nitschke's going to try to circle back in. Each wrestler warned for stalling. Final 20 seconds. Nitschke with the slide-by attempt. Mengi's going to go underneath. Nitschke tried to turn the corner. Peek out on the near side by Mengi. Nitschke over the top. Final 10 seconds. Nitschke's going to keep the toe in. Clock's still ticking. And they're going to call him out. Yeah, as Tanner Mengi was way over on the other mat, so they're going to call him out. Final 5 seconds, second period, still scoreless on the restart, back on their feet. And we're going to go into the next period. See who has choice. Nitschke has choice. He's going to go bottom. And they're going to give Nitschke the 1 point escape back to their feet, so the 1 point to Cole Nitschke. Nitschke will have the 1-0 lead here with Tanner Mengi. And Nitschke really working in hard on the underhooks on Mengi. And Mengi kind of stopped. He was trying to arm spin through. Nitschke's going to catch him. And Cole Nitschke has the 1-0 lead, spins around behind. And he wins the spin drill as he'll pick up the takedown. 4-0 lead for Cole Nitschke on Tanner Mengi. So like a cat, Cole Nitschke turns the corner with the spin drill, and he's going to take the 4-0 lead with Mengi. Mengi trying to get some separation with a minute 5 remaining in this third period. Nitschke going to throw in those long arms into the half, sit-out position. Going to try to snatch him back, crab ride. Now going to go another half, working back around on Tanner Mengi. So this is the third period, 45 seconds remaining third period. Armbar here by Nitschke, see if he can walk this around. He's putting on a lot of pressure on Tanner Mengi. Final 35 seconds of the third period. Cole Nitschke up 4-0. And the final 26 seconds here in the third period. And it looks like Kolnitzki with 15 seconds, barring a big Peterson roll. We're an escape and near fall. Nitschke's going to try to hold him there for near fall. Mengi gets back around. 4-0 win by decision for Kolnitzki. Yeah, and this is going to be interesting now going to 2:15. (32-23). And Aiden Birch, see what they're going to do. They're going to go, look like they're going to go heavyweight. So Kindred's going to pick up a forfeit at 2:15. (29-32). Kindred picks up the forfeit here at 285 pounds. And this is going to be a loud gym, whatever the outcome here. 32-29 South Border here at 285 pounds. As we have Aiden Birch out there for the Mustangs. He's looking a little undersized. Normally out there at 215. And Birch is going to go headlock. He's got it locked up there, kind of deep. He's got to watch so he doesn't slip, and he's going to almost had it. Kason Nudell's going to get around on top on Mason Birch. And Birch tried to go for it with that headlock. Nudell slips through it. They went down hard to the mat, and it's 3-0 lead for Kason Nudell of Kindred. Kindred down by 3 points. Birch is going to try to get back center of the mat. He's going to roll through. Nudell with the pinning combination hooked up, keeps the toe on the mat. Birch on his hip, and they're going to go out. Back to the center for a restart. 4 near fall coming for Kason Nudell. Nudell looking to pick up the Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the duel as he's going to try to close this one out here. He's up 7-0. And off the whistle and a big roll through. Mason Birch trying to hit the Peterson. Birch and Nudell rolled through. Birch just missed the Peterson on Nudell. Nudell's going to grab the arm, put him on his back here for Kason Nudell and the Kindred Vikings. As this thing's locked up tight. Kindred trying to make it to the state tournament. And the pinning combination locked up. The arm stretched out there for Kason Nudell. Mason Birch on his back. And the pin for Kason Nudell and the Kindred Vikings. And they defeat the South Border Mustangs. And they're going to the state tournament. 35-32 for the Kindred Vikings. They're going to state. They defeat the Mustangs in this true second duel. So Kindred making it to the state tournament here. Southeast Sub-Region duel, the true second. And that's your final 35-32. Kindred Vikings on to the state tournament. In the Southeast Sub-Region duels, take second place, the true second. As they were challenged by South Border. South Border taking third. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to step away there with that final score. Kindred 35 over South Border 32. And picking up that Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the duel. It's going to go to Kason Nudell. Nudell closing this one out with a win by fall. Mason Birch had a nice Peterson roll combination set up. Nudell was able to somehow get the hips away and flatten out. Came back over the top and wins by fall. Handing Kindred the victory and the berth to the state tournament here out of the Southeast Sub-Region. So we're going to go ahead and step away here for a quick timeout. Come back for more. We'll wrap things up here from Napoleon, North Dakota here at this 2026 Southeast Sub-Region Dual Tournament.
Friends and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsboro, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank. Strong bank, strong communities.
Before the farming season moves forward, there's one important decision to make. Every year brings unknowns. Weather, markets, yields. Multi-peril crop insurance helps protect the work you put in long before harvest. The MPCI crop insurance closing deadline is March 16th. At Irie Insurance, we've helped generations of farmers plan ahead with confidence. Let's make sure you're ready. Contact Irie Insurance for guidance you can trust.
The friendly staff at Lemoore Drugstore reminds you from prescription requests and OTC medication, you can find it all at Lemoore Drugstore. Download the app to make refilling your prescriptions more convenient. Stop in and stock up on hand and foot warmers. Lemoore Drugstore has rechargeable heated gear for everyone in the family. And get your special someone something sweet in February from different candy and gifts. Located in the center of Lemoore in the Bank North Mall. For more info, go to LemooreDrugstore.com or stop in and check out Lemoore Drugstore.
Introduce.
Hey, welcome back here, liveevent.com, as we're back for the wrap-up here, post-game show. As we're going to wrap things up from the Southeast Subregion Duels here from Napoleon, North Dakota, as the Lisbon Broncos are your champions. We're going to recap this duel there in that 2 second as the Kindred going to the state tournament here in duels, as the Kindred Vikings win this duel 35 to 32 over the South Border Mustangs. And looking here at 107 pounds, South Border kicked it off with a win by fall. Eli Schlepp over Jaden Rude in a minute 17. 114 pounds, South Border won by fall with Blake Goebel over Nolan Mengi in 3 minutes and 31 seconds. 12-0 lead for South Border in this duel. 121 pounds, Jared Schilling of South Border over Bristol Swanson of Kindred by decision, 13-7, and it was a 15-0 lead for South Border. 127 pounds is a forfeit by South Border. Put Kindred on the board. 15-6 was their score. Gavin Rude with the win by fall in a minute 38 over Thomas Bender. Picking up another wrestler of the duel there for Gavin Rude, and Enbridge Energy bringing the energy there for Kindred there at 133 pounds. He won by fall in a marquee matchup there between two ranked wrestlers. And Gavin Rude came out on top of that. It was 15-12 in the duel. 139 pounds South Border picking up back-to-back wins at 139 and 145. Ryland Vetter won by fall or tech fall over Jager Jordheim 19-4. 145 Riker Vetter South Border over Benjamin Carlson by fall in a minute 35. Kindred answers back at 152. Noak Swenson over Colton Vetter by fall in a minute 32 or minute 42. 160 pounds Miles Seal just a Kindred over Joseph Keller by tech fall. And Keller kind of going down with an injury, and he just had to gut that out, trying not to give up the medical forfeit or a pin. And Keller, just wish him best of luck there healing up, trying to make it in there on the individual East Region tournament and then on to state. But he's looked like he was hurting a little bit there with that shoulder injury. That was at 160 pounds. So Thiel just over Joseph Keller by tech fall, 17-1. And then South Border come back with two more wins at 172 and 189, 2 wins in a row. It was Brody Michelson over Fisher Johnson by decision 9-4. Then 189, Cole Nitschke of South Border over Tanner Mengi by decision 4-0. 215 pounds, Cole Richard of Kindred received a forfeit. And then Casey Nudell comes out with that Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match and wrestler of the duel. And he comes out with a victory by fall over Mason Birch in 1 minute, 25 seconds. He'll send Kindred to the state tournament for the North Dakota Class B state duels on the 21st of February. And the Kindred Vikings win 35-32 over South Border. In a kind of a coming of age here for Kindred, as well, they'll be around here in the hunt for some individual and region dual titles here in the near future out of the Southeast Subregion. And also on the East Region side of the state, as they got a good-looking young team coming up here for Kindred. And then just kind of recap your brackets and the place winners. In this duel, as in 5th place, it was Oaks over Valley City by a score of 54-22. In 7th place was Lemoore Litchfield Marion. They defeated Napoleon for 7th place, 42-36. That 3rd place duel, South Border defeated EEK by a score of 45-22. Lisbon over Kindred in the championship, 51-18. That set up that challenge and true second duel between South Border and Kindred, and Kindred came out on top of that in that duel and onto the state tournament as they defeated Saltwater by a score of 35-32. And that'll do it here for the duels in our tournament wrap-up from Napoleon, North Dakota, as the Lisbon Broncos and the Kindred Vikings will represent the Southeast Subregion at the state tournament. So just like to wish both of those teams good luck, and we will have continuing coverage here of these region tournaments, as we'll have coverage of the East Region Class B boys tournament and the East Region girls tournament from Valley City, North Dakota. That's next Friday and Saturday. The girls tournament on Friday and the boys tournament on Saturday. I think both of those start times are right around 12:30 or at 12:30 on Friday for the girls tournament. Then turn it around 12:30 start time for the boys on Saturday. So you can catch that live stream coverage. Formats going there in Valley City, as we'll bring that to you. The North Dakota East Region girls tournament and the North Dakota Class B East Region boys individual tournament next weekend on YourLiveEvent.com. So this is Brent Dick. We're going to sign off, and I will see you next week. Everybody have a great rest of the weekend, and we'll see you next Friday at the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament, individual wrestling tournament in Valley City.
TV from Halstead Telephone Company. Watch your favorite TV shows with HTC's app-based service on devices like Amazon Fire Stick. You can enjoy the convenience of cloud DVR, plus access to popular services like Netflix, Amazon Prime, and Hulu, all right through your device. Mix and match the streaming services you want. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today, 800-457-2125, to learn more about HTC streaming TV. Made easy with Halstead Telephone Company.
What's going on today?
I've got a planter in the shop, and I had the guys from Agassiz Precision Ag come over and do an inspection.
You upgrading systems, or are you working on maintenance?
Both, actually. We walked some fields last summer and found areas where we can improve. So we are installing Delta Force and some new opening discs.
Yeah, I bet we're in the same boat. I should give them a call.
Yep, they will come out and look over the planter with you and put a plan together. They are the guys I go to for answers.
Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Give us a call at 701-636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much